Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, June 12th meeting of the California Coastal Commission. We'll call this meeting to order, and please begin with a roll call, Ms. Miller.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Dumlau.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Present.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Lowenberg. Commissioner Nodoff.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Harmon.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
All right, good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute yourself on the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you very much. And I think we have a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. Yesterday, in closed session, the Commission received litigation information and advice and took action on Casamigos Homeowners Association versus California Coastal Commission, Bookout versus California Coastal Commission, Hadian versus California Coastal Commission. It also received litigation information and advice on Sable Inc. versus California Coastal Commission. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Now to you, Mr. Schwing, for agenda changes.
Thank you, and good morning to the Commission and to everybody who's attending today. There was an agenda changes sheet posted on Friday, and there are a few additions to that this morning, which I'll note as I go through the list. Starting with item 11A, this is the City of Newport Beach's LCP amendment on non-residential parking standards. That's moved to consent. Item 12A, that's the appeal A5 DPT 2266 Sansone from Dana Point. That's postponed. Item 12B, this is the appeal A5 LGB 2515 Kiani from Laguna Beach. That matter is withdrawn. Item 13B, it's application 523-831 Thompson Trust and First American Trust out of Newport Beach. That's moved to consent. Item 15A, the City of Del Mar's LCP amendment on short-term rentals. This is just an LCP time extension, that's moved to consent. Item 16A, it's application 617 for 2828 Oceanfront in Del Mar. That matter was withdrawn. And item 16C, application 624-503 Oleinik out of San Diego, that is postponed. And that concludes the agenda changes this morning.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Now we will move to public comment, please.
Okay. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now on Zoom. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. We have quite a few people signed up today. We have a total of 44 signed up for general public comment. We'll start with people in the room. Charlie Bowen, Susan Simon, Ernie Simon, Leanna Zavelli. Charlie Bowen. Could you turn the mic on really quick?
Right there? All right, we'll start over again. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Charlie Bowen, Communications Director for Save Oceanside Sand, SOS. Thank you for authorizing the recent grant award to Oceanside. This grant will fund essential baseline monitoring for the city's Rebeach Sand Nourishment and Retention Pilot Project. It will also support work to help Oceanside comply with SB 272 and move beyond a single pilot project into a broader, long-term coastal management plan. That's critical because it helps position Oceanside for future coastal resiliency funding. Momentum is growing. Just last week, Sandag adopted Rebeach as the region's sand retention pilot project. Perhaps it's time for a state-level agency to do the same. Oceanside is leading with an innovative, science-based, nature-based solution, unique in California and the nation. Rebeach is not only needed in Oceanside, but could serve as a model for other vulnerable coastal communities. SOS appreciates the Commission's interest in Rebeach. We've seen significant investment in planning and coastal vulnerability assessments, but we urge the state to now prioritize funding for implementation, the actual work that builds resiliency. We also believe it's time for California to create streamlined permitting pathways for coastal adaptation projects. A faster, clearer route to approval is vital to bring solutions to communities and beaches that need them now, before erosion outpaces action. We welcome the Commission's thoughts, and we're eager to help foster a collaborative dialogue to improve the process and turn plans into progress. Thank you again for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak today. Greatly appreciated.
All right, we need to take a pause.
Thanks. Just a second. Hi, everyone. We are going to take a 10-minute break while we work on getting our technology back together. Thanks.
Everybody's still there. We lost internet here, so sorry for the cutoff. I do see a number of everyone back on the panelists, attendees. Please stand by.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience. Okay, we are going to get started, and let's go back to public comment. Everyone, we're starting the meeting. Thank you.
We're back online.
Thank you. We're ready to start the meeting. We have a presentation from the Embarcadero Coalition. We have 6 speakers. We're starting with Susan Simon, Ernie Simon, and Liana Zavelli. And we have your presentation up, and go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I am Susan Simon, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition of San Diego. Our slides are in your package for review. Our members are present and dressed in blue in the room, and thank you to those of you who are joining us silently, also dressed in blue. We asked the Commission to reject the Port Master Plan Update, or PMPU, due to multiple violations of the Coastal Act. Where is our world-class waterfront? Next slide. This is a list of the 41 amendments to the current Port Master Plan, or PMP. The PMPU is not the 42nd Amendment. There is no markup for the changes. The PMPU states this document represents the first comprehensive update to the originally adopted Port Master Plan. It incorporates previously approved amendments and presents a new vision for the future. The PMPU replaces the current Port Master Plan. Next slide. The Port describes the PMPU as a comprehensive and inclusive integrating planning initiative to update our Port Master Plan. The proposed PMPU will apply bay-wide and proposes new land uses, definitions, standards, and policies that represent a complete overhaul to the current Port Master Plan. Next slide. This map shows the areas left out of the update and the central Embarcadero, which has a massive development plan. The 2 big red boxes are the 2 missing sections, and the small red box is the central Embarcadero. The update omits known proposed uses and withholds necessary detail and information in violation of Section 30711. The PMPU improperly omits entire planning areas and is contrary to the principles of careful planning. The PMPU must include proposed uses of land and water areas where known to comply with the Coastal Act. National City and Chula Vista Bayfronts are the large red squares. That's 46% of the Port District is excluded from this comprehensive plan. The small square, again, Central Embarcadero, the Port can't honestly say this area is staying the same. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you.
Don't take my notes.
Sorry about that.
Small panel.
There you go.
Good morning. My name is Ernie Simon, and I'm a member of the San Diego Embarcadero Coalition. This Embarcadero map summarizes the wall-to-wall hotel rooms and boat berths in the PMPU and the Seaport project. The black shows the current Embarcadero. The red shows all the new PMPU development, and the the purple is the development of the Seaport. Next slide, please. The Central Embarcadero Subdistrict is in the middle of the Embarcadero Planning District. The omission of the Central Embarcadero and Seaport project development standards prevents an accurate understanding of the PMPU impact, including its vision. The subdistrict plan contains the densest concentration of hotels on the California coast and 1/3 of the Embarcadero Planning District. Next slide, please. These maps show the huge Seaport project, including the addition of private marinas to block the baywater views and the heights of the 7 proposed buildings. The Port wrote, the PMPU does not propose any new uses, development of or changes in the intensity of development in the Central Embarcadero. With the exception of the existing restaurant on G Street Mall that has a maximum height of 45 feet, the PMPU proposes the continuation of the existing conditions. These statements by the Port are blatantly untrue. The Port has been pursuing and planning the Seaport project since 2016. The plan is in SECA review. The public was promised that the Port would not wall off the public land and water after the convention center and major hotels blocked the South Embarcadero. The Port's lopsided focus on luxury hotels does not align, I believe, with what the Coastal Commission's trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing that presentation, Leanna Zavelli, Monica Thrasher, Janet Rogers, and Bill Rogers.
I'm Leanna Zavelli. These maps show the existing seaport village with a maximum height of 45. Do we have the next slide? Next slide. Aha, okay. I'll start over. These maps show the existing seaport village with a maximum height of 45 feet compared to the seaport project with a 500-foot tall hotel and blocked baywwater views. The port says that it can do whatever it wants. The port refused to put the guidelines and parameters for the Central Embarcadero into the PMPU. There are no guidelines or parameters to measure consistency of the plan under the Coastal Act. The port thinks it is being clever to leave everything out of the PMPU and then ram the project through as an amendment. Will you let them undermine the planning process and the Coastal Act? Next slide. This map shows the North Embarcadero in the current master plan. The PMP has an outstanding legal obligation for a major park, plus a park on the Broadway Pier and the curved pier in the North Embarcadero. Where are they in the PMPU or their equivalents? The PMPU is eliminating legally required public spaces. Next slide. The PMPU describes significant development in the South Embarcadero. A convention center expansion amendment already exists, including up to 985,000 additional square feet for various uses. These pictures show both sides of the convention center. On the water side, the expansion is planned to take up the green space. Will we only have a concrete walkway? On the city side, it is already impossible to know you are close to the water. The Hilton Bayfront has up to 600 new hotel rooms with 57,500 additional square feet of various uses along Harbor Drive. The PMPU states there are no building standards specified in the South Embarcadero subdistrict. The planning process is again ignored. Next slide.
Good morning. I'm Monica Thrasher. These pictures show the current baywater views by the Hilton Bayfront Hotel and the Fifth Avenue Landing Marina. The PMPU states develop up to 35 additional recreational boat berthing vessel slips. These slips are planned for mega yachts. Billionaires will want the same security fencing at their ships. All the views will be lost between mega yachts and security fencing. Large pointed metal fences are not welcoming. Next slide. The current master plan defines public versus commercial recreation, and public recreation includes access for environmental justice and activities without users' fees. Categories include public parks, promenades, fishing piers, and bicycle corridors. Commercial recreation includes developed areas and properties with a user fee paying public. Categories include golf courses, restaurants, hotels, marinas, and yacht clubs. Next slide. The PMPU improperly combines commercial uses with public recreation spaces. Combining parks, plazas, golf course, and open space into a single recreation open space or ROS designation is not in accordance with the Coastal Act Section 30711 or the Public Trust Doctrine. Why is the Coronado Golf Course categorized as public recreation in the PMP and ROS in the update instead of commercial recreation? Based on State Lands Commission's explanation, golf is not a visitor-friendly serving activity. Please do not certify the PMP. Please. Next slide. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Rogers, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition. Promenades, parks, and plazas should be reported separately given their different functions. Playing in a park is not the same as a walk on concrete. Instead, the PMPU combines all three into one designation that lets the port convert parks to concrete walkways. Don't get scammed by the Seaport project. We would lose 3.5 acres of park if it eliminates Rocco Park and replaces it with a wider concrete walkway. The Marina Park North Peninsula stays the same size. Next slide. Compare the summaries of the current master plan with the PMPU. The current summary shows both commercial and public recreation at about 400 acres, but public recreation includes the golf course, which should be in commercial recreation. Moving 97.8 acres changes the balance between public and commercial recreation. It should show 500 acres as commercial and only 300 acres as public recreation. That is already bad. Look at the detail in public recreation. Park Plaza is separate from Promenade. Notice the detailed breakdown and notice the 2,776.7 acres of land use. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of the PMPU. It does not provide enough information to certify the plan. The update eliminates the detailed categories, which obscures what they are doing and violates section 30711. The PMPU only has 1,020.84 acres of land. Why are the numbers so different? 1,756 acres of land didn't disappear, whereas 950 acres of water use. 46% of the Port District is excluded, which relates to the map we showed at the beginning with the missing acres. This plan is not a comprehensive replacement. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Bill Rogers, and then following Bill will be Adam Leverins, Julia Chun here, and Dr. Ronald Askeland. Go ahead, Bill.
Good morning, I'm Bill Rogers. Port managed land and water is held in the public trust for the benefit of Californians. So please stop the dense concentration of hotels primarily for out-of-state visitors. Don't block water views with a sea of boats and a wall of buildings. Although we focused on section 30711 of the Coastal Act today, we sent you the letter from our attorneys at the Chatton Brown Law Group with explanations of additional Coastal Act violations. We need you to enforce the Coastal Act. Next slide. It is imperative that the PMPU be comprehensive, accurate, and include all of the managed land and water. The Commission should reject the PMPU in whole since it leaves out 46% of the land and water. It fails to create guidelines for Seaport and doesn't tell the truth about the Central Embarcadero. Next slide. The Port's plan is to maximize revenue, not public access. The Port's income in 2023 was $38 million, and in 2024 it was $95 million. This plan is about making even more money for the Port while decreasing public access in the Embarcadero, which is where the public needs it most. Please don't certify the PMPU. Send it back to ensure a world-class waterfront. Next slide. Last year we invited you to walk the Embarcadero with us. We understand that you walked with the developer this week. We believe you should walk with us, the concerned public, since it is our land and water. While you are in San Diego, please walk with us so you can observe these issues firsthand. Please contact us at embarcaderocoalition@gmail.com. Thanks for giving us a chance to speak on this issue.
Thank you. Next speakers, Adam Leverins, Julia Chun here, Dr. Ronald Askeland. And then Adam Leverins, we have your presentation. Just give us a moment.
Yeah, I may not even get to that. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and staff. Adam Leverins here from Newport Beach. Like some of the speakers you've just heard, Newport Beach seems to be looking towards revenue more than access. And what this is doing, it's changing. Somebody will still be able to afford access, but not a lot of us that have access now. And the reduction is very concerning to some. The Newport Mooring Association sent a letter dated June 6th. If you haven't had opportunity to read it, I hope that you do. There should be a number of speakers today talking to points in that letter. I see some faces up here that are fresh faces on the commission. So I'm going to go over some boating terminology. For those of you that are already aware of this or have heard it before, I apologize. But if you look out the window to your right, if you haven't yet, these are boats on slips or berths. There are also anchors, boats that anchor, just throw an anchor out and sit there. And then there's moorings, which is what we're primarily talking about. A mooring is a boat anchoring, but the anchor isn't carried on the boat. You pull up to some weights in the water, you tie up a boat to it, and sit there. And then, Chris, if you could call up the slide. There's, as you can imagine, substantial differences on difficulty in access between a boat and a slip like out here and a boat on a mooring, and someone will speak to that later. But the city treats these two classes of boat berthing quite differently. The boats on the moorings are heavily regulated, have much more complicated access, yet they pay more than 12 commercial permittees in Newport Beach, and they pay multiples more than residential pier permits, docks at houses. And the graph in front of you shows that as a mooring permittee, I have to register and insure my boat. I have to provide that information to the city. I know someone recently, they didn't get their document in time, the insurance didn't lapse, but they didn't get the paper to the city, $100 fine. Boats at residential piers, docks at houses don't have to insure themselves. Out of time. This will continue, as you well know. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Chun here, Dr. Ronald Asklin, and then Nathan Brenner.
Good morning. I'm Julia Chun here with the California Coastal Protection Network, a unique advocacy organization dedicated to protecting California's most precious natural asset, our magnificent coastline, for all generations. I was going to speak to you about the BOEM public comment period on the OCS oil and gas leasing process, but I heard yesterday that you're already working on comments, so I wanted to thank you for your strong voice on that important issue. After working on the natural resources damage assessment following the Huntington Beach spill in 2021, I know that oil drilling has no place on our coastline. So I want to take this chance just to introduce myself to the new coastal commissioners and welcome you to this really important role. I'm a longtime advocate on many of the issues before the Coastal Commission, including coastal armoring, coastal development, beach nourishment, sea level rise planning, and I look forward to continuing to engage with all of you on the many challenging issues before the Coastal Commission. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Ronald Asklin, Nathan Brenner, and Robin Davidoff.
Could you bring up our slides, please?
Yes, give us a moment.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ronald Asklin. I'm chair of the San Diego Conservation Committee of the Sierra Club. We'd like to thank the Coastal Commission for their support in the past with the Seal Society. Our key message today, though, is things are not going well and we need to take action. Next slide, please. At the May Coastal Commission meeting, we spoke about the city's failure to implement the updated management plan for Point La Homa Sea Island Rookery, where they allow the rangers to monitor the La Jolla Cove, which is only 20 yards away. So far, there's been little to no implementations. Rangers rarely monitor the La Jolla Cove area or make announcements as they're supposed to. Over 1,000 people every day go down the stairways to this tiny beach and crowd out adult sea lions with their newborn pups. This is a very serious public safety hazard. We've made every effort to contact the city and the mayor's office, and there's been very little effect. Next slide. On the April meeting of the CCC, we approved a management plan to gain compliance and educate visitors to stay a safe distance from the sea lions. The rangers are supposed to perform periodic checks, which aren't really happening. They're supposed to make public announcements, and it's not happening like it should be, and we'll talk in more detail about that. So next slide, please. So the city of San Diego is failing to achieve the goal that the commission has set for them. There's a lack of clarity. There's an inability to hold rangers accountable. The effect we're seeing is hundreds of tourists put themselves in danger every day by being within a few feet of wild sea lions. This plan fails to manage this mass tourism, reduce harassment, and prevent the death of newborn pups. And those pups are being born as we speak. So thank you very much, and I'll hand off to Nathan.
Nathan Brenner, we have a video for you. Let us know when you want it played.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to show you a video of exactly what Dr. Asklin is talking about We have a city council president who says, I want rangers down on the beach as authority figures because people behave better when there's an authority figure there. What I'm going to show you is it's upsetting. You may want to cover your eyes, but please don't. This is a typical day, and mind you, this is sea lion pupping season right now, when sea lions need the most protection. This is a typical day at the La Jolla Cove, and you'll note, there isn't a single ranger on that beach. The only person you'll see doing crowd control is a Sierra Club docent. So go ahead and start the video, and please understand that we need action now at La Jolla Cove Beach. It's a danger to the public. It's a danger to the wildlife. Oh. That's a child screaming and kicking while his father forces him to take a selfie. This happens every day. This is typical. There's a lone Sierra Club docent trying to manage this crowd, and that is a newborn pup right there. A newborn pup waiting for its mom. So we understand that the Coastal Commission basically said, we'll give this city a chance. It's a work in progress. That was 2 months ago. The city has not done anything, and unless our mayor gets a strong message that this is not acceptable. This is the most valuable coastal resource we have in La Jolla, and it is chaos. We have a crisis at the Cove, and only the Coastal Commission at this point can step in and demand the city manage their resources. It's all of Californians' resources, and it's a travesty. I'm going to turn over to Robin Davidoff, the chair of our SEAL Society for Sierra Club.
Thank you. Robin Davidoff, and then following Robin will be Tiffany Curry and Steve Benegas. Robin.
First slide, please. So I'm Robin Davidoff. I'm the Sierra Club SEAL Society Chair, and I thank both Dr. Asklund and Nathan for their presentation. Can you put up the first slide, please? So first I want to say we support keeping the La Jolla Cove Beach open year-round, but as you just saw, the city must step up and do something. These are felonies that are being committed every single day, and NOAA's not coming. We know that, so the city has to step in. So one of the problems is the way that the updated plan was written, right? They say, do it as conditions and visitation allows. Well, that's just to manage as you see fit. As a result, we see rangers sitting in their truck for their entire 2-hour shift. We see them picking up trash all over the park. Great, but that's not managing the cove and what's going on down there. So the solution is to require the rangers to monitor the cove at a minimum of every 30 minutes as part of their already assigned duties at Point La Jolla, which is the closed area. And that's special condition number 3, 6.7. Next slide, please. The plan's public announcements that they're supposed to be making with their bullhorns is a very long conversation, and it's just too long, and it doesn't work. And so what we recommend is that the city is required to make recorded announcements in English, Spanish, and Chinese, and give instructions that are simple to follow, like stay 25 feet back from the sea lions or 3 car lengths. Next slide, please. Another problem we have are newborns and sick and injured sea lions. And right now there is no way to manage that. So rangers are, rangers, we want to temporarily be able to place A-frame signs and cones on the beach, creating a visual guideline for people to stay behind. And we currently have 3 pups on the beach right now. 1 just died from human intervention. Last year, we had 7 of 9 die from human intervention. And here we have little girls trying to protect little pup from being stepped on. We ask the Commission to instruct the city to implement their current plan and increase the cove's monitoring to every 30 minutes, make announcements, as we just said, and instruct the city to allow the temporary use of cones and tape around newborn pups, and allow the rangers, police, and docents to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tiffany Curry, followed by Steve Benegas, and then Andrew Meyer. Tiffany Curry.
Good morning, my name is Tiffany Curry, and I'm the Public Policy Coordinator at Outdoor Outreach. I'm here this morning to thank the Commission for the resources they allocate to communities like ours to increase equitable access to the coast, particularly through the Whale Tail Grant Program. This is a photo of one of our programs. This is a kayaking trip taking place in Liberty Station in 2024 with one of our partners, the National Conflict Resolution Center. Next slide. Outdoor Outreach connects youth to the transformative powers of the outdoors and giving them a space to explore their world, cultivate belonging, and discover what they're capable of through recreational activities. Outdoor Outreach has been awarded the Whale Tail Grant over the last decade to help fund this important work. Thanks to the Whale Tail support, Outdoor Outreach has served over 20,000 youth in our 25 years in operation. Not only has this project provided San Diego youth with meaningful experiences on San Diego's coast, but it has also raised awareness about South Bay's transboundary pollution crisis and empowered youth to access decision makers and use their voice to advocate for the needs of their communities. I'll leave you with a quote from one of our instructors, Nico. I met a youth participant named Graciela on a tide pooling trip to the Cabrillo National Monument. I noticed she was often isolating herself from the group, so I made an attempt to spend more time with her. I found out that she was only in her second week at a new high school. She told me that she loves going to the beach, but her family doesn't, so she rarely has the opportunity to go. Soon enough, she made a connection with another participant, Chanel, and they bonded over their love for exploring the tide pools. They even opted for less time at lunch so they could spend more time tide pooling. They were the last two participants down. During our lunch, I went to check in with Graciela again, and when we were chatting, a whale spouted closer to the coastline than I had ever seen before. The spray was about 10 to 15 feet up in the air, and we both gasped aloud. I told her it was a whale migrating along the coast, and she had never seen one before. I thank the Commission for their time this morning and their support through the Whale Tail Grant Program. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Steve Menegas, Andrew Meyer, and then Jim Kennedy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Steve Benegas. I represent the 12 Kumeyaay bands in San Diego County in matters of repatriation. I'm here to introduce myself and let you know that the Kumeyaay territory is vast and is from the Mexican border clear to past Riverside. Along the coastline, there are a lot of sacred sites that need to be protected, and we're here to work with anybody and help anybody to protect those sites. The Kumeyaay people have been here since some say 100 to 150,000 years. So along those what are now borders and counties and lines, our territory lies within those. And in each of those territories or those areas, there are sacred sites, especially on the coast. So, like I said, we look forward to working with anybody, especially you folks, to preserve and protect sacred sites. I don't know what you have planned. I don't know. But I do know you want to work with us, the original folks of this area and others, and we'll make ourselves available to help work with this for protection and to keep these sites from being violated and essentially being robbed. I want to thank you for your time, and I want to welcome you to Kumeyaay territory. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Next, Andrew Meyer, Jim Kennedy, and then Douglas Higgins.
Hi, good morning. I have a visual aid.
Yes, give us a moment to bring it up.
Thank you. Great, thanks. My name is Andrew Meyer. I work for the San Diego Bird Alliance, formerly known as the San Diego Audubon Society. We've been working with the Coastal Commission for years. We're over 75-year nonprofit, and the Rewild Mission Bay project is a tidal wetland restoration project that we've been leading as the San Diego Bird Alliance with a coalition of over 97 other organizations. Many of them are here in the room with their own issues. I appreciate the work that the Coastal Commission has done up and down the coast, obviously enforcing the Coastal Act. This is an opportunity to not only restore public access, but also lead on restoring coastal resiliency by putting nature-based solutions first and foremost. If you could go to the next slide. The story of Mission Bay is just like every other coastal lagoon we have in California. Next slide, please. Mission Bay has been moved around, changed dramatically since the Kumeyaay lived here along the shores of a vibrant tidal wetland marsh that looked like this. Next slide, please. It now has gone through drastic change, earth moving, with a lot of impacts to Kumeyaay communities, no doubt, as well as endangered species that are a few of which are shown on the bottom here. Next slide, please. If you could play this video, any chance to show a little bit of bird life along the coast? And this beautiful call that only a mother can love. This is the endangered Ridgway's rail. And this is an image of a wildlife cam in Kendall Frost Marsh, the last 40 acres of tidal wetland in Mission Bay, the last memory of what tidal marsh used to look like in Mission Bay. And this drives home the point that not only do humans need restored public access to this space, so do endangered species. The water quality, the coastal resilience, all of the issues that we have for these kinds of habitats are also the lifeline for endangered species, just like this Ridgway's rail. The San Diego, the Buena Vista Audubon Society and San Diego Bird Alliance fully encourage the Coastal Commission to enforce the levee land project in the city of Carlsbad as well. Also endangered species habitat for the Ridgway's rail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Kennedy, Douglas Higgins, and then Pamela Hetherington. Jim, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Members of the commission, thank you for hosting the public this morning in order to speak on those items that are not on your agenda. I speak today as a member of the California coastal community and as a land use professional, land use planner of 30 years and having interacted frequently with the Coastal Commission. And I speak today to bring a matter to your attention and to the public's attention, and it is a matter of your perception and your competence and credibility regarding political meddling and antics. The Coastal Act was established in 1972 by voter initiative, and the primary objective of the act was to maximize public access along the coast and to maximize public recreational opportunities. That's it. That's the essential charge. What you have often become is a political action committee. I'm speaking of your blatantly political interference in attempting to obstruct the permitting process for SpaceX for purely political reasons. Elon Musk became a supporter of President Trump's election campaign, and for that reason alone, you positioned yourself politically and became his political enemy. You politically attacked publicly Mr. Musk with public statements, making it completely clear your pure political motives in obstructing SpaceX operations at Space Force Base. These things have nothing to do with public access. I don't care very much about public Elon Musk or about partisan politics, but what you've done, I'm afraid, is undermined your credibility. And for what? As a land use planner and professional for my entire career, I've been shocked by how these kinds of antics have been aired in public. So I know that sometimes there's a bit of an echo chamber here, but the public has been watching and the public has not forgotten. And I think that you should stick with land use matters and not engage in purely partisan politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Higgins, Pamela Hetherington, and then Mark Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Doug Higgins, and I am here to introduce California Affordable Lodging Solutions. CALS is a nonprofit that we have formed with the intent of preserving and developing more affordable lodging in the California coastal zone. We spent decades in the private sector working on coastal development projects ourselves, and I think we have been watching for 15 years, as in lieu fees have swelled. Those funds have not been able to be spent effectively on actual physical accommodations for people. We'd like to solve that, and we believe that we can be the bridge between private developers and public entities. We have spent the last 2 years talking with the California Coastal Conservancy and with California State Parks and talking about specific projects that we can work with on them, developing specific projects for them. My partner, Andrew Swerdloff, was the developer that put together the whole mitigation project with Stay Open hotels in San Diego with the port. You know, that ultimately did not happen. Unclear exactly what politically happened that fell apart, you know, but they collected $6 million on that project that my understanding is still sitting in escrow, you know, looking to fund a project. And so there's over $20 million in escrow fees for in lieu projects, you know, that have not been spent yet. We can do on-site mitigation, off-site mitigation, and we can develop in lieu fee programs that can make effective use of these funds. Thank you very much. I'd love to meet you all, and feel free to reach out. Doug.higgins@gmail.com. Thanks.
Thank you. Pamela Hetherington, Mark Stevens, and Peter Kaz.
Could you put up my PowerPoint, please? Hi, everybody. It's all about access, at least for me. Has been for a long time. My name is Pam Hetherington, and I'm the director of the Environmental Center of San Diego. And today I'm here to give you a brief update on a trail that we've been working on in La Jolla called the Princess Street Coastal Access Trail. Next slide, please. It's been a long history. 1974, it was declared a coastal access trail by the city of San Diego. 1979, the commission allowed a house expansion and the easement to the beach. The next 30 some odd years were taken up in litigation until 2016, when an offer to dedicate was recorded by the San Diego Superior Court. 2017, the Environmental Center was found acceptable and accepted the vertical and lateral offers to dedicate at Princess Street. Next slide. Just to give you a physical location, we are a little bit south of La Jolla Shores. Next slide. This is a footprint aerial view of the trail coming between two houses down to the beach. Next slide. Now you're asking, how is the public going to know that there's a trail there? Well, the commission was astute enough to make it very obvious. So next slide. This is the footprint of the proposed trail. Every 12 feet we have a landing. It's a very steep decline, so there's resting spots and there'll be a bench or two for viewing. It's a beautiful place. Next slide. I'll leave you with this slide. It shows you the last 2 years we've partnered with Surfrider Foundation to do tide pool walks at minus tides. We had 30 people on one trip, 30 on the waiting list, and we did that twice. Where we are currently is waiting for the city to give us our CEQA determination, and then we're going to be so excited to come to the Coastal Commission for a CDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Stevens, Peter Kaz, and then Daryl Gale.
Good morning and welcome to San Diego. I'm Mark Stevens, a downtown San Diego resident and professional planner. I appreciate your service and the opportunity to provide additional comments on the project that's already been referenced, the Seaport San Diego proposal for the Central Embarcadero downtown. As noted, the current proposal would overwhelm local infrastructure, service capacity, and environmental carrying capacity. By omitting this proposal, which would generate more coastal development than the rest of the Port Master Plan update combined, really calls into question the EIR that the port is prepared for that. The Seaport San Diego project is already 8 years behind schedule, and the draft EIR was due to be released last year, but the applicant failed to meet this deadline. There would doubtless be a multitude of unmitigable, significant adverse environmental effects. Recently, State Senator Steve Padilla of Chula Vista introduced SB 675 special legislation regarding the proposed project, which is not in his district, designed to severely limit the Coastal Commission's ability to review, condition, delay, or deny the specific project, which is absolutely outrageous and nonsensical. If you're familiar with the Convention Center, which was also previously noted, This proposal would exceed the entire 2.6 million square feet of commercial space that the convention center takes up and blocks off 5 full city blocks of coastal waterfront. Rocco Park would be totally replaced with high-rise buildings, a bayfront 3.5-acre park area. The rendering of plans for Tuna Harbor area is still prominently featured on the Seaport San Diego website, even though commercial fishermen contend that the proposal would simply put them out of business. The coup de grace for this ill-starred proposal, they're now requesting $500 million of public subsidy. It's absolutely crucial that the Coastal Commission retain its ability to conduct an unfettered review of this proposed project. Thanks again on behalf to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Peter Kaz, Daryl Gale, Katie O'Donnell.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Peter, and I'm a mooring permit holder in Newport Harbor. I'm here today because I'm seriously concerned that the City of Newport Beach is not living up to its responsibilities as a trustee of the public tide lines. These lands are supposed to be managed for the benefits of all Californians, not just the nearby homeowners or business interests. The city is now trying to replace our long-standing mooring permits with short-term city-owned licenses that cost a lot more. This major change was rolled out with almost no notice, just one business day over a holiday weekend, and with no hearing from the public. We didn't have any opportunities for the input. That's not how the public trust lands are supposed to be managed. It was not open, it was not fair, and it did not follow the basic principle of due process. We are asking this commission to step in. Please require the city to pause any changes for the mooring system until they have addressed the current inquiries. And going forward, make sure any changes happen through the truly transparent process that includes input from the people who are most affected, those of us who usually use, care, and maintain the moorings. In addition, the moorings are going to be converted to the city-owned license, would cost much more and take away the liveaboard permit in a time that we are battling the lack of affordable housing and homelessness. Instead of adding more liveaboard, the city has adopted reverse strategy by eliminating the affordable housing. Unlike the slips that we have on your right, the moorings do not require any construction, power lines, utilities, or power. They are very, very efficient kind of lifestyle living and completely off-grid. Also in Newport Beach, the moorings and the boats are heavily regulated and safe and seaworthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daryl Gale, Katie O'Donnell, Mark Ranyak.
I'm Daryl Gale. Hello, NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Hi, it's me again, Connie Canister. Thank you for Zooming with me today. You said you'd come visit my school, San Onofre Middle School, when I told you about my green, glowing octopus. I'm still waiting. But something else just happened, and I'm afraid you're not gonna believe me. So I took a picture. Okay, are you ready? This morning, some kind of giant Godzilla-looking glowing green and yellow creature just broke out of the dome. Edison, you will not have to dismantle this dome. And San Diego Zoo, if you're listening, you've got to capture this thing. Don't kill it. Get rid of those damn pink flamingos. This will make you way more money. Oh, and on the edge here, that's my husband and 8-year-old son. Well, when will you be coming? When are you going to come to visit us? Hurry up. I want everybody to see this. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Katie O'Donnell, Mark Ranyak, and then Steve Ray.
Morning, Chair Cummings and Commissioners. I'm Katie O'Donnell. I'm representing Wild Coast, a international coastal and marine conservation organization based in San Diego. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update on the lagoon inlet closures in San Diego, which I gave comments on last month. The San Alejo Lagoon Inlet has been closed off from ocean tidal flow for over 9 months, and last week we saw dead fish in the lagoon. This is very worrying, as this is only what was visible during a visit to parts of the lagoon, and we are working with California's Department of Fish and Wildlife and other stakeholders to address this. This is an issue in Southern California that will continue to happen, which is why we're also closely watching the San Diego Lagoon with CDFW and other local partners. It will be critical to develop a framework so that we have a plan for what to do when a lagoon inlet closes again, and respectfully ask the commissioners for help with any permits that are needed to reopen the inlet in San Alejo and prevent the closure of the inlet at San Diego. We are eager to connect with anyone that can help with this. Our work together will prevent any more die-off in the future and maintain healthy lagoon ecosystems and important resources within our lagoon marine protected areas. Thank you for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Mark Ranyak, Steve Ray, Mary Worley, and then our last in-person speaker we have is Lisa Gilfillan. Mark Ranyak.
Yeah, I have a slide. Bring that up, please.
So we are bringing it up.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Mark Ranyak. I'm a member of the San Diego Embarcadero Coalition, as many of us are here today. I strongly urge the Coastal Commission to reject San Diego Port's PMPU because it is grossly misleading and totally incomplete, as you've heard many examples of that. It deceptively states the central Embarcadero seaport will remain as it is, while the port simultaneously has planned a 2.7 million square foot seaport project with clearly foreseeable major environmental impacts that are absolutely not legal and allowed by the tiering that they're planning to try to slip this under. The real Seaport San Diego plan must be included in a legally compliant PMPU. Some examples of huge environmental impacts from the real current plan, which are illegally omitted from the current PMPU, include adding over 47,000 additional metric tons of CO2 equivalent every year of operation, and compared to the as-is, which they state is their claim. This is clearly significant environmental harm. Seaport San Diego water pollution risk to the bay will increase up to 4 times greater than the false PMPU, as is conditioned due to stormwater runoff and other sources. To fully and legally evaluate the critical environmental impacts of the true Central Embarcadero redevelopment, the real Seaport San Diego project, unquestionably planned and has been publicly presented by the port and its developer, must be included in the PMPU. As it stands, the Commission must reject the current PMPU due to its omission of significant negative environmental impacts in the project that absolutely and cannot legally be piecemealed or tiered by the current law. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Ray, Mary Worley, Lisa Gilfillan.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, other staff, and members of the public. I'm Steve Ray. I'd like to take the next 2 minutes to talk about the next 2 years of your lives and all of our lives. I've been coming to the Coastal Commission for 43 years now, and over that period of time, I have seen a wide variety in the quality of commissioners and commissions and the work that's being done and the coast that's being saved. Starting with the chairmanship of Dana Bochco, who is still on this commission, and continuing through the chairmanships of Donna Brownsey, Carol Hart, Justin Cummings, and now with Megan Harmon. This has been by far the best commission I have ever had the pleasure of dealing with. I hope it continues. Right now we have 4 new members this year on the commission. There may be possibly a 5th, hopefully not, Toff. But however forward we go, you have 2 years ahead of you of work to look at, because in 2 years, in 2027, the terms of 8 members of this commission will expire. I've seen commission changes of 4 people, 5 people, 6 people. That's an awful big change and a lot of hard work for the commissioners and the staff especially. 8 could be the deal breaker. But fortunately, we have such a great staff to deal with this and to help guide the commission, and that the commission can look to for all that hard work that they do. And that could be the salvation here, but you have 2 years to establish your legacy and become the Lower East Commission. Good luck.
Thank you. Mary Worley, Lisa Gilfillan. I don't see a Mary Worley, so Lisa, go ahead. Yep.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Lisa. I'm with Oceana, and I'm a field representative based here in San Diego, so welcome to those of you that are visiting. Oceana is an organization that focuses on advocacy. So I'm here today to thank you for all the work you're doing, in particular addressing the Sable Offshore Corporation up in Santa Barbara. So as we face unprecedented environmental rollbacks at the federal level, we need California and this commission to continue to lead the country forward by protecting our beloved ocean, coast, and communities from any expansion of offshore oil and gas production. I'm glad to hear that you guys are planning on submitting a letter for the BOEM RFI period. That's wonderful. If you need any help with that, I'm happy to do so. I've worked with lots of local cities and counties to get that done throughout California. And on behalf of our more than 130,000 California members of Oceana, we're here to speak in solidarity with our coalition partners that you heard from yesterday, and hopefully some are on the line today to comment. To again, thank you for being the strongest leaders in opposition to Sable's illegal work in Santa Barbara. We're in a climate crisis, and that impacts our coasts and our lives, and California should not be increasing offshore oil and gas production and reopening pipelines that are predicted to cause destructive oil spills. We're here to encourage you to keep up the great momentum and to protect our coasts and all of the people and wildlife that depend on clean, healthy oceans. We urge you to stand strong in continuing to push for a proper coastal development permit for restarting the Santa Ynez unit, and to not allow the project to move forward at all if the risks are there for another catastrophic oil spill. Thank you for your time and all your amazing work, and looking forward to see what comes.
Thank you. One more call for Mary Worley. And then before we continue, I'll just mention that we have 19 people signed up for Zoom public comment. Our first speakers will be Camila Rang, Samantha McDonald, and Barbara Griffith. Sorry. Camila Rang, give us a moment as we're being promoted in. When you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Commissioners, so I couldn't be there in person. Do you guys see my presentation? Because I can't see it on my screen.
Yes, it is up.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I'm Camila Rang from Del Mar, the town where Sandag is the train off of our very fragile bluff. Instead, as you know, on their latest NOP, they have added an option to put even more pressure, weight, vibrations, and holes in the bluff, but trying to double track this very narrow and fragile stretch. Not only would that need to destroy the bluff, but to keep the train safe, Sandag also plans to install 20-foot tall seawalls along the whole beach. They have already added seawalls for the latest station, and now they're asking to install 20-foot tall walls along the whole stretch. We wrote them a letter in February 27 this year telling them this is not a viable option, referencing paragraph 30253 of the Coastal Act. Despite this, they charged through. I want to strongly state that double tracking the bluff should be seen as a new development The development that significantly will contribute to erosion, geological instability, destruction of the bluff, alter the landforms of the beaches below. The community will be negatively impacted and suffer heavily because the unique character of Del Mar, which draws 1 million visitors to town each year, will be destroyed and our beaches will slowly disappear due to the 20-foot seawalls. Please stop this. Please vigorously oppose double track the bluff. Next slide, please. Join us in supporting an option that will have no negative effect on neither the people or the so-called Northern Yellow Line. This line will run on pillars north of the San Diego River between the fairground under I-5 through the Del Mar Hill. This road also opens for restoring to its natural state with no train running on berm through. The line is a win-win for all involved parties. Let's push for it. Or the long-term solution would be to move the whole line to I-5. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Samantha McDonald, Barbara Griffith, Bud Cummins. Samantha McDonald.
Hi,
Give
can
us
you
a
please
moment
bring up my
as
slides?
we have your slides. Just give us a second.
Perfect. My name is Samantha McDonald. I'm from Newport Beach and I live aboard in the mooring field. We've talked to the commission a lot about this issue. It feels like almost 2 years now, and we have to keep coming back because there hasn't been much done yet. But Newport Beach really does need a CDP, a coastal development permit, for the ordinance that they have passed. I'm not a lawyer, but this is just me as a citizen reading the Coastal Act and different sections of it and why they really do need CDP, at least in my opinion. Next slide. Section 301-106 around development. These changes that Newport Beach are making is a form of development that is changing the intensity of use of water and access of water, which is in the Coastal Act. Next slide. Section 302.11 is around the development not interfering with access. Again, this ordinance around moorings is reducing public access in so many ways, especially for low-cost boaters. Next slide. Section 302.13 around lower cost visitor and recreational facilities. This is eradicating a form of low cost boating and recreation, and it's really important that the Coastal Commission look into this and understand why this is the case and why for us this is going to be a huge loss to the boating community in California and to us in Newport Beach especially. Next slide. Section 302.20 around the protection of certain water-oriented activities. Again, this ordinance removes opportunities for water-oriented boating activities. Next slide. This is the last one I'll share. Section 30001.5 looks into the account of social and economic needs. This ordinance is altering the rights and privileges associated with low-cost boating for the benefits of the wealthy boaters, and homeowners in Newport Beach. And it's just clear just from these that they really do need a coastal development permit, and I really encourage you to make sure that's part of the plan of addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Barbara Griffith, followed by Bud Cummins and Patricia Cummins. Barbara.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Griffith, and I'm here to speak about ongoing pattern of discrimination against mooring holders in Newport Beach. As a boater, since I was the age of 16, whom my brother worked for as a maintenance person at Cal State University, he bought a permit in Newport Beach. And from then on, as we've grown older, we have been able to, enjoy the tidelands of Newport Harbor. It is about the last stable, affordable way to access the coast for many of us. But in the past few years, we've seen a series of policy changes that feel like they are designed to push the boaters like myself and my brother out of the harbor. In 2022, the city tried to raise the mooring rates, not the homeowners' pier rates, but only the mooring rates of 1,000%. In 2024, they proposed a 300 to 500 rate increase. In 2025, they tried to cram and select moorings dangerously close to each other. And now, with no due process, they are trying to take away our permits and replace them with expensive, short-term city-owned licenses, which will then result in the loss of cost-effective mooring tackle and the deposit that were made to acquire these permits, as my brother did well over 50 years ago. These changes, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bud Cummins, Patricia Cummins, and then Lydia Ponce. Bud Cummins, are you with Pat Cummins?
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. All right, good morning. I'm Bud Cummins, a longtime mooring permittee. And are my slides up? Yeah, great. Thank you. I'm Bud Cummins, longtime mooring permittee in Newport Harbor. I want to point out that mooring holders have been paying more than our fair share for over a decade, while enduring more restrictive rules and regulations than just about any other group in the harbor. And now, instead of being treated fairly, we're the ones facing elimination. Even though the mooring permit system is called low cost, it actually brings in a lot of money for the city's Tidelands Fund, more than any other permit type in the harbor. According to the city's own financial report for 2023-24, about 1,200 mooring permits brought in $1.9 million through offshore and onshore fees, sublets, and transfer fees. By comparison, the roughly 1,200 residential pier permits only brought in about $280,000, considerably less, during that same period. There's a huge difference for the same Tidelands usage. Next slide, please. But the city wants to take our mooring permits and convert them to even more expensive city-owned licenses. For us, retired on a fixed income, it amounts to a 450% raise. At an average 3% CPI, it would take 57 years for a cost to go up 450%. When we bought and planned to live aboard, there can be no way to budget for such an unexpected jump. Then I learned what the homeowners pay for yachts compared to us, which is way less now without even this big raise, which, as the slide shows, the discrepancy really increases. We hope you'll agree that the city would fix the fee imbalance before making any drastic changes to a system that's already working. Thank you. Thank you very much for even considering all this.
Thank you. Next is Pat Cummins, followed by Lydia Ponce, and then George Weiss. Pat, give us a second as we bring your presentation up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a slide as well. It's a little different than Bud's.
Yes, we're bringing it up.
Should I start? Hi, good afternoon. I'm Pat Cummins, a Coast Guard licensed captain, a longtime mooring permittee, and one of the 51 liveaboards here in Newport Beach out of the 800 moorings. I just wanted to highlight how well the current mooring permit system works for the public here in Newport. If you look at the slide, you'll see two very different ways boats are stored. On the left is a typical dock. You can walk right up to the boat. There's power, electric heat, water, often dedicated parking, and other nice amenities. Now look at the right side. That's a mooring out of the middle of the bay. There's no parking, no water, no electricity. We get to our boats by rowing or paddling out in a dinghy or kayak. The local coastal program actually recognizes the reduced value of this. It says the city should continue to provide shore moorings and offshore moorings as an important source of low-cost public access to the water and the harbor. Under the current permitting system, we own and pay to maintain the mooring gear ourselves, the ball, the chain, the anchor that holds the boat in place. We cover those costs out of pocket. This keeps the system affordable. It's what provides stable coastal access for regular working people, lifeguards, teachers, mechanics, licensed captains, retirees, folks who love the ocean but are on a budget. Our moorings don't just benefit us, they provide coastal access to other boaters. When we are away on a trip or a boat is in the yard for repairs, the city sublets the sublet program lets visiting boats use our moorings. And while we maintain the gear ourselves, the sublet revenue goes straight to the city Tidelands Fund. Seems like a good trade-off. This could be a great way for less affluent boaters to get access to Newport Harbor, but the sublet fees have gotten so high that many traveling boaters just skip Newport Beach together. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Didn't get
Next, Lydia Ponce, George Weiss, and then Brian Rosen. Lydia Ponce.
Let's all remember, relatives, that it's a good morning because our eyes opened and we're here together to put our best thoughts and prayers and our ideas together. The ocean doesn't need us to talk about how we're going to change her yet again. The ocean is our medicine. She's part of our mother, our Earth Mother. And the coast is never saved. It's always being saved. Quote Peter Douglas, and may he rest in peace and continue to, may he not be turning in his grave with the atrocities that are being planned, the mining of our ocean floor, and so many conversations about the volcano that's going to blow in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and that it's going to cause 10,000 earthquakes. You know, maybe that's what's going to bring us back to our humanity, as I mentioned yesterday. Maybe, unfortunately, we would need a natural disaster. I don't wish death upon anyone or harm to anyone, not any living, sentient being. These relations that we have with the sea lions, they're not ours to discern whether or not they're being cared for or well cared for, because you should be first going to the Kumeyaay, and they know how to best mitigate these things, because we're so detached and so attached to papers and agendas and minutes that we really need to reconnect ourselves to what is right. Too often in the past years, I've heard of people with their ideas of the rats on an island and how they're going to poison them and how they can possibly give them birth control and just all these crazy things. We have to get back to nature, one within ourselves, and just drawing breath is an act of resistance to the things that are upon our heads. We equally have and share the opportunity to build different along our coast, to be better relatives to everything that provides so much for us. She is our medicine. That ocean is our medicine. So please take care of each other, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. George Weiss, Brian Rosen, and then Sahar Zaidi. George Weiss, we seem to be having trouble promoting you as a panelist. I'm going to allow you to speak as an attendee. You should be able to unmute now. George Weiss.
Thank you. Thank you, George Weiss here. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Could you bring up the presentation? This is a picture of waves hitting Table Rock during a recent storm. It's a 3-story building. Probably shouldn't have been built where it was built, and they had to floor it up the first and second floors due to the high waves. So I just wanted to present that as an element of what I'm talking about today. Next slide, please. In 2015, this project was built actually after that, and it was supposedly a minor remodel of a home on 11 Lagunitas, one of our prominent beaches at Victoria Beach. The Coastal Commission sued the owners because they had not gotten proper permits from the Coastal Commission. It was brought all the way to the California Supreme Court, fined $1 million, and the seawall, illegal seawall, was taken away that should be reinforced. This was built on the beach, and the original house was grandfathered, so it would only be able to remodel in its current condition. Next slide, please. So this is what happened recently, and the seawall is gone today. That was a few months ago. That picture was taken by me. I just wanted to point out the kind of development that's taken place in Laguna over the years. There's been a lot of grandfathered buildings or structures on the beach and on the coastal bluff. So just after the 2021 final ruling on this, the city manager, John Petig, initiated a study of the rates of erosion along the 7-mile long coast. And it found that there was very little erosion, so the city could actually build closer than the 25-foot mark, which Coastal Commission rules. And this ordinance is still in progress and will be brought back to City Council supposedly the end of the year.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Next is Brian Rosen, Sahar Zaidi, and Maura O'Neill. Brian, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Hi, Coastal Commission members. I just want to talk to you about how difficult it is for people without computers to be able to communicate with you. You know, my friend doesn't have a computer. I have to give her the information, and it should be easier because there actually are people that don't have computers. I even know people that don't have cell phones. So we need to make it easy for everybody, including elderly people who aren't savvy with the latest technology to participate. I tried so hard to participate. I kept clicking the buttons, speaker form. It was the hardest thing in the world. Then I had to call in and sign up that way. So finally, I don't know what's wrong with the site right now, but okay, we don't have a lot of time. You know, all of you are taking airplanes to the meetings. I love the way Greta Thunberg doesn't like taking airplanes. The trouble is we got millions and millions of people who all have a good reason to do it. The population has it increased so dramatically, so we're all having this huge impact. I wish you could take the train. And, you know, I think you need to the politics is too powerful. I remember on the SURF project, all the politicians zeroed in, and all of a sudden they changed their mind, and even though they admitted it would be a substantial impact, they changed their mind and it didn't make any sense. Every alternative was infeasible because they would have to be studied. They had all kinds of reasons. And I think it was Sheldon Hart, all the traffic was described a nightmare. Well, that traffic would still be there even if the SURF was put in because it only bypasses 4 miles of freeway where the best flow is. So I think you need to, it's sad because I don't think you even understood it. There's still going to be a lot of traffic, and you might bypass 4 miles of Highway 1, but there's going to be tons and tons of traffic, and you didn't understand, and politics came in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Sahar Zaidi, Maura O'Neill, and Samuel Casillas. Sahar Zaidi.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sahar Zaidi, and I'm a Canadian law student at the University of Windsor, specializing in international and environmental law and policy. I'm currently a legal intern with Defend Them All, a nonprofit committed to community-centered legal policy advocacy for animals and ecosystems. I'm here today to respectfully urge the Commission to reject the Navy's proposed expansion of military training activity on the Pacific Coast. The proposed activities would drastically increase noise pollution, vessel traffic, and high-intensity water use across hundreds of thousands of square miles of ecologically sensitive areas that are home to protected minnows, dolphins, lions, seabirds, and essential fish habitats. The Navy itself has estimated that over 30 million disturbances and hundreds of injuries and deaths to marine animals.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, are you talking about an item on today's calendar? I couldn't quite hear the beginning.
Yes, I'm speaking on the Navy's proposed expansion of military training
Thank you. That's
activities.
an item on our agenda, so you'll have to come back when that item is called. Thank you.
I believe that's item 9A, so we'll call you back in item 9A. Next is Maura O'Neill, Samuel Casillas, and then Mike Fleming. Maura O'Neill.
Good morning, Commissioners, and congratulations to the new Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Maura O'Neill. I'm a policy analyst for Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, and community members. We seek to regulate short-term rentals through true home sharing and hosted-only rentals to balance coastal access and long-term housing needs. I'm here to speak on general public comment about Del Mar's amendment to its local coastal program, which is intended to regulate short-term rentals. In reviewing the LCPA, the Coastal Commission and its staff should consider stronger regulations on short-term rentals to properly balance coastal access and resident needs. Del Mar's LCPA institutes a primary residency requirement. However, the LCPA grandfathers in over 100 previously existing short-term rentals that don't have that primary residency requirement. Additionally, the ordinance
Ms. O'Neill,
establishes...
This item is also on our agenda for today. Thank you.
I'm commenting on the, generally on the LCPA, not on the time extension, if that's okay, but if not, I understand.
And that is correct. It's just the time extension that's on today, not
Okay.
the substance of the amendment.
Thank you. My apologies. Please continue.
No worries. I definitely understand the confusion. Yeah, so this is just generally speaking about it as it comes before staff and the commission in the future. So I'll just continue. We recommend lowering the cap, which is currently at 5%, for the total number of short-term rentals in the city of Del Mar to a 1%, which protects tenants and homeowners, and also has been implemented in other jurisdictions in the coastal zone, such as Seal Beach. More short-term rentals, we've advocated before on this topic, they don't lead to more affordable coastal lodging. So in Del Mar, the average daily rate of a short-term rental is actually $260 per night, which is over the threshold to qualify as affordable housing. So we just hope that you consider this as you see the Del Mar LCPA in the future, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And I believe we're down to our last 5 speakers. Heads up. Next, Samuel Casillas, Mike Fleming, and then Leslie Honda. Samuel Casillas, go ahead.
Hi, Coast Commission. During last month's hearing for Pacifica's LCIUP, I was appalled. I was devastated by your betrayal, not just to the people of Pacifica, but to the people of California and to the environment. This commission and its staff used to stand behind the best available science, value the public's input, and stay politically neutral. Instead, you capitulated to the lobbying forces of Sacramento from land speculators, realtors, and developers who have no intention of mitigating for coastal hazards or building affordable housing, and you called it a compromise. Your boy Scott Wiener rolled you, and you were compelled to grovel to their puppet from the city of Pacifica. If the outcome wasn't so devastating, it would have been comical to see you justify your votes. Deplorable statements, always uttered with lazy CYA excuses. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's better than nothing. Can't stand the way of progress. You jumped up and down for a bunch of future policies the city has no intention of enacting, and you have no wherewithal to enforce. This was not anywhere close to good, goes backwards, and is worse than nothing by approving the destruction over shorelines. During public comments, the vast majority of the public asked you to reject this LCIP based on science and obvious violations of the Coastal Act. The only supporters were a bunch of politicians who are bought and paid for by developers. You all looked bored and disengaged, which signaled the outcome was predetermined. After the vote, one of you even tried to gaslight us by invoking the name of Peter Douglas, who would have eviscerated this decision to carve up the Coastal Act, and he would have forced you to resign for your lack of political courage and betrayal of the people of California. But I shouldn't be surprised, since this developer giveaway has been building since you shivved Charles Lester. Because of your vote, don't be surprised by future lack of public participation. Why bother if you don't have the money to litigate? It is clear that the public will never again get a fair hearing by this commission. You only punch down, and only recourse is expensive litigation that is affordable only to the filthy rich.
Next is Mike Fleming, Leslie Honda, Diana Sandoval, and then finally Elena Tillman. Mike Fleming.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mike. I'm a Coast Guard licensed captain. I've been boating in Newport all my life, and I'm now living on a moored boat. And the first thing I want to do is just thank you so much for standing up for us when the City Harbor Commissioners tried to railroad through a crazy mooring arrangement where we'd all be moored so close to each other we could not run into each other trying to get on our mooring when the wind or tide is going the wrong direction. We saw that plan over and over and over, same slideshow every month, as if they were completely deaf. And the most recent thing that they promoted was after you've seen this statements by my other mooring permittees about the huge difference in price for us to have a very undeveloped, primitive ball out in the middle of the water with very inadequate docking for our dinghies, little or none. Many people go on a paddleboard or in a kayak to get to their boat, and they have to, if they don't live down here, they have to bring it down on the roof of their car. It's not at all worth the money more, or let me rephrase that. It is worth it, but it's crazy that the city wants to increase it by 300 or 400%. And you, somebody, Tidelands or you, stepped in and said, hold on, let's take a look at this, because the people that are paying much less and have the ability to pay equal or more than us have just been passed over year after year after year. And we really haven't heard anything as far as where this is going, but I just pray that you will continue to keep your eyes on the city. They're very straightforward in what they're doing, and that is to make the moorings something that's out of our price range. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Next, Leslie Honda, Diana Sandoval, and then Elena Tillman. Leslie Honda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioners and the general public, my name is Leslie Honda, lead ornithologist at the San Diego Bird Alliance. We're concerned that the City of San Diego plans to resume spraying a bioagent on the bluffs in La Jolla in efforts to reduce the smell. In absence of oversight from the Regional Water Quality Board, I urge the Commission to take action to protect our sensitive marine biodiversity in this important marine protected area. Last time, the City of San Diego demonstrated extreme negligence to wildlife management and sprayed near active nests and flightless chicks in the sensitive seabird breeding colonies of birds of conservation concern Brandt's cormorant and western gull, which is also an orange tipping point species, which requires immediate attention and proactive conservation efforts to prevent further declines and potential extinction per the 2025 State of the Birds Report. According to the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and CDFG 3503, it's unacceptable to spray any chemicals near active nests or eggs, as the porous eggshells can absorb chemicals and the young flightless seabirds cannot rinse off chemicals if sensitive mucosal membranes are irritated. We're also concerned about chemicals and surfactant in the spray running off into the marine protected area of the Motlahile State Marine Reserve with transference from wildlife, excessive treatment of spraying multiple times a month by the City of San Diego, and past negligent management practices where the City of San Diego sprayed right before it rained. As surfactants are known to be damaging to delicate marine ecosystems, could disrupt marine animal communication, contribute toward algal blooms, reduce oxygen in the water, reduce fish populations and biodiversity. We urge the Commission to take action to help protect this ecologically sensitive marine protected area. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Diana Sandoval, Elena Tillman, and then I'll call some names that we weren't able to find. Diana Sandoval.
Good morning. Can I have my presentation up, please?
Yes, we're bringing it up. Give us a second.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Diana Sandoval, and this is my 7th time discussing the blocked public equestrian and hiking trail at 3215 Foothill Road, Carpinteria. To recap, this public trail, which should be accessible to the public, has gone unrecorded and blocked for years. Despite this clear violation, Santa Barbara County has known about it for 13 months, and the Commission has known for a year, but the issue remains. The public trail is unrecorded and blocked. The 15-foot wide public equestrian and hiking trail easement was required to be recorded prior to land use clearance, yet this condition was not met, but the permits were unlawfully issued, violating the Coastal Act and the permit conditions set forth in several CDPs. Slide, please. Since the trail has gone unrecorded, the Commission has the opportunity to require the county to immediately open a southern entrance via Sarapola Drive, a public street that would allow immediate public-to-public access once recorded. Slide, please. Santa Barbara County is using a 1-foot buffer, again 1 foot, at Sarapola Drive, which the same property owner owns, as an excuse to deny the southern entrance. As we see in this grant deed, the 1-foot buffer is part of the same deed and should not be used as an excuse. I respectfully request an update from staff or enforcement on the current status of the blocked public trail, as I have not received any communication from the Commission for several months. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena Tillman, we seem to be having trouble promoting you as a panelist. You should now be able to unmute as an attendee.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to be reading something on behalf of another person who was unable to attend today. I'm just going to be reading a letter. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead. This is on behalf of Ellen Stanton. She says, I have an MA in psychology and academic work that includes animal behavior and ethology studies. I've been observing the pinnipeds in La Jolla for over 15 years and have provided many educational programs, including a STEM lecture. I've worked with La Jolla Friends of the Seals in many capacities and have created several documentaries on the subject. The importance of effectively managing the areas in and around Point La Jolla and the Cove Beach cannot be overemphasized in my view. People get too close to animals on the Cove Beach. Rangers need to monitor the La Jolla area carefully and consistently. Supervisors need to ensure that there is effective and sufficient coverage so that people are not put at a safety risk by getting too close to sea lions and pups. My observations indicate that the presence of a ranger on site is critically important to the effective management of the huge number of tourists that come to see these animals. This means that a ranger needs to be there daily. I've seen injured sea lions dying in the surf, being approached by people who may be well-intentioned but who are ignorant of the added stress and distress that their presence may be causing to a compromised animal. I have also seen people on the beach getting too close to the animals, creating significant concerns about safety. A ranger presence to provide the appropriate management is very important in such situations. Of critical importance is the ability of rangers, docents, and lifeguards to use and place cones around injured sea lions and neonates to keep people and pinnipeds safe. This tool is of great importance for effective management. As a side note, the videos that were shown earlier were especially powerful and also support the need for rangers on that beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then a few names that we weren't able to find, again in person, Mary Worley, Ronnie Jacobs, Omar Rahal, Jim Takayama, and Lorna Moffett. If you've heard your name, please raise your hand in the meeting. Again, that's Mary Worley, Ronnie Jacobs, Omar Rahal, Jim Takayama, Lorna Moffett. All right, I'm seeing a couple raised hands. One is an unknown phone number. I'm going to allow you to unmute. Please state your name. This is the number ending in 705.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners. Lorna Moffett here. Welcome to the Fourth Reich. Trump is testing the mettle of all Americans, and you, Commissioners, are no exception. You will be threatened as no time in our history, and you will be tested as all of us are. It's better to resign than bend to the remover to remove. I'm afraid for us all, but that fear is our defeat. We must think outside the protest box. How can we defeat this movement to bring back gas and oil, to deny global warming? It's going to have to be an individual effort on all of our parts. We ourselves are going to have to stop using so much resources. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be hell, but we have no choice because we are up against Trump. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we're seeing one other hand raised under the name Jim Holt. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please unmute.
Sorry, I'm using his email to log in. So this is Jim Takayama. Commissioners, I'd like to start by congratulating Hermosa Beach Councilman Ray Jackson on his appointment to the commission. He's the one with the baseball cap. As Hermosa Beach Strand homeowners, squarely within the coastal zone, I welcome the idea of having one of our own helping to shape our statewide coastal policy. However, I must raise a serious concern. At the March 25th Hermosa Beach City Council meeting, Hermosa Beach Councilman Jackson delivered a 5-minute prepared statement supporting a broad ban of short-term vacation rentals across most of the city,
Sir.
including...
If you could please make sure to confine your comments to the Coastal Act and matters that are likely to come before us as a commission. Thank you.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Thank you. I'd like to reclaim my time, including the coastal zone. The transcript is in your package. His comments are directly contradict the longstanding directive of this commission that short-term rentals are a form of coastal access and cannot be broadly prohibited without commission review and approval. In addition, he voted to adopt the city attorney's recommendation, asserting that Hermosa Beach's current short-term regulations are valid and enforceable even without the approval from the Coastal Commission. Given these circumstances, I respectfully request the Commissioner Jackson recuse himself from any Coastal Commission deliberations or decisions relating to Hermosa Beach local coastal program and short-term rental policy. This is not personal. It's about maintaining the public trust in the Commission's neutrality and process integrity. Finally, I'd like to follow up on the inquiry made at the April meeting where a commissioner asked about the status of the Hermosa Beach LCP after public comments. I haven't seen a public update yet and simply ask that it doesn't fall through the cracks. 10 years after accepting grant funding, Hermosa still has no LCP, yet continues enforcing unapproved restrictions from the coastal zone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other hands raised. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the commission for questions or comments. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Going back to the La Jolla Cove seal pupping, Ms. Hagee, I know you're not on the dais, but through the director, is this a violation of some sort, given that it seems to be a requirement of some sort?
So I don't believe we think there's a violation at this time, but we're always paying attention and watching. But I am going to, if it's all through the chair, turn it over to Carl to give a little bit of a response from staff on this issue.
So, thank you. So this is an issue we obviously take very seriously. And we appreciate the passionate advocacy from the members of the public who care deeply about the sea lions at La Jolla Cove. Staff share those concerns, and we support a responsible stewardship of marine life and coastal access alike. However, the Commission's role here is somewhat limited. The primary authority for marine mammal protection lies with NOAA under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And while we have consulted with NOAA in the past, they've advised that they do not have enough enforcement staff to take action in La Jolla, especially given that the overall sea lion population is healthy and not under threat. So staff has worked extensively with the City of San Diego on their adoption of a management strategy that includes the signage, the seasonal closures, the ranger patrols focused on education and compliance, and we acknowledge the frustration of advocates who believe these measures fall short. And that more needs to be done. However, the city has communicated to commission staff their intention to keep evaluating the site, but is not proposing any changes at this time. Commission staff's continuing to stay engaged, monitoring the situation, maintaining communication with city staff, and assessing whether any future changes might trigger a stronger role for the commission. We're also mindful that our staff resources are limited. And this is one of many Coastal Act issues across the state that's demanding our attention. We understand that this is a deeply felt issue for many members of the public, and we remain committed to staying informed and responsive as the situation evolves. However, at this time, we do not believe there is any additional action for commission or staff to take at this time.
Would it be appropriate or inappropriate to ask, maybe at one of our future next couple of meetings, that they appear by Zoom? They don't have to come to the meeting. I understand there's travel and all that, but is it appropriate to ask that they come and maybe give us an update?
The City of San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
and
can
say
ask them.
we're very concerned about this, and we'd like to know what you're doing proactively, given there have been some suggestions that seem rather benign and not overly hardship, no
We
big
agree.
hardship to put barricades around when they're, I know that in Hawaii they do it around the nene nesting and it's not that big a deal.
I wanted to just also share that in the city of Monterey, San Carlos Beach, so there's uneven dealing with this situation in different jurisdictions. So, for example, the city of Monterey right now, sea lions on San Carlos Beach are occupying San Carlos Beach, and the city has closed that area. So you can't go down on the beach. You can look next to it and see all the sea lions. So there's an uneven application within jurisdictions. I wonder if the League of Cities or the or the County Supervisors Association have any guidance. I know they have coastal caucuses at both of those local jurisdictions. So I wonder if they have some guidance that would share best practices.
Yeah, we can certainly raise with the City of San Diego your request to have them appear and give an update on sort of where they are in their monitoring. As again, we've maintained staff-to-staff contact, but we can certainly ask them to come and give an update to you directly. And then I appreciate the comment about the League of Cities. There's a coastal caucus, and I believe maybe we could even raise that with them as a potential suggested topic. So thank you for that suggestion as well.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start out just thanking my fellow San Diegans for showing up today. There's too many of you to thank, but thank you for all your advocacy and everything you're doing. I really appreciate it. I want to ask a question that I want to just circle back really quick. For the speakers on the Embarcadero, they mentioned that Chatton Brown law firm had submitted a letter. Do we have that as commissioners? I don't, because it was general comment. I guess it wasn't listed publicly in the agenda.
So this issue, staff may have received a letter that wouldn't have been passed on to you yet because the issue is not before you.
Sure, understood.
And it's frankly a long time before it would come before you. Okay. So, however, we're happy to provide that letter if you're interested.
Available,
absolutely.
Yeah,
for anybody who's interested, let us know. We can pass it on to you.
Okay, thanks much. And then on the Cove and Sea Lines, I live just a few miles from there. I think I've spoken about this before. I mean, I just want to be on record saying it's an utter failure of the city of San Diego, their leadership, their staff in this case. I would be happy to serve as a liaison to take some of the weight off you guys in dealing with the city on this, but I can't say the words today as to how I actually feel about this. But is there anything I can do locally? I would do it because I really, I won't even bring out-of-towners to this area anymore, which is just a shame. So I appreciate the work that the folks are doing out in the public, and I do think the city of San Diego has failed, those of us who care so much about wildlife and that issue.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Malley. We will take you up on your offer.
Thank you. And just one question for me. I'd love to get an update on the Santa Barbara County Polo Trail situation. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Lisa to come up, Lisa Heggie, to give a quick update. Thank you.
So I'm happy to say that although we've not had a success, we've been making efforts. Since the last meeting, we sent a letter to the city and asked them for documentation about acceptance of the easement, since there seems to be some disagreement about that. And we also asked for copies of the original OTD made to satisfy the permit conditions in the first place. And we asked them to also open the trail segment. What happened was we got a letter back from them telling us that an offer had been made and that they were looking at it internally, and they didn't provide any of the documentation that we asked for. So we asked them again for the documentation, and we are preparing a follow-up letter. So we're on it, and I just wanted to say that we also were addressing the issue of the permitting for the bridge repair. I can't remember if she mentioned that today, but she has mentioned it before in other public comments. So we're on both of them, and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your continued effort. And I would say I very much hope to see the county engaging collaboratively moving forward. So,
we do as well. It would be very helpful.
Indeed, it would. Thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the speakers.
I watched one of the coastal meetings before my appointment, I think it was the last month, and the sea lion issue came up. And the fact that nothing's been done in that month is somewhat disconcerting. To watch the sea lions is a beautiful thing. A lot of people are excited, and of course, we all want to take the selfies and whatnot. But, and the city actually promotes the sea lion tours, which is a great thing. But you also have to take into consideration safety of the visitors as well as safety for the wildlife. And I think the city needs to take a look at their efforts in that regard. I just wanted to ask quickly about the moorings. Anything that we can talk about that?
Sure, I can give a quick update. As folks on the commission who've been here for a while will remember, and a little bit of background for some of our new commissioners, this issue came before us a year plus, 2 years ago, last year, thank you. So there was a proposal by the city of Newport to change the mooring fee structure in Newport Harbor. And it was unclear at the time whether they needed a CDP. We engaged with the city on this, and as well with the State Lands Commission, because these are public tide lands. And at the time when we received that proposal, we asked the city to pause in their adoption of any mooring fee changes, and they did so. And in part because the State Lands Commission stepped in and said that they were going to do a full review of all the mooring rates and the way that the city was looking through any changes to how their harbor was managed. So the state, that is ongoing. We got an update from the State Lands Commission that their commission, they receive a lot of public comment on this as well. Their commission asked staff to do an update at their next hearing, which is for August. And while we don't have a substantive update from State Lands Commission staff on what their review will reveal, we expect that in that time frame, I think in August, we'll have a better sense of where they're going with that review. So what we can do, we'll obviously interact with State Land staff. We'll be paying attention to that hearing, and then can bring you all an update shortly thereafter with what the State Lands determination is on, and then what kind of how we expect it will move forward from there.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. I'm more curious because when you go to Avalon and Catalina, those moorings are privately owned and sell for upwards of $1 million. So not to conflate the two, but now I'm curious. So we can talk about that later. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break and come back at, say, 12 minutes, 11:20, but be back at 11:20. Thanks. Okay, thank you everyone. We're back in session, and that brings us to item 5, the administrative calendar. Thank you, Mr. Schwing.
Thank you. So agenda item 5 is the administrative calendar for all districts and units on the agenda today. There's 2 projects from Newport Beach. Conditions are acceptable to the applicant. There's no known opposition. I do want to note there's an addendum with just a correction to the applicant's name on item 5A. So on this item, we're just looking for whether 4 or more commissioners object to the issuance of these 2 administrative permits.
Seeing no objections, permits are so issued.
We should check and see if we have public comment. I don't believe we do, but we should double check.
Is there public comment?
We have 2 available for questions only.
Wonderful, thank you. So now the permits are so adopted. Thank you. And we'll move on to the consent calendar, please.
And item 6 is the consent calendar for all units and districts on the agenda today. Again, there's 2 items from Orange County. We aren't aware of any controversy on these items, and the applicants are in agreement with staff recommendations. So staff recommends approval of these matters on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Are there any ex partes on either of these matters? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment, please.
We have 1 available for questions only.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, comments or a motion, on the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Thank you. So that is a motion by Commissioner Kelly and a second by Commissioner Preciado. Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The consent calendar is adopted, and now we'll move
Madam Chair,
to...
can I ask a quick question
Please,
on this?
Commissioner
I know
Lopez.
I did have an ex parte, and then we had some shifting in the consent this morning, but I don't believe that was on the list. I just wanted to confirm that.
So these
before
are...
Next one. All right, perfect. Thank you.
So these are for items that have been moved from the regular calendar to consent now. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have 3 items being recommended again. Item 11A, this is the City of Newport Beach's LCP amendment on non-residential parking standards. Item 13B, the Thompson Trust and First American Trust Newport Beach application. And item 15A, the City of Del Mar's short-term rentals LCP amendment time extension. I do want to note there's correspondence on and an addendum on item 11A. The correspondence identifies several inconsistencies between fast casual and fast food parking requirements that staff didn't identify as raising a significant coastal resource issue. There was also one error that the city corrected and is included in the addendum. There's also an addendum on item 13B with corrections and correspondence on item 15A in favor of the LCP time extension. So we aren't aware of any continued objections to the Newport Beach Amendment, and we're recommending that matter and the others be approved on consent pursuant to the staff recommendation.
Thank you. And now time for ex partes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, so I'll share that I did have communication on the parking question as well as the difference between fast food and fast casual. It was very illuminating for my staff and I. It was a 15-minute communication that focused on the contents of the report itself. And so I just wanted to share that with the public since that did happen Monday. So within the 7-day window, is there anything else I need to share? And I'm blanking on his name, but I'm looking at him at the back. Don Schmitz and staff from the city.
Thank you. And I also had an ex parte on that item with Don Schmitz and Benz Deba from Newport Beach this morning at 8:30 right outside for 5 minutes. And similarly, we spoke about the parking item, the difference between fast food and fast casual, and they noted that a lot of work has gone into this, and they're appreciative and in agreement with staff's recommendation. Any other ex partes? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment, please.
Okay, so we have Don Smith on 11A, he's here attending, and John Korn on 13A, who should be attending in person as well. Don Smith, John Korn.
Comments?
Sorry, 13A later.
Thank you. Okay, well then that closes public comment, and I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion and a second, or comments.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion for approval by Commissioner Lowenberg and a second by Commissioner O'Malley. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The items are so approved. And now we will move to Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency. Mr. Tufo, to you.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. That brings us to item 8 and the Deputy Director report for the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Division. We have 3 negative determinations to report, 1 immaterial amendment, and 2 waivers for the Commission's consideration. These projects are for the San Diego Gas and Electric to complete transmission line improvements in San Diego County, for the installation of seasonal swim platforms for the public slightly offshore of Santa Barbara, and for inspection and natural gas pipeline repair work by Southern California Edison, also in Santa Barbara County. I believe we have 2 speakers signed up to speak on these items, and we then ask whether 3 or more commissioners object to the immaterial amendment and waivers in the DDR. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Holly Harris, who doesn't appear to be on Zoom, but she's available for questions. And then we have Steve Ray, who's attending in person.
Is Stephen here?
Steve
Ray.
Ray.
This is on item 8. Okay. You were so fast with the other 2. Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, I'm Steve Ray. Wanted to address the issue relative to the Point Loma Cyber Lab that's being proposed for the Naval Base issue. I wanted to point out that, first of all, that I support the staff's recommendation to not concur with the negative determination.
I think this is comment for the next item, 9A. Oh, no?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Commissioner. This is one of the negative determinations included in the Deputy Director report.
Okay. Yeah, so I wanted to support staff's recommendation, but I also want to mention that I fully support the Navy's efforts to secure for our security and their operational commands, purposes, and everything. But while I support staff's non-concurrence, there is a kind of a gray area of the law regarding relationship between the military and the commission and the commission decisions. And I wanted to say that there's a way around this, and that is things like redesigning the lab, for instance. There are ways to resolve this issue without creating any additional conflicts between the needs of the military and the decisions of the commission. So I encourage both parties to work hard to find that solution. I only have 2 minutes, so I can't discuss I can't still solve it for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the DD's report? Okay, seeing none, the commission concurs. Now we will move to item 9A. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite our environmental scientist, Walt Deppy, to introduce our next item, the consistency determination by the U.S. Navy for its offshore training and testing program.
Good morning, Commissioners. This next item is 9A. The U.S. Navy submitted a consistency determination, or CD, for the California portion of their proposed Hawaii-California training and testing program. The proposed program would occur over 7 years and include a wide range of military activities across more than 300,000 square miles of ocean offshore of California, covering the area on the right side of the map shown here. The current proposal is the 5th multi-year training and testing program reviewed by the Commission since the Navy began submitting CDs for them in 2006. In each prior case, the Commission's review resulted in an objection due to conflicts with the Coastal Act's marine resource protection policies, as summarized in the staff report. Next slide, please. This slide shows the various range areas offshore of California where the training and testing activities would occur. Most would be focused in the open ocean far from shore, but some would occur in nearshore areas off Southern California and at 4 new approach lanes for amphibious vehicles along the Central Coast. As such, the proposed program would extend across state, federal, and international waters. Proposed activities include various types of air, surface, and underwater warfare training and testing that would affect coastal resources. This would involve widespread operation of crewed and uncrewed surface and submarine vessels and aircraft, the use of high-energy sonar, explosives and other munitions, high-energy lasers, air guns, and the installation of subsea infrastructure, as well as other activities. Next slide, please. Although this is the 5th CD review of multi-year Navy offshore training and testing programs by the Commission, the currently proposed version includes several notable differences. Primarily, the area of operations is being expanded beyond the previous Southern California range, shown on the left, to include extensive training areas and activities offshore of Central and Northern California, shown on the right. While the Commission reviewed and concurred with a more limited set of training and testing activities in the Point Neguse range in 2020, many actions are now proposed in that area, including use of in-water explosives and high-intensity sonar. Other differences from earlier programs include new and expanded use of large uncrewed ships and submarines, reductions in the size and number of seasonal avoidance areas for sensitive marine mammal habitats off Southern California, and significant increases in the number of individual marine mammals estimated to be subject to disturbance and injury. Next slide, please. The standard of review for this CD is whether the project is consistent with the enforceable policies of the California Coastal Management Program, which consists of the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. The project would result in significant adverse impacts to marine resources, in particular to marine areas and species of special biological and economic significance, due to the widespread and intensive nature of the training and testing activities. Given the extensive scope of the proposed project and the limited review time provided under the CZMA, staff's review focused on the most sensitive coastal resources and activities with the highest potential for adverse impacts. Of particular concern are the proposed range expansions, which would introduce stressors into new areas, impacts to sensitive marine species from widespread use of high-energy sonar and explosives, including within marine sanctuaries, marine protected areas, and biologically important areas. The limited effectiveness of the Navy's proposed minimization and avoidance measures, and uncertainties in assessing population-level effects on marine species. Staff also has concerns about the potential for whale strikes by vessels operating at high speeds, and for impacts to seafloor habitats from expansion of subsea infrastructure. The marine resources findings of the staff recommendation cover each of these primary impacts, but with in-depth analysis of the 3 proposed activities with the greatest potential for adverse effects. First, the use of high-energy, mid-frequency sonar, which can adversely affect marine mammal health, hearing, and behavior. Second, detonations of explosives and other ordnance that can injure and destroy marine wildlife and habitats. And third, the widespread use of vessels, including some at high speeds without crew, that pose a mortality risk for whales due to collisions. In this presentation, we provide a brief introduction to the proposed use of sonar and then summarize the potential impacts to the marine mammals from sonar, explosives, and ship strikes. Next slide, please. High-energy, mid-frequency sonar, which the Navy uses to detect and identify submarines, generates impulse sounds that can travel dozens of miles within the hearing and communication ranges of a wide variety of marine mammals. This type of sonar, hull-mounted to the surface ships, is referred to as MF1 and is acknowledged by the Navy as the most powerful sonar proposed to be used in their project areas. The top graph here shows that the maximum annual sonar hours for the proposed project are expected to increase compared to the 2018 program reviewed by the Commission, mostly due to the expansion of sonar use outside of traditional areas and into Point Neguse range and off of Central and Northern California. The Commission has been consistent for over 2 decades in expressing concerns over the effects of anthropogenic sounds on the marine environment, particularly on marine mammal species which are known to be highly sensitive to sound, and rely upon sound to navigate, find food, locate mates, avoid predators, and communicate. High-energy sonar in the hearing ranges of marine mammals interferes with these critical life functions and disrupts natural behaviors, can cause temporary or permanent hearing damage or injury, and in some cases has contributed to animal stranding and mortality. While sonar impacts make up the majority of estimated marine mammal impacts, explosives would also contribute to them and result in mortalities. Next slide, please. The Marine Mammal Protection Act defines adverse impacts in several ways. Level A harassment refers to acts with significant potential to injure marine mammals, while Level B harassment refers to acts likely to disturb marine mammals through significant disruption of natural behavior patterns. Those patterns include migration, surfacing, nursing, breeding, feeding, or sheltering. In this application to the National Marine Fisheries Service for proposed activities over the next 7 years, the Navy has requested authorizations for Level A and Level B harassment of marine mammals, including some mortalities, based on their models estimating effects of acoustic and explosive sound sources on individual species. These requests, as shown on this slide, represent significant increases in the number of individual marine mammals, particularly whales, dolphins, and porpoises, estimated to be disturbed or injured compared to the last Navy training and testing program reviewed by the Commission. Maximum estimates total over all species off California include over 5.5 million Level B harassments, 4.4 thousand Level A harassments, and 33 mortalities per year. Compared with the 2018 review, those estimates are more than double the Level B harassment and over 7 times the Level A harassment. The requested Level B harassments also represent 100% of the estimated regional populations for the majority of marine mammal species evaluated. In fact, for 2 species of beaked whales, the annual Level B harassment requests are over 30 times their total population sizes, indicating that some individuals would be impacted repeatedly. In addition to the substantial impacts to marine mammals from sonar and explosives, I'd also note that the Navy anticipates up to 9 large marine mammal takes involving serious injury or death from ship strikes over the next 7 years. Next slide, please. To help address these anticipated impacts to marine wildlife, the Navy's proposed program includes several types of activity-based and geographic mitigation measures. Here we focus on 3 proposed geographic whale mitigation areas, in which some limitations on sonar and explosives are proposed. This map compares the proposed mitigation areas outlined in red with the overlapping core areas of NOAA designated biologically important areas, or BIAs, for humpback blue and fin whales in green. The core BIAs for these 3 species were updated in 2024 and are considered especially important areas for key behaviors and life stages, such as for feeding and migration. This slide also shows the current national marine sanctuaries and state marine protected areas with crosshatches. Within the 3 proposed seasonal whale mitigation areas designated for June through the end of October of each year, MF1 sonar use would be limited to an annual maximum of 300 hours over all 3 areas combined, excluding maintenance and system checks. While the 2 areas of the northern and central coast are quite extensive, they are still only a fraction of the combined area of the BIAs and marine sanctuaries. I also want to reiterate that this type of sonar use was not previously authorized in these northern areas. The Southern California blue whale mitigation area is much smaller and sits just offshore of the southern San Diego. It is designed to overlap with a core BIA segment for blue whales there, and also includes a seasonal limit on in-water explosives not proposed for the 2 larger areas. The key observation here is that most of the core BIAs for blue, humpback, and fin whales, and virtually all the national marine sanctuaries and marine protected areas south of Point Conception around the Channel Islands are not covered by the mitigation areas currently proposed by the Navy. Next slide, please. The map on the left of this slide shows the previous mitigation areas from the 2018 Navy program outlined in yellow, which were identified for certain marine protected areas and older blue whale BIAs. The map on the right shows the Navy's only proposed seasonal mitigation area off Southern California in red. The new blue whale mitigation area is 478 square miles smaller than the 2018 mitigation areas off Southern California, and would leave the large majority of the core BIAs and marine protected areas in Southern California Bight without any seasonal limits on sonar and explosives use. Commission staff is concerned that the Navy's proposed mitigation areas for this round of training and testing activities do not ensure meaningful limits on sonar and in-water explosives in areas of special biological significance, like state and federally designated marine protected areas, national marine sanctuaries, and NOAA designated BIAs. Next slide, please. The scale and scope of the anticipated and potential adverse impacts from this expanded program pose a fundamental inconsistency with the Coastal and Marine Resources Protection Policy of the California Coastal Management Program, Section 30230. To address this inconsistency, Commission staff has identified a variety of alternative measures that would help reduce and avoid the proposed project's anticipated and potential adverse impacts. These alternative measures include significant expansion and extension of proposed sonar and explosive avoidance areas, including coverage of national marine sanctuaries, state-designated marine protected areas, and core BIAs. 2, larger safety buffers for marine mammals during high energy and mid-frequency sonar use. 3, reduction in sonar intensity under low visibility conditions when safety zones cannot effectively be monitored. 4, limitations on vessel speeds in sensitive areas to 10 knots unless higher speeds are critical. 5, use of more effective marine mammal observers on all ships for MF1 sonar and explosives. 6, support vessels with assigned lookouts for uncrewed surface vessels traveling faster than 10 knots. 7, seasonal limits to amphibious vehicle operations in the surf zone for birds and pinnipeds on shore. 8, an impact mitigation plan for subsea infrastructure installed in rocky reef and hard substrate habitat. And the full text of these measures can be found on page 54 of the staff report. Commission staff share these proposed protective measures with the Navy staff, but it is our understanding that they have rejected them as infeasible or in conflict with its mission. As such, the Commission staff is recommending the Commission object to the proposed continuation and expansion of the Navy's offshore training and testing program. I also want to note that an addendum to the staff report was posted on Tuesday afternoon to address 5 comments from members of the public and 3 comment letters from organizations received before the comment deadline, all of which were in support of the staff recommendation. Through this addendum, 2 more protective measures were added to specifically call out mitigation areas for beaked whales and establish limits on the use of sonar devices deployed from helicopters. The addendum also emphasizes that Section 30230 of the Coastal Act is not limited to a consideration of population level effects to marine wildlife. While Section 30230 does require that uses of the marine environment maintain healthy populations of all species of marine organisms adequate for long-term commercial, recreational, scientific, and educational purposes, the policy also requires that the biological productivity of coastal waters be maintained and that marine resources be maintained, enhanced, and where feasible, restored, and that special protection be given to areas and species of special and biological or economic significance. In light of this policy, staff's assessment of the adverse effects of the current project is broader than the potential for population level impacts. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, each of the Commission's previous reviews of Navy multi-year offshore training and testing programs have resulted in objections. However, in each case, as allowed for in the Coastal Zone Management Act's federal consistency regulations, the Navy has disagreed with the Commission, provided notice of its conclusion that its proposed activity is fully consistent with the enforceable policies of the state's coastal management program, and proceeded with implementation of its programs. I want to acknowledge that despite those decisions to proceed despite the Commission's objection, the Navy has also often worked to help address the concerns raised by the Commission as a result of its review. For example, following the Commission's 2018 objection, the Navy committed to avoiding certain harmful activities within particularly sensitive areas, including the beaked whale habitat in the San Nicolas Basin I referred to earlier, and some marine protected areas. Commission staff is hopeful that the Navy will continue to be open to discuss and pursue similar approaches in the future, and that would allow it to achieve its military training and readiness goals in a manner that is more consistent with the Coastal Act. With the potential for further collaboration in mind, and with knowledge of the Navy's ability to proceed with its program, staff recommends that the Commission object to the Navy's consistency determination, number CD 000325, for lack of consistency with the marine resources policies of the Coastal Act. The motion and resolution can be found starting on page 6 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. Before I bring up a representative from the Navy, I'd like to ask if there are any ex partes to report on this matter. Start with Commissioner Noddock.
Yes, on June 6th at 11:50 a.m., I met with representatives of the Coastal Protection Network and NRDC, Susan Jordan and Michael Jasny. My report on that ex parte is in the package.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Likewise, I had a communication with Michael Jasny, and I've submitted documents and they're in the record.
I, too, had a meeting on Monday, June 9th, this past Monday at 1:30 p.m. with the same individuals, Michael Jasny, Susan Jordan, and our conversation was reflected in the letter that NRDC submitted and is on record in our files. Okay, with that, I think the representative is here with us in person today.
Sorry, Chair. Excuse me, I have an ex parte.
I'm sorry, I don't see your hand
No,
up.
not at all.
All right, I don't see you at
No,
all.
not at all.
Thank you.
I also had an ex parte with Mr. Jasny and Susan Jordan, and my ex parte is on file.
Thank you. Sorry, Vice Chair Hart.
Not at all.
Okay, now we will move. Good morning, sir. How much time would you like today?
20 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alex Stone. I'm with the United States Navy. I'm with the U.S. Pacific Fleet. I'll be giving a presentation today, but I also have with the U.S. Pacific Fleet Chip Johnson, who is our lead scientist, who also is here to answer any questions. And I do have a presentation, if you guys can pull that up. I know you're already into your second day of this meeting, but I guess I would like to say on behalf of the Navy,
I'm sorry,
welcome.
sir. 1 second. We just want to make sure we get up the right presentation.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not with NRDC.
Just give us a minute.
I'm with the Navy. Yeah, but I'll start talking since I know I have limited time. But on behalf of the Navy, welcome to San Diego. If this is a great location for this meeting because the training we're talking about is right here in this area, right offshore of this hotel. I noticed a couple Navy ships passing by, and if you have a chance during a break, I know we don't publicize for security reasons the locations of our ships, but there is a high likelihood you'll see some Navy ships pass by if you get a chance over the next couple of days. And you can see across the bay, we have the Naval Air Station at North Island. You can see just barely the sort of outline of the superstructures of two of our Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, the Teddy Roosevelt, or as we call it in the Navy, the TR, and the USS Abraham Lincoln. And that they're very applicable to what we're going to be talking about right here. So welcome to San Diego. We're going to go through the brief. I talked about some of this in Santa Barbara, so I know that so I'm going to repeat a bit of that, but I know there's some new commissioners, so I'll kind of cover that. And Walt covered a lot of this really well, so that'll help me get through this quickly. So next slide, please. And also I'm doing better. I can see the screen, and I remembered my glasses, which in Santa Barbara, I forgot my glasses and also couldn't see the screen, so we're already doing better. So just right up front, the Navy, as I think Walt characterized correctly, we have went through the federal consistency process for similar activities numerous times. And although we have not, we've worked diligently, the Navy and the commission staff and the commissioners to narrow our agreements, we have not always reached agreement. But we absolutely fully considered all of the recommended mitigation measures that Walt talked about, and they're in their staff report. It is our position, even though we are open to working with the Commission to further reduce the areas of disagreement, that our activities are consistent with the enforceable policies without the inclusion of those measures. And I'll talk about that at the, I'm going to try and use most of my time to talk about that. But just, yeah, thanks. The next slide, just to go through, to start on the, sorry, one slide before. Yeah, the overview. So just what are we talking about? And let me make sure I'm on the right slide here. Yeah, can we go back just to the introduction? I just want to say one more thing. Yeah, and I guess the very last bullet, I want to emphasize that again. We do value the relationship with the federal consistency staff going back many years through this project and all the projects up and down the coast for our coastal installations. Obviously, the Navy is a big part of the state of California, and we really do value that relationship. And like, as Walt said, even if we don't always come to agreement on this particular topic of training and testing, we're open to continuing that relationship and working with the staff and the commission. Now, the next slide. So what is the scope of what we're talking about? As Walt mentioned, in this consistency determination is all the at-sea training and testing that we do in California and Hawaii. Obviously, the focus here is California. This doesn't address land areas like the training that's done at San Clemente Island or San Nicolas or the Silver Strand area that we have here in Coronado. This is really just looking at the ocean activities. And realistic training and testing is absolutely critical to supporting our readiness of our forces. We rely heavily on training in classrooms and simulators, but there's really no substitute for the complexity that you get with doing real live training. I think I used the analogy before. If you flew here from somewhere else, it might be great that your pilot read a book about flying an airplane or maybe used a simulator, but you're hoping that when he lands in San Diego, he's actually done it before and we're not just using all simulation. So the types of training we're talking about, they're air, surface, subsurface. It's all the different warfare areas like amphibious warfare, anti-submarine warfare, defending ships from attacks by missiles, really anything you can think about that the Navy is doing in the real world, we're training for that mission here in Southern California. As Walt mentioned, most of the larger activities, not all of them, are done offshore, well outside of the coastal zone. And that's especially true for activities with explosives and sonar, generally done quite far offshore. I mean, we use the whole area for different things, but especially for larger, more complex. And the events, they vary in their complexity from a single airplane or a small boat out there by itself to a large-scale exercise where we might have 10 ships out there, our forces practicing against an opposition force. So they vary in complexity to short-term, long-term. All of that is part of this environmental study. The importance of the ranges, why are we here? Well, this is really where, for the Pacific Fleet, this is really where we do the pre-deployment training before we certify our strike groups for deployment. We want to make sure that when a strike group leaves and goes forward to do real-world operations, they're as trained as they possibly can be. We want the gold standard of training so that when anything they face, they've already they've already went through that, they've seen it here in Southern California. So there is no other place in the Pacific Fleet where we do that pre-certification training that's done here in Southern California. And because of that, over decades, we've developed these kind of irreplaceable ranges, the combination of the natural geography and all of the infrastructure we have here, combined with the home forces here, so we minimize time away from home when the troops and sailors are actually here at their home port. They're not at home port. They're not having to go somewhere else to train. Next slide. So now to drill a little bit more down to what's this project. As Walt mentioned, we've done the consistency review several times, but we're operating right now. We did a consistency determination and all the other associated environmental planning in 2018, and associated with that 2018 environmental planning was a permit from the National Marine Fisheries Service for a 7-year period. So that is what is really driving our doing this new EIS and federal consistencies. The permit that we're operating under right now expires in 2025. So in addition to updating the permit, it gives us an opportunity to update our analysis with the most recent Navy testing and training requirements, and as well as bring in the latest science, so our analysis is constantly better. We'll talk about the biologically important areas, how those change, so we relooked at our mitigation measures to make sure it's addressing most current science. And also we reassessed the study area. Walt did a great job talking about how we looked at other areas and should we combine the study area to sort of do a better analysis and to provide more flexibility for training and testing. So all these things kind of roll into this. And in addition to the federal consistency, we're also doing, I think there's 11 separate regulatory processes with different agencies that are all part of this, all planned to be completed by the end of this year. So we have a continual environmental compliance for our ongoing training and testing. And the vast majority, I know that kind of focuses on some of the differences and activities in different areas, but fundamentally the activities are the same. Even though there's always new technology, fundamentally the activities are the same type of activities, the same locations as we've been using for many decades. Next slide. So with that said, what are the changes? The study area and the map does a better job than I can verbally, and I'll show the same map I think that Walt showed too. New agencies, the Coast Guard, Army, and the Air Force, the training associated with those forces. The past was really, the maritime environment was the Navy's area, Navy and Marine Corps. Now there's other services that also have activities in the maritime environment just based on the threats that are out there in the world. So more operations in the maritime activities. The Marine Corps always operated with the Navy, more activity. So we've kind of broadened the scope of the action out. Range improvements, that we'll talk a little bit more about those. I have a list of those. Those are part of the proposed action. Some new activities in new locations. An example is pile driving training in Port Hueneme. This is kind of an emerging area where in an expeditionary fashion we would want to be able to repair a port in a time of crisis in a quick way. So we do the training for that here in case it's needed in some area across the Pacific. And more unmanned or uncrewed, no humans systems in all areas, really, you name it. I mean, just you name a system, there's probably somebody looking at can we do it autonomously, whether it's underwater, surface, or air. Next slide. The major range modernization elements, there's a new airspace. I'll show you that better on the map. Instrumented, this is kind of like expand the underwater instrumentation. You can think of this as like radar for underwater, so we can track things underwater. We're going to extend the instrumentation to new areas that are not instrumented now. Mine warfare training, these are just kind of shapes that we use to practice locating the shapes with different systems. And underwater platforms, which is like a connection point for these unmanned undersea vessels. Next slide. Map already, Hawaii and California. Next one. Walt did a great job on this one. I'll just mention, the airspace proposals far offshore. The area in the blue hatched is the current study area. Point Mugu was subject of a separate consistency review prior, but we're consolidating that. The Northern California areas, in brief, I could give a whole talk about this, but really not used that often historically, kind of goes back to when there was more of a Navy presence in the Bay Area, but we are projecting to use for the same type of activities on a limited basis, and it made sense to include that in this study. Next slide. This slide just really shows kind of what I was talking about is even though the study area might imply we're doing all things in all areas, that's really not the case. The vast majority, this looks at vessel traffic, which is a proxy of overall activity, but you could look at other activities, and we've shared information about sonar and other activities by area with the staff. But I guess the takeaway for this is most of the activities is off of Southern California, off of San Diego, where we traditionally operate. Less so in Point Mugu and much less so in that Northern California area. Next slide. So probably the thing that someone like in my position is most proud of is our mitigation measures. This is where we kind of take all of the activities that we do, look at them on a granular level, look at how we can meet the mission requirements that we have, and at the same time be protective of marine species, marine environment, coastal resources. So extensively documented in our consistency determination and all of our environmental planning. We have kind of two broad categories, activity-based and geographic. Activity-based is like when you're doing this activity, establish a safety zone around an activity that could be impactful, like using sonar or explosives, and visually survey that area. If there's marine mammals, don't do the activity. And geographic, I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. So, but each of these measures has kind of been developed over years and years of what actually works in a real world. It's, this project's, unlike maybe other projects that you used to, like a development project or something. These measures have to kind of work on every day out there for the Navy to be able to implement. So we've carefully kind of thought about it, and because this is often where the discussion is about, are our mitigation measures adequate, or why didn't you think about this, or why didn't you think about that? We spend a considerable amount of time in the document, and I'm happy to do it here today, to explain everything we considered and the thought process that led us to the mitigation measures we have. Why something is either not beneficial to the species or is impractical. And I'll talk more about those when we go through the staff report recommendations. Next slide. So the geographic, well, this is the same graphic that Walt had here. It kind of just shows the areas. And I think what Walt said, and I'll say also, is between 2018 and this current document is the biologically important areas that are published by NIMS changed dramatically, which really made the prior geographic mitigation measures no longer valid. They were kind of subsumed by these larger areas. So we looked at all the biologically important areas that were recently published and did that practicality and beneficial assessment. And so, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true that if you put all the BIAs, they overlap a significant area of the main area that we do training and testing. So we cannot have a geographic mitigation in our main areas we're using every day. So this is kind of the outcome of that process of looking at all of those, what's practical and what's beneficial. Next slide. So in addition to the mitigation, the monitoring that we do to mitigate impacts during activities, we're also contribute to understanding marine science. If you look at the chart on the right there, you can see the Navy is second only to NOAA in terms of sponsoring marine mammal research. And we collect information that we then feed back into our analysis and our mitigation. So we have a lot of people may not know that we have a very robust investment in marine science within the Navy, and it's part of this process. Next slide. So now I'd like to use the remaining of my time to talk briefly about why we are not in agreement, or we do not feel that the mitigation measures in the staff report are necessary for this to be consistent. And again, it's all the measures in the staff report are fully considered, not just by me, but by Navy leadership, both kind of at the deck plate level, the people that are actually doing this, to Navy leadership. So we've went through and evaluated all of these, and I'll just kind of briefly touch on those. So the first one I kind of already talked a bit about is the modification to the geographic areas. As I said, we reassessed all of the areas, and the mitigation measures we are proposing, we think, are based on the best science. It is a larger area than the prior mitigation areas. And one of the areas I guess I would like to respond to is some of the areas where we don't necessarily mitigate for every area if we're not doing an activity. Like, we do have a limited and very minimal amount of activity in a national marine sanctuary. So we don't really identify that as a mitigation area, but we do in the document explain, we have a very limited amount of activity in this area. So we only really call an area mitigation if it's an area that we actually do things that we're choosing to do less to mitigate environmental impact. So again, to my point, that we don't do everything in all areas. Next slide. Try and get through this in my time here. Larger shutdown areas. This one, the shutdown zones that we have are based on what we can practically observe and are most protective of the most serious type of impacts. Just based on the bridge height that a lookout is standing, we can't commit to a 2-kilometer zone. We just cannot clear that area. And obviously, even these shutdown zones we have are based, we do the best we can, but we feel comfortable with what we can commit to. So it's really a practicality issue on that one. Low visibility conditions, I mean, the majority of active sonar is usually done during daytime, but just like we're gonna encounter in the real world, we're gonna operate around the clock and in low visibility if necessary. So we're gonna train as we would actually do it in the real world. Vessel speed restrictions. This one is a kind of maybe a long-standing issue where we've had a disagreement. We do agree that going slow is one of the things that we would do, and it's kind of written here that when we see marine mammals, we're going to avoid them. But it's just as a policy, we're not going to have a specific speed restriction like 10 knots or 5 knots. It's really, we empower the commanding officer of the vessel to operate the vessel safely, depending on the conditions, and that may often involve slowing down, but it's just we're against having kind of one speed limit. Next slide. NIMS certified marine mammal observers. This is another one that we've And if I probably won't finish in 1 minute, but I promise I will do it in like 2. This is another one where it's kind of often suggested, but is just impractical. We get this comment from others, is instead of having our lookouts be trained or having third-party people on our ships, what we've done instead is we've partnered with NIMS on a training certification program. So all of our lookouts go through a NIMS certified training program, but they are actually the organic sailors that are actually lookouts. They're looking for anything in the water, including marine mammals. And just impractical due to security, schedule, berthing, everything, to have third parties. And also just the number of ships, the number of employees that NOAA has. It's impossible for us to have NOAA observers or even NOAA certified observers on all of our ships. Last couple, lookout crews. Look out for uncrewed vessels at high speeds. First of all, we're doing more and more with unmanned surface vessels, but they overall are a small percentage of the Navy's vessel traffic right now. And there are missions when they go fast and when they go slow. We don't have, it's kind of a new technology, but they are designed to operate by themselves. So we want, there is no lookout on the unmanned system. So sometime during the testing of these systems as they're developed, there could be a vessel escorting them that's looking out for it and testing it. But the long-term plan, of course, is for the vessel to be autonomous, so that there is no lookout, and we acknowledge that for these type of new vessels. And let's see, we just have 2 more. Limits on surf zone, amphibious, land use, and sensitive species. Walt covered this one. This is where we have, through this EIS, we're studying amphibious corridors in the Central Coast. And I think we agree with the staff recommendation. They're likely, the land aspect of using these beaches is subject to a separate environmental planning that will have to come through the commission and other environmental processes, land use agreements. I know there's discussions with California State Parks about which of these. So I guess we're not against the idea that there could be seasonal restrictions on different beaches in that area. It's just out of the scope of what we've covered here, but we are committed to work with our partners, the U.S. Marine Corps, to further do environmental planning on this before it would be done. Next slide. Last slide, this one, or second to last slide, rocky reef and hard substrate impacts. We do surveys before we install cables to avoid, obviously we do not want to put our cables on hard bottom habitat for the cable itself. It's not our practice to go do surveys after the cables are installed, but we do everything we can to avoid hard bottom or sensitive habitat through surveys prior. And the measure, this maybe seems like it's not related, but it is when you read the staff recommendation. We are, in terms of just debris in general, we are proud of the debris removal program that we have at all of our installations, and we've talked to the staff about how maybe we could partner with groups on the outside, because we realize that these community groups don't have access to our installations. So we're definitely proud of that program and would welcome opportunities for partnerships. Next slide. So just in conclusion, we definitely are committed to protecting coastal resources during testing and training. We feel like we balance the requirements of doing the mission at the same time also being protective. We have extensive mitigation measures that are in place for all of our activities. The testing that we do is absolutely critical. I think I talked about at the beginning that we have the 2 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers at North Island. Each of those, when you put the ship's crew and the embarked air wing, that's close to 6,000 people on each of those ships. And the average age of those 6,000 people is roughly 20 years old. So we absolutely take the training of those people very, very seriously. So with that, we are happy to answer more questions, and appreciate your attention and the time to be able to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stone. We really appreciate it. Okay, may I ask how many public comments we have for this item? We do.
Sorry. We have about 23 speakers, and then we also have one speaker for a group, which is NRDC.
I'm thinking, should we limit general public comment to 1 minute?
Would recommend maybe we keep it at
Keep it
two.
at 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will do 2 minutes for public comment. The speaker from NRDC will be allowed 10 minutes to speak.
Perfect. Okay. So, Michael Jasny, I've already promoted you to panelist. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you. Can you bring up the slide presentation, please? Great, thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Jasny. I direct NRDC's Marine Mammal Project, and I'm speaking today on behalf of NRDC and the California Coastal Protection Network. Our organizations have engaged on this issue for about the same length of time as the Commission has, so more than 2 decades. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this consistency review. The presentation was very clear, so I try not to click. Next slide. I want to start by observing what may seem obvious. California is home to some extremely significant habitat for marine mammals. It contains major seasonal feeding grounds for 3 of the great baleen whale species, newts, sphinx, and humpbacks.
Excuse me, Mr. Jasny, can I ask you to try to speak a little bit more closely and clearly into the microphone? We're having a little trouble understanding you.
Okay, please
Thank you.
interrupt again. Is that clear?
That's better. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. California stands among the world's biodiversity hotspots for beaked whales, the deepest diving mammals on record, and it provides both coastal and offshore migration routes, the iconic California gray whales on their long journey down to Baja. Next slide. The Navy also makes extensive use of California waters, with a greater concentration of training and testing activities than in any other region. Now, the Navy has an important mission, and it's one that our group certainly support, but it's also important to consider the effects of those activities on California's marine life. And the fact is that those activities, already extensive, will significantly expand. In the first place, the Navy plans to expand geographically, and staff has already reported on this expansion in its presentation, so we can move on. Next slide. And please go to the next slide. And the expansion isn't only geographic. I believe Alex Stone described the proposed activities over the next 7 years as fundamentally the same as those undertaken in the past. But in fact, there would be an increase in the scale of activity as well as an introduction of new systems, new technologies into new areas. Again, staff has already reported on this in its presentation. Next slide. Given the increase in activities, it's not surprising that the Navy's wildlife impacts would also increase substantially. So what I'm going to do is describe those impacts using the Navy's estimates of the numbers that would occur each year off California during the 7 years of its proposed action. First, hearing loss and impairment. As with people, loud sounds can damage the hearing of whales and other marine mammals. But hearing is even more important to marine mammals than it is to most of us. That's because the ocean is an acoustic world of sound, and marine mammals and many other species depend on their ability to hear and to be heard, for foraging, for finding mates, for navigating, in short, in order to survive and reproduce. The Navy estimates that its active sonar and explosives activities would cause about 4,415 instances of permanent hearing loss or impairment in dolphins, whales, sea lions, and seals each year at its maximum expected operating temperature. And as staff pointed out, that's a greater than 600% increase over the current number. There would also be more than 100,000 instances of temporary hearing impairment each year as well. Next slide. The Navy's exercises are also expected to disrupt important marine mammal behaviors over large areas. There's a robust literature on these impacts, and maybe I'll just provide a few examples. Naval sonar has been found to suppress foraging calls in blue whales. You can see this in the graph, how those foraging calls, which are represented by the tiny Ds on the x-axis, just stop as soon as the sonar exercise begins. The Scripps biologists who conducted that study found that these effects were significant even at low levels of exposure to the Navy's mid-frequency sonar. Next slide. And here's another example. Beaked whales represent 1/5 of all marine mammals. They're also highly reactive to naval sonar, as has been shown now in numerous studies. In this image, you can see a beaked whale swimming in one direction, encountering a naval sonar vessel, and then turning and swimming tens of kilometers away. Off Southern California, naval sonar has been documented to reduce beaked whale foraging from as far as 100 kilometers from an active sonar source. Next slide. In the worst case, these sensitive beaked whales respond catastrophic, altering their dive patterns in a way that induces a syndrome resembling bats. And you can see that some of that pathology here, including emboli in the liver and bleeding around the brain. We don't know all the circumstances that increase risk, but introducing sonar exercises into new areas that haven't experienced it, as would occur with the Navy's proposal, is thought to be a factor. Next slide. Okay, can you go on to the next slide? So how much disruption would occur? The Navy estimates that 5.5 billion instances of significant behavioral disruption would occur each year under its maximum operating tempo. That's a doubling of estimated impacts from current activities. Many individual animals, such as from blue whale, beaked whale, bottlenose dolphin populations, would repeatedly be exposed with cumulative effects on their fitness. Next slide. Finally, the Navy estimates that as many as 33 annual marine mammal fatalities would occur from in-water detonations and vessel strike. And this too represents a significant increase from what was requested in 2018. Next slide. Now, the Commission needs to consider all of this in the context of federal consistency review. The Navy asserts that its proposed activities are consistent to the maximum extent practical with California's enforceable coastal policies because the Navy says it would not have population-level effects. The staff's report makes clear, however, that the available evidence doesn't support this conclusion, and indeed, the sheer scale of predicted impacts relative to the size of marine mammal populations of California suggests the opposite conclusion. Even if that weren't the case, the Coastal Act sets forth two requirements that the Navy has not met to the maximum extent practical. From Section 30230, that marine resources shall be maintained, enhanced, and where feasible restored, and that special protection be given to areas and species of special biological or economic significance. As staff has said, the Commission has recognized the importance of these two requirements in its prior objections to the Navy's activities. I want to just bring up a few of the many instances referenced in the staff report and addendum where the Navy's protective measures are insufficient for consistency. For example, beaked whale mitigation areas. Beaked whales, as I've said, are particularly sensitive to the Navy's sonar training, and the population of beaked whales off San Nicolas Island is particularly beleaguered. A number of studies now show that the Navy's activities are continually interfering with the ability of this population of whales to forage. For that reason, the Navy established two mitigation areas for the population in 2015 and maintained them with some adjustment of boundaries over the last 10 years. But it has completely dropped them from its current proposal without suggesting an alternative. Next slide. Another example. Studies show that sonar deployed from aircraft, also called dipping sonar, produce strong adversive responses in marine mammals that are out of proportion to the power of these systems. Biologists believe that's likely because the systems dipping out in and out of the water are unpredictable from the animal's perspective. The Navy has limited the use of dipping sonar in some areas off Hawaii, but does not apply or even consider such limits for California. Next slide. Just one last example, slowing vessels in key habitat for marine whales. NOAA biologists and others have identified whale strikes by all vessels as a major concern for West Coast whale populations and slowdowns have been shown to significantly reduce the risk of lethal strikes. It's the most effective measure that can be taken. Alex Stone said that the Navy is just against having speed limits. In fact, the Navy has established targeted slowdown areas off the East Coast. It has just established none for California. And many other examples can be found in the staff's report. Next slide. So considering all this, NRDC and CCPN asked first that the Commission adopt staff's recommendation of objection to the proposed activity. Second, we asked the Commission adopt the findings in both the staff report and its addendum, which revises the report to address points raised in our comment letter from that of others. We also recommend the Commission ensure that the scientific papers cited the material we submitted, which are supportive of the staff's recommendation, be added to the record. Finally, we suggest that the Commission emphasize that it's willing to work with the Navy to achieve the goal of maintaining, enhancing, feasible restoring California endangered species. Military readiness and environmental protection are important goals and both can and should be achieved. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, so we have on Zoom, well, we have one in person, Steve Ray. Oh, he was first. Okay, so we'll come back to Steve Ray, so we'll go straight to Zoom for now. So Nina Beatty, if you can, we're gonna move you to panelists. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Nina Beatty. We're just going to allow you to talk. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, so let's just go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead to Marilyn. Garrett, we're going to move you to panelists. We're going to actually unmute you, excuse you, allow you to talk.
I'd like you to go back to Nina Beatty in the future. I know she prepared for this, and I want to excerpt a letter she wrote to you. And also, we should have 2 minutes as indicated. I noticed the Navy person did not stop when the bill continued. I support the staff recommendation of not consistent and ask for your concurrence in that recommendation and extend it to fishing and recreation impacts. Listening to the Navy's report sounds to me like a sinister war on the earth, the oceans, and all life. We know the U.S. military is the biggest polluter. Of course, it was presented with a smiling face. Here's some of the, this is very disturbing. You speak of biologically important areas of the ocean. It's one ocean, and it's very contaminated already. Over 200 dead zones. It's massive pollution. Let's see, Pentagon history of environmental damage, minimizing, denying, covering up, failing to repair, abandonment of personnel and the public, including their communities, to toxins and Superfund sites, failure to pay for damage and health injuries, and continuing to pollute and damage is the pattern and practice of the military services, as is this proposal. We also hear a lot of climate change. The Guardian just reported the Pentagon emitted 48 megatons of CO2 in 2023, more than some nations, making it the largest institutional greenhouse gas emitter globally. In addition, the U.S. exempted military emissions from international climate rules. Dick.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garrett. Okay, so next we're going to go ahead and have Steve Ray come up, followed by Nita Beatty. Nita Beatty, we are trying to promote you to the panelist and you're declining it, so if you can accept it, please, so we can allow you to speak, followed by Tina Calderon, followed by Grace Nguyen, and then Derek Nguyen. Please be ready and see the panelists move to participant.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay, Madam Chair. I'm Steve Ray. I played sports all through high school and college. I loved playing. I hated the practice and the training. I didn't understand the importance of that until I got in the Marine Corps. I was a Marine Corps Special Forces officer. We trained a lot and trained hard. I even trained with the Navy SEALs. I have great respect for them and all that they do. But I support staff's recommendation here in spite of the fact that I understand the importance of training. Training saved my life, both in military and in civilian life. I was able to use what I learned in the Marine Corps. So while I support the training, I support staff's recommendation because in this case, this is one of those horrible cases where pretty much everybody's right. The Navy needs to train. They're protecting our country. The staff needs to protect the Coastal Act and all of its provisions. You are going to have to make a tough decision here because the public testimony you're hearing, the public is right too. We want to save the sea and the marine habitats and all the marine sea life out there. So everybody's right. How do we resolve this? Well, we're going through the gray area that I mentioned earlier of the law here between the military and the Coastal Commission. But I support staff's recommendation for one primary reason, because if you do that, it makes the conversation keep going. And somewhere down the road, we need to find a way to resolve and find that sweet spot. We may not actually find the sweet spot that will resolve this, but we need to keep trying. And so I would urge you to go with staff's recommendation on this and save the marine life, save the staff, and save all those brave sailors out there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Nina Beatty, followed by Tina Calderon, followed by Grace Nguyen, followed by Derek Nguyen. Nina Beatty, if you can unmute yourself. Nina, you can unmute yourself. Okay, let's come back to her then. Tina Calderon, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Haku Commissioners, I'm Tina Calderon, a Chumash and Tongva culture bearer and the Director of Ocean Protectors Program for Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples, or SPI. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Coastal Commission staff for their work in preparing its report on CD-0003-25 for the Department of Navy. Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples concurs with the report's findings and strongly supports the staff's recommendation of objection. We urge the Coastal Commission to object to the consistency determination for the proposed 7-year Navy offshore training and testing program. SPI submits this comment in strong opposition to the proposed activities outlined in the Hawaii-California Training and Testing Draft Environmental Impact Statement and Overseas Environmental Impact Statement. As an Indigenous-led organization dedicated to the protection of the sacred lands and waters, we firmly oppose any military activities that threaten the health of the Pacific Ocean, marine life, and the Indigenous communities that have stewarded these waters since time immemorial. The proposed activities represent a massive expansion of existing military activities off California that will also increase the harm to California's sea life. We are deeply concerned about the adverse impacts these activities will have on California's marine resources and cultural heritage. The proposed military training and testing activities, such as the use of explosives, sonar, and vessel operations, pose unacceptable risks to marine ecosystems and indigenous cultural practices. The Pacific Ocean is not merely a military training ground, it's a living, sacred entity central to the spiritual, cultural, and physical well-being of all indigenous peoples whose ancestral ties to these waters predate any modern nation and state. SPI stands in solidarity with all indigenous communities opposing the militarization and destruction of our sacred waters. We urge the Navy to abandon this proposal and instead respect the wisdom of indigenous peoples who have stewarded these lands and waters for countless times. Thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments on behalf of the ocean and all her relatives.
Thank you. Next is Grace Nguyen.
Good morning, listeners. My name is Grace, and I'm a law student specializing in environmental law and policy at the University of Newport. I'm currently serving as a legal intern with Defend Them All, an organization that supports community-centered legal and policy advocacy for animals and ecosystems. As a Canadian, I'm here to express my deep concerns about the proposed expansion of military training activities and their impact on marine life. In particular, I'm concerned about the lasting and devastatingly irreversible impact of the activities on whale populations already facing mounting pressures across their range. Michael has already excellently expressed what I'm concerned about, but I just want to express his points again. Whales have complex migration routes that span international borders. Endangered species like blue and gray whales travel and reside along the coast of both California and British Columbia. In addition to physical injury and death, the proposed activities will disrupt these whales' seasonal movements and migratory paths and pose risks that are not fully assessed or addressed in the report. This is especially concerning given that the HCTT study area is recognized as a biologically important area for these whales. Moreover, the impact of these explosives and sonar are simply unmitigable. Pollution from explosives will permanently alter the ocean habitat that these species rely on and disrupt their lives in profound ways. The active sonar will maim and kill marine life by damaging internal organs, rupturing membranes, causing embolisms, and strandings. The Navy promises to reduce decibels to 180 when a whale is spotted, but sonar will still harm or kill many species at this level. These species and the ecosystem they depend on cannot withstand added stress, particularly when existing protections are already failing short. I urge the Commission to follow staff's recommendation and object to Navy's proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would also like to ask to speak on behalf of Derek Nguyen, as he is unable to present at the moment, or ask if you could, if it's possible.
We can go back to him.
Okay.
Okay, so Derek Nguyen, if you're there, he was here on Zoom. And
I think she just said he can't speak right now, so why don't we just put him at the end of the list and we'll come back.
Okay, so Derek Nguyen can come back. Next is Brian Rosen. I've allowed you to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. I just hope you do the maximum to protect our ecosystem and coast. We need to take care of this earth. That's our duty. We're stewards of the land, and I just hope to God that they don't go overboard. I remember Benjamin Franklin said those who are willing to surrender liberty for security don't deserve liberty or security. Well, the price is pretty high for this thing, too, and I think we have probably a good enough defense system. We have to make some concessions for the animals out there, the scuba divers and all the people swimming in the sea, the snorkelers and the whales, and we need to just respect the earth and do the right thing. And we can acknowledge the good intentions of some of the military people, but I just hope that this will be turned down completely, and I believe the staff recommendation is to be supported, that this is very inconsistent with marine protection. So if you'll please don't support this horrible program. It's not a good idea. It's not necessary. We already have too much sonar and too much destructive energy out there, too much explosive. We don't need to go to this extreme. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Lorna Moffitt, followed by William Trung, followed by Noah Bodrot, followed by Aaron Cottrell, followed by Anna Christensen. Lorna Moffitt, I've unmuted you.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. We have to tell the Navy that they must take their training to the least harmful places on the planet, because allowing this terrible sonar technology to disrupt 5.5 million marine species is catastrophic and unacceptable. The Navy will downplay the harm their project proposes, but if they have such advanced technology, they need to couple that with technology that is least harmful, and they're not doing that. By you saying go back to the drawing board and find a place where you can do the least amount of harm, they will have to do just that. I remember when this sonar technology came to our oceans, the Navy never mentioned it harmed. It decimated Marines, it was dedicated Marine scientists that sounded the alarm. So they come to you again with their soft-spoken environmental untruths. We cannot trust these studies because it is bias. Their motivation is to protect our nation over marine life at all costs. That's understandable. However, they have left out a large piece of that technology, safety to all other species that dwell in our oceans. Please tell the Navy they need to find the technology that is safe to use and test their war weapons. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is William Trung.
Well, commissioners, my name is William Trong, and I'm a law student at the University of San Diego. I am also currently serving as a legal intern with Defend Them All, an organization that uses community advocacy, education, and legal guidance to secure a better future for animals and their habitats. As a California native, I am deeply concerned about the Navy's proposed expansion of military training activities along the California coast, and I respectfully urge this commission to object to this plan. The proposed activities would have a harmful impact on protected marine wildlife and their habitats. The use of sonar, munitions, and the widespread operation of vessels would lead to extended noise, chemical contamination, and increased ship traffic. In particular, the use of sonar could potentially deafen, injure, and kill marine wildlife. Mammals like whales and dolphins are highly sensitive to sound, and noises from sonar have been known to lead to mass strandings and deaths. These species and the ecosystems that they rely on cannot withstand the added stressors that would result from this plan. As such, the anticipated impacts of this proposal are inconsistent with the Coastal and Marine Resources Protection Policy in Section 30230 of the Coastal Management Program. Therefore, I urge this commission to follow staff's recommendation and object to this proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Noah Bodrop, followed by Ann Cottrell, followed by Anna Christensen, followed by Nancy Okada. We'll be moving you guys to panelists. Noah Bodrop, can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Noah Boudreau. I'm a law student at the University of British Columbia and a legal intern with Defend Them All. I'm here today to respectfully urge the Commission to object to the Navy's proposed expansion of military training activities along the Pacific coast and share my perspective as a Canadian and resident of British Columbia. Numerous species make seasonal movements across Canadian and U.S. coastal waters, highlighting the cross-border significance of this proposal. For example, the gray whale migrates over 10,000 miles every year between Baja California and Alaska. Along that journey, which is one of the longest migrations of any species in the world, gray whales spend much of their time off the coast of California and British Columbia. The population of gray whales that pass along the California coast are often described as a success story in wildlife conservation. During the high period of commercial whaling, the gray whale population declined from over 30,000 to just 3,000 in the 1950s. Thanks to coordinated conservation efforts, the population has rebounded tremendously. It would be a shame to see this inspiring and important work lost as a result of the proposed military activities on the Pacific coast. The proposed expansion of naval activities along the California coast will dramatically increase ship traffic, noise pollution, and sonar use along critical migratory routes for gray whales. Simulation studies show that current noise pollution levels are already causing 20% delays in migration times for whales and increases could have even more detrimental effects. It's estimated that increases in noise pollution may prevent whales from reaching their migratory destinations at all, since it limits their ability to detect environmental cues and may cause them to avoid loud noises blocking their routes. This is in addition to the known harms caused by high decibel sonar, with the proposed backed off target of 180 decibels being 1,000 times higher than known lethal decibel levels. The harms from this military expansion will be irreparable, and the current mitigation measures proposed are woefully insufficient. I urge the Commission to follow staff's recommendation and object to this proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Ann Contrell.
Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club. In 2006, when Sierra Club objected to the first of these training programs, we carried the "whales are crying" signs. We agree with staff that the Commission must reject this proposed program, which includes several notable differences from previous ones, including extensive training areas offshore in Central and Northern California, expanded use of large uncrewed vessels, reduction in the amount of area designated for seasonal avoidance of sensitive marine mammals and habitats, and significant increases in the number of mammals to be subjected to disturbance and injury. Maximum estimates over the 7-year program are 38,629,540 disturbances, 30,905 injuries, and 231 mortalities. The whales will not only be crying, but dying. The Navy identifies the following adverse effects to marine mammals, sea turtles, seabirds, fish, and invertebrates. Acoustic from sonar, air guns, pile driving, vessel, aircraft, and weapons noise, explosions in air and water, electromagnetic devices, physical disturbances, strikes, and pile driving, entanglement, wires, cables, parachutes, ingestion of munitions and other objects, impacts to sensitive habitats, including kelp, grass, and hard bottom from explosion and physical disturbance. The Navy has rejected alternative measures offered by staff to reduce these anticipated impacts. Please don't know.
Thank you. Up next is Anna Christensen, followed by Nancy Okada, followed by Susan Kirks. We have about 13 speakers left, and 5 of them are unknown right now, so we don't see them yet. Anna Christensen, you can go ahead and speak. Anna, are you muted? We can't hear you. It might be an issue on her end. You're unmuted on our end. Can you speak so we can hear you? Anna, let us come back to you, okay? Next is Nancy. Next is Nancy. I'm going to unmute you, Nancy. Nancy Okada.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I hope you can hear me. Nancy Okada, I'm with the Sierra Club, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the entire Sierra Club, the entire membership nationwide. And we submitted a comment regarding this. We support the recommendation of the Coastal Commission staff regarding this matter, and we urge the Coastal Commission to object to the consistency determination for the proposed 7-year Navy offshore training and testing program. And we'd like to say that all our members are really deeply concerned about the environment, and that as the Coastal staff recommendation details, this proposed Navy training and testing program represents a departure from prior years by expanding the area considerably. The Sierra Club is concerned about the impact of this proposed program on fish and marine mammals, as well as its impact on shorebirds and on the inadequacy of the Navy's evaluation of such impact. Sierra Club is also concerned about the effects of the proposed program in combination with the impacts from other stressors, such as impacts from bycatch, entanglement, commercial vessel traffic, ocean pollution, and coastal zone development. Actions that exacerbate the ongoing extinction crisis by harming wildlife and their habitats must be evaluated with care to ensure that the protections required by the law are fully provided. In final, the Sierra Club thanks the Coastal Commission staff for its detailed assessment of the significant adverse impacts of the proposed Navy program, and we ask the Commission to oppose this consistency determination. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next is Susan Kirks, followed by, oh, let me try real quick, Susan Kirks. Let me try Anna Christensen. Anna Christensen, I've unmuted you. Can you try to talk, Anna Christensen? Okay, we can't hear her, so we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead and go to Susan Kirk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon, commissioners, and staff. I'm Susan Kirks, speaking as a conservationist in Northern California with many years of experience in our coastal environment, our oceans, and our wildlife. I'd like to thank the speakers who are supporting the staff recommendation today, and also want to uplift the comments that were submitted by NRDC, the Center for Biological Diversity, the California Sierra Club, and Nancy Okada's comments today, and especially the letters that were so carefully prepared and submitted to you by Mary McAllister, Nina Beatty, and especially Nancy Okada and Leslie Purcell. All of us as conservationists are deeply troubled by this proposed program. And as one of your speakers earlier, representing the indigenous peoples of the Chumash, said, the oceans are the ocean is a living entity. The creatures in the ocean are part of all of our lives. And I would like to thank the staff for recommending that you object to this federal consistency. It cannot meet anything near upholding the Coastal Act requirements, the marine mammal program requirements, and honestly, I am just so deeply troubled personally by this, it's actually difficult to speak. So I would like to thank you for the opportunity to give my comment today and urge you to make direct comments and encourage the Navy to train their officers and their enlisted personnel in environmental issues as well, because it is so truly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 more speakers left, and we have 4 that we're hoping to find. So Sahar Zaidi, followed by Jasmine Lawless, followed by Leslie Purcell, followed by Brooke Applegate, followed by Victoria Sackville. Sahar Zaidi, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Sarah Zaidi, and I'm a Canadian law student at the University of Windsor, specializing in international and environmental law and policy. I'm also currently a legal intern with Defend Them All. I'm here today to respectfully urge the Commission to object the Navy's proposed expansion of military training activities along the Pacific coast. The proposed activities would drastically increase noise pollution, vessel traffic, and high-intensity sonar use across hundreds of thousands of square miles, including ecologically sensitive areas that are home to protected whales, dolphins, sea lions, seabirds, and essential fish habitats. The Navy itself has estimated over 38 million disturbances and hundreds of injuries and deaths to marine mammals over the life of the project. And in light of these impacts and the global significance of the California current ecosystem, the Navy's refusal to adopt common sense mitigation measures recommended by Commission staff is especially troubling. Expanding protected zones, reducing sonar intensity, and limiting vessel speeds in sensitive areas may not fully shield already imperiled species from the harms of the project this expansive. However, they are critical steps to reduce avoidable suffering and ecological damage. These species and the ecosystems they depend on cannot withstand further stress, especially when current protections are already inadequate. I urge the Commission to follow staff's recommendations and object to this proposal. Your decision sends a powerful message about California's leadership in coastal protection and the importance of science-based environmental governance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Jasmine Lawless, followed by Leslie Purcell, followed by Brooke Applegate, followed by Victoria Sackville. Jasmine Lawless, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jasmine Lawless, and I'm a law student attending the University of San Diego studying environmental law and policy. I'm currently also serving as a legal intern with Defend Them All, a nonprofit organization that works for community-centered legal and policy advocacy for both animals and ecosystems. I respectfully urge the Commission to object to the Navy's proposal for the Hawaii-California Testing and Training Project. This project includes high levels of noise pollution, ship traffic, and the use of sonar technology in ecologically sensitive areas, impacting the marine species. Some of the anticipated decibel levels from this project are lethal and pose a clear danger. Furthermore, the debris left behind from testing is harmful to birds, mammals, and a multitude of marine life, especially when ingested. The danger to marine systems along the coast is clear, and the magnitude of specific harms posed by the project have not yet been fully addressed. The areas impacted by the project are home to protected animals, seabirds, and fish, including the California least tern and the short-tailed albatross. Additionally, candidate species such as the sunflower sea star or the taupe shark are also at risk. That these species and ecosystems that they depend on cannot withstand the stresses posed by this project. Furthermore, existing protections for these species are limited, and any expansion of these protections would be undermined by this project. I urge the Commission to follow staff's recommendation and reject this proposal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Purcell. Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I would like to support the staff's recommendation and the alternative measures which they have proposed as being more protective of our environment and the inhabitants therein. We have a concern for cumulative environmental impact, and this really needs to be considered both near and offshore. There's air and water pollution and greenhouse gas increases. These are climate effects that I don't think are properly addressed in the Navy's proposal. And there's also an additional factor that has not been mentioned, but the Coastal Commission is aware that Vandenberg is proposing a 100-a-year launch by SpaceX of rockets in the coming year. And this is going to be another environmental effect that will be happening along our coastal areas and over our oceans. I'd like the Navy to be taking that into account if possible as well. There are significant impacts, as has been discussed, to marine mammal habitats, including kelp forests, which are significant for carbon sequestration. So I think that climate change and sea level rise have to be more seriously considered. They're already causing habitat deterioration and changes in marine life and mortality. We could see habitat destroyed for the threatened southern sea otter and other marine species. We have a Marine Mammal Protection Act supposed to protect against harassment and take of marine mammals. We have chaff in the environment. They will be dumping these millions of small thin glass fibers coated with aluminum into the air. Also, the UN Oceans Conference is happening as we speak about international waters. We have signed the law with
Thank you. Next is Brooke Applegate, followed by Victoria Sackville, followed by Rebecca Lee.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brooke Applegate, and I'm a law student with specialized studies in coastal environmental science, and I'm currently a legal intern with Defend the Mom. I'm also a certified protected species observer and have worked as a wildlife rehabilitation specialist. These experiences have given me a profound respect for the intricate balance of marine ecosystems and how easily that balance can be disrupted by human activity. I am here today to oppose the Navy's proposal to extend and expand military readiness activities along the Pacific coast. This is not a limited expansion, it is an unprecedented escalation in both scale and intensity. I'm especially concerned about the taupe shark, a species currently recognized by NOAA Fisheries as a candidate for protection under the Endangered Species Act. Taupe sharks are vital to the marine food web and pose no threat to humans. Juveniles rely on their mothers for survival during the first 2 years of life. Furthermore, these sharks segregate by sex, meaning that if military activity were to disproportionately impact female populations in a specific area, the consequences could be devastating for the species. The loss of even one female aggregation, a group essential for reproduction, could collapse future generations. This species' absence from project documents raises serious concerns about the adequacy and thoroughness of the environmental review that was done. Dredging, cable laying, and seafloor installation risk destroying vital habitats, including the breeding and feeding grounds that have taken centuries to form and cannot simply regenerate. The ocean floor is not just sediment, it is a living landscape home to nurseries, foraging grounds, and the foundation of countless biological processes. Disrupting it will cause irreparable harm to benthic habitats, many of which take decades or even centuries to recover, if they recover at all. The California coast is a migratory superhighway. It is a shared space. National defense should not come at the cost of ecological collapse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. A couple more people that we found. So we have Victoria Sackville, followed by Rebecca Lee, followed by Teresa Brady. Victoria Sackville, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
I have been listening. Hello. Am I unmuted? Good. I'm very impressed by the quality of the speakers. I even wish there were more. With respect to the coastal commissioners, I have attended meetings where certain commissioners appear to have been influenced by things other than their sworn duties to protect our coast and our offshore habitat. That saddens me greatly. I hope that will not happen here. The Navy is a proud military service for our country. However, in current days, if the staff is not supported in this, the Navy has to be very secretive because of their strategic importance to our country. But the use of further sonar impacts the environment to such an extent that it could even, in the future, lead to technologies being used within that 7 years that are beyond the scope of what is being discussed today. And that will be secret because of the strategic importance. This is an important decision to be made here because of that alone, because the norms are being wrenched. And who is to say where we are going? I will also draw the commissioner's attention to the fact that the very ably, PR person that is represented Navy, or doesn't make decisions about this in the future, by the way, spoke of the Marines being involved. And I draw you to put your attention, the Marines are already here in California. Please keep that in mind as you make your decision.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Lee, followed by Teresa Brady, followed by Derek Nguyen. Rebecca Lee, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. I also object to this proposed expansion. I swim in the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, and I know from the creatures I observe and the groups who work so hard to protect them how desperately those creatures need our protection. I lived in San Diego in the 80s and 90s, and I participated in the discussions then where the military denied then that sonar tests negatively impacted dolphins and whales. So we've really come a long way in this discussion, but the argument sounds the same. The military has a job to do. They want to do it well. They don't want to fail or displease their boss or fail at the ideal of protecting the American people as their number one concern. What have the opposition view got? Well, we have love in our hearts for all living creatures in the planet. We believe in the right for other non human beings to a right to live and deserving of help since they don't have voices to protect their rights to live. And most recently, we have science that's so eloquently been expressed by the other speakers that these creatures are participants in the vast ocean ecosystem that literally, scientifically support all life on Earth, including ours, and that they are harmed by these military practices. The irony is that the military is trying to bone up to protect human life, but it's undermining their own goals by harming and killing what keeps us all alive. It's necessary to object to these practices to keep what balance is possible and not give them carte blanche to destroy our ocean in the name of their drills. It's fantastical a little bit to read the restrictions being subjected in this proposal because to enforce them is really nearly impossible. And I would like to see you stress the increase in the number of observers included. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Teresa Brady, followed by Derek Nguyen. Teresa Brady, if you can unmute yourself. All right, we'll come back to Teresa. Next, we're going to do Derek Nguyen.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Derek, and I am a Canadian law student at the University of Toronto, interested in environmental law. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree, and I am a legal intern with Defend Them All, a nonprofit organization supporting legal and policy advocacy efforts for animal and environmental protection. I'm here today to object to the Navy's proposed expansion of military training across the Pacific coast. This expansion poses serious risks to millions of seabirds that rely on the study area for feeding, nesting, and resting, including more than 100 species of migratory birds, many of which are already threatened with extinction. The environmental impact statement suggests that individual stresses may be temporary or not result in population level consequences, but this narrow framing overlooks the cumulative impacts of sonar use, explosives, noise pollution, energy disturbances, and habitat disruption. And these combined stressors contribute to the long-term degradation of the environment. That is, an explosion may not directly injure a bird, but alongside the other stressors, it can disrupt critical prey populations, shift migratory paths, and destabilize food chains, resulting in significant ecological harm that is downplayed in project documents. And given these risks, the mitigation measures described in Table 3.9 to 4 of the Environmental Impact Statement of mostly visual observations are insufficient. The mitigation zones of only a maximum of 2,100 yards are inadequate, and they fail to address the cumulative effects of not only the explosives, but also the numerous other stressors on birds and the species they interact with, and there will be lasting impacts on all parts of the ecosystem. The millions of birds and dozens of endangered species in this region cannot withstand the added strain from these activities, and I urge the Commission to follow the staff's recommendation and object to the proposal. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we're going to try one more time. Anna Christensen, I've allowed you to speak. If you can just unmute yourself on the phone. All right, Anna. We tried. Sorry. Back to please all the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you to the public. Thank you, Simone. Okay, I'll turn it back to staff. I believe they have a brief response. Thank you.
Thank you. So staff continues to believe that each of the recommended alternative measures would be necessary to achieve consistency with our marine resources policy. Really briefly, I want to highlight the importance of expanding the geographic mitigation areas. In our view, this is the single most important way of reducing impacts to marine mammals from sonar and explosives. The larger seasonal mitigation areas proposed for Central and Northern California are a positive step, and we do understand and acknowledge the practical and operational constraints that the Navy is operating under. With this in mind, our recommended expansion of the mitigation areas focuses on the most biologically significant areas, marine sanctuaries, MPAs, and the core biologically important areas that are most critical for marine mammals, especially in Southern California, where the proposed mitigation areas are very limited. I'm going to pause here, but we are happy to address the other recommended measures and any questions the Commission may have, and I'll pass it on to Mr. Teufel to close out our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Street. I just wanted to quickly reiterate Mr. Stone's comments regarding the working relationship between Commission and Navy staff. While we don't always see eye to eye, as I probably is apparent through our staff recommendation, we deeply appreciate the professionalism, diligence, and responsiveness they bring to this federal consistency review process. We presented them with dozens of questions and requests for clarification over the past couple months, and they have always provided prompt responses and shared with us the information they're able to. Given the scale and significance of potential impacts to coastal and marine resources involved with the proposed program, its review always presents us with a major challenge, particularly under the limited time frame provided under our federal consistency review process. We really wouldn't be able to do our job without a high level of cooperation and coordination with Navy staff. So appreciate their continued engagement with us and hope to continue a productive dialogue about the alternative measures we identified and potential opportunities for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I know everyone has been waiting quite a while, but I think if you don't mind, we are going to break for lunch. We'll make it quick. We could all be back at 2 p.m., please. And I'll ask my colleagues to please not discuss this item and for the public not to speak to any commissioners about this item during the lunch break. We will be back and we'll reconvene right at 2 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We'll reconvene and bring it back to the commission as a place to start. So comments, questions, who'd like to begin? Okay, Commissioner Lowenberg.
Mr. Stone, could I ask you a question? Is it, and obviously take this in the spirit that it's coming from, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a commissioner sitting up here who loves land use and all that kind of, and I love the state of California. And I do appreciate the collaborative, I really do. Is there a way to without like telling the world when you're doing all this, because I'm sure it's sort of top secret when you do this, is there a way to do it when the whales are not down here migrating, since they do move? Is there a way to, I'm just trying to come up with, some little things that could help with timing. Is there a way, you may not be able to commit to that, but if you could certainly strive for it, it would be certainly helpful.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the same thing, like all of our mitigation measures, the same type of discussion we have internally about how can we be protective, but also do the mission. So we did consider that. Our training is not seasonal. Our training is year-round, and it's our deployment schedules are driven by real-world requirements. Very complicated about deployments, and also I think has been pointed out by many people, that this area where we train is an important area we acknowledge for many marine mammal species. And when you look at the different species and the seasonality of their presence, you're
going to bump into one, and
it's kind of year-round. Yeah,
it's kind
of year-round. So,
well, yeah. I just want to say, even if I vote for the staff recommendation, I am doing so with the expectation and hopes that it will keep you at the table. So, and I know that you can move forward even without that, but I would like the staff to go over that one more time so that we're all very clear on what a what a vote means to go with the staff recommendation, what the implications are, and what the implications would be if we disagreed with staff. But understand that for me, I'll only speak for myself, I do appreciate what the Navy's trying to accomplish, and having people well-trained is in everyone's best interest. Right. But it's not about my feelings. It's about an oath that I took to the Coastal Act. So with those parameters, I need to stay within that, regardless of what my personal feelings might be. So I hope you all, even if we vote maybe in a way you don't would like us not to vote, but that you can appreciate that in some respects our hands are tied to the fact that we did take an oath to uphold the Coastal Act.
Understand.
Okay. Well, thank you for your understanding.
Yep.
I appreciate it. I would like you at some point, either before or after everybody's questions, to go back over what a yes, what a no, implications, up, down, okay? So that we're all, and it's in the record, and everybody's on the same page. But again, I do appreciate the cooperative spirit that you all work within, and I know it makes staff life a lot easier. So, thank you.
Why don't we go over what the votes mean now, and then that's a great idea. Thank you.
Whatever you can.
Thank you very much.
I just think it's important that everybody understand what the implications are, yes, no, and upside down.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That is an excellent question. So I'll touch on the history a little bit, because as we indicated, this is the 5th time we've reviewed this similar type of a program. Go ahead.
And can you tell us the 5 times what other commission? Okay.
Exactly, and use that as an example of the different kind of types of outcomes. And so the initial, I believe, 2 consistency determination reviews were for a shorter period. I think it was a 2-year program at that time. And the commission, I believe both times, went with a conditional concurrence. And so essentially put forward a variety of conditions, not too dissimilar from the alternative measures that we put forward today, but structured it differently. So it essentially said, the Navy should commit to these, and if they do, this would be a concurrence. The Navy declined to commit to them. And so they essentially rejected those conditions of approval, and the result of that was an objection. And so that was the first couple times we went through this program. After that, it was a straight objection, and the Navy, as is their discretion and as they're allowed under the federal consistency regulations, as we kind of laid out during our presentation, they're allowed to determine that their activity is consistent and proceed with it, just simply with giving us notification. There was litigation that was triggered by that decision, and that litigation went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, the Navy was successful and proceeded with their activity based on that. I don't know all the ins and outs and details of that litigation, what it was structured around, but it was not triggered just by the vote, correct? Yep. But
the commission at that time chose to pursue that.
And correct. Yeah, and I bring that up because that is one of the potential outcomes. If the commission were to object, there's 3 ways that can go. One is the Navy, as I said, can determine that they are consistent and give us notification and proceed with the activity. The other is that they do that and we request mediation. So that can be either formal or informal, where we're brought together at a table with a mediator to engage in an effort to try to bridge the gap, so to speak. And then the third potential outcome is litigation. So in 2013, the commission also objected, and there was litigation there, and there was a settlement agreement reached. And as part of that settlement agreement, there were a variety of additional commitments, mitigation measures that were developed and that the Navy committed to implementing. And then in 2018, the staff recommendation then was conditional concurrence. We kind of went back to revisit that option. The commission ended up going against the staff recommendation and just plainly objecting. If the commission, you ask, if the commission were to concur, what would that look like? If the commission were to concur, staff would be obligated to come back with revised findings, essentially kind of squaring that circle, explaining how that activity is indeed consistent with these policies, particularly Section 30230, which applies to marine resource protection.
You're saying if we vote against staff?
Correct.
Correct.
Because currently the staff recommendation says it's inconsistent, so we would have to come back to you with an explanation of why it indeed is consistent. And so if the commission were to go that route, we would really be looking for some guidance from you all, explaining in your minds, your discretion, why you feel it is indeed consistent. So hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity.
Could you describe for a moment, you said in 2013 there was a settlement agreement reached. Are any of the things in that settlement agreement applicable to a potential today?
Yeah, there are some specific things that from that settlement agreement that we've carried over into our alternative measures. For example, Walt kind of walked through a little bit of the Southern California training and testing area, offshore here of San Diego. And part of the settlement agreement was establishment of mitigation areas around marine protected areas and an area of particular importance for beaked whales. And so that was the, I think, 600 odd square miles of additional area protection, geographic mitigation areas. The Navy has stepped those back in this latest proposal. So essentially, those are no longer, they're no longer required to do those. The term of the settlement agreement has lapsed.
Okay.
But they, and they saw that as giving them an opportunity to no longer implement those area protections.
Can I, through the chair, can I ask Mr. Stone one more question? Mr. Stone, please. Would you give any consideration to looking at those mitigation measures that you once were obligated to do, that maybe you could re-obligate, which is not a word?
Yeah, as part of the process that we went through of developing the geographic mitigation measures, we did consider all of those already. We have looked back at all of the prior areas that some were the outcome of that settlement agreement and other areas suggested through the NEPA process and other regulatory processes. So we have considered all of those and the latest science that has changed since then to develop the mitigation measures, the geographic areas that we have right now. So I guess I would say we have looked at those, but maybe just two things in closing. Obviously, whatever decision is made today, the Navy, not just me, would look at this before we would make any decisions. I'm not here today to say what we would or wouldn't do with the Commission's decision today. And also, regardless of that, we would continue to work together with the staff to try and continue to discuss these issues, narrow gaps, share information. So we're willing to continue to work together on all of these issues.
I would just hope that if you had lived with them at one point, and if they're still applicable, you could try to live with them again, for what it's worth.
I understand. Yeah.
Right.
We
if
did
they're not
reassess
applicable, they're not
those.
applicable. I get that.
Right.
But if they are,
right,
and if you once were able to do what you needed to do to train everybody adequately and could live within those parameters at one point, I would hope that you could really make an effort to try to live with them again. Because I think it would go a long way, especially with the public, not just with my colleagues potentially, but with the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart, or Vice Chair Hart, excuse me.
Thanks so much. I just want to align myself with the comments of Commissioner Lowenberg with regard to the importance of the Navy and our regard for the Navy. Saying that, we have an obligation particularly under Coastal Act Section 30230, to maintain, enhance, and where feasible, restore marine resources and provide special protection, to species of special biological or economic significance. And so I think it's very challenging for the commission to align our role under the Coastal Act, our mandate under the Coastal Act, with the activities that have been described and that have been conducted. But I do have a few questions for you, Mr. Stone, if you could come back.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I know it's weird coming from Zoom, coming from
No, I gotcha.
Thanks so much. I want to start by asking you a question about the impacts. Up here, I live up here in Sonoma County, and as I'm sure you're aware, the San Francisco Bay Area and the North Coast has seen an extreme number of strandings, particularly recently. Even yesterday, a gray whale was found stranded at Land's End, making it the 18th stranding this year. And when you look at what the information is as to why the strandings are occurring, there always seems to be a giant gap of information, this giant unknown. So could you talk about how you get to the numbers you get to? Do you follow the strandings? Do you have a team that looks at the marine mammals that have stranded? I think you see where I'm going with this, and if you could respond to how these numbers are formulated on the damage to marine mammals from the Navy activity.
You want to talk about that, Chip? I can start off. Chip Johnson is here. He's our science person, but I'll start off with that. We do use the best available science on density and abundance of marine mammals that goes into our marine calculations. They are conservative. Our modeling is conservative. It doesn't reduce the amount of predicted impacts based on the effectiveness of the mitigation that I talked about earlier. So we do think the mitigation is highly effective, especially for the more serious types of impacts that you heard kind of mentioned of the numbers of injuries and mortalities. Those are obviously close to where the activity is occurring, like for explosives or sonar, where we feel much better about our ability of our lookouts to observe those. And for sonar, the real issue with sonar is behavioral modification. The vast majority of the exposures for sonar are changes in behavior, not physiological or injurious. And for explosives, yeah, those numbers that you've seen that talk about mortality are close to the explosive source, where we do think we can highly reduce those numbers through our mitigation, but our raw numbers don't include that. And we do, I should have mentioned this earlier, all the mitigations and the numbers, the impact determinations we work closely with the National Marine Fisheries Service. So all of this is codified through a Marine Mammal Protection Act permitting and regulatory process. So like to the sort of your question about like how does this fit into larger issues with these marine species that's happening across California, that's definitely something that NMFS looks at in their issuance of the permit and for species that are protected by the Federal Endangered Species Act through their issuance of a biological opinion.
Right, but NMFS has not issued a permit for this expanded activity as of this time, right?
Correct, right.
And so would it be correct to say that from the Navy's perspective, well, you're depending on National Marine Fisheries, that your data is based on looking at the density of the species in the area you're operating? So it's almost sort of a statistical estimate. You don't do anything to look at stranded marine mammals or determine if your activities, for example, sonar, whether they have lost their hearing. None of that is happening, right?
Oh no, absolutely. We have a stranding response plan, so we're aware of any stranding, and if there's, and that's built into the regulatory process with NMFS. If there's a stranding that's an unusual stranding event like you're kind of describing in Northern California, if we're operating in that area, we have a requirement to do an assessment of what activities and investigate that with NMFS. If it's determined by NMFS, that's what's called an unusual stranding event, an USE. And that's codified in a plan that is joint between the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Navy.
Would it be possible to get a report on that? What NMFS has determined for many of these strandings that have happened in the areas that the Navy has been conducting exercises if they found links. I just feel very insecure about your numbers. No offense at all, but I mean, it's such a broad number, and I just can't. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around a statistical analysis of that, because sonar can have such widespread impacts that beyond. I mean, it seems it's actually been pretty well documented, the significant impacts, but. So that's one problem I'm having as I address this. The second problem I'm having, I used to operate the marina as part of I had a job up here on the North Coast, and I operated the marina. And Bodega Bay Marina is one of the crabbing centers of the North Coast. And of course, Dungeness crab, it's a huge business, right? Currently, crabbing has basically been put on hold because of entanglements. Are you familiar with that issue at all?
Generally, yes.
So it has a huge impact on the economy that, spreads through the economy. And this is to protect whales. And in addition to that, there's so much that has been done, so much money that has been spent, so much time and effort, for example, to establish national marine sanctuaries and the MPAs in California. I have to ask you, and I know you're not in a position to change you're not here to alter the position of the Navy. But when I look at the measures and the pushback on what's being requested by the Commission, the most obvious one is to avoid these areas that are so critical for the survival of these species and all of the species. And as a result, there's significant restriction in those areas. I just can't understand why that isn't something that the Navy is willing to do, why it's so critical be operating in the MPAs and the marine sanctuaries. Could you just go into that a little bit more? I mean, is that just not happening no matter what, no matter how much we negotiate, or what's the situation?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I would say it depends on the sanctuary or the MPA. A lot of the national marine sanctuaries, we have very little activity, or especially with sonar or explosives. So it depends on the sanctuary, but like for instance, we might transit through there with a vessel or aircraft, but we're not doing the activities that are more potentially impactful. And that's certainly true in a lot of the national marine sanctuaries and in the state MPAs. And in our environmental planning, we walk through each of the state MPAs and the national marine sanctuaries and talk about which activities. But in general, there's very little activities. Like I can talk about like Channel Islands or Monterey Bay. There's no explosive activities in those areas, and that's explained in the EIS that there's very little activity in the national marine sanctuaries.
Except around San Nicolas, now that area has been removed. This is one of the Channel Islands.
The area around San Nicolas Island is not part of a national marine sanctuary.
Right, but is part of the Channel Islands, and It was protected before. And especially in light of your answer, I can't believe that there's not a basis for negotiation if the activities are so limited. If that we could take each of the marine sanctuaries or MPAs that are impacted and work with you to determine what activities are allowed, what you absolutely need in those areas. I would really strongly support our staff working with the Navy to the extent possible, and ideally completely protect and exclude the national marine sanctuaries and the MPAs from any of the activities that have been described here. And there's a new marine sanctuary right off in the Central California coast, the Chumash. And I know the tribes are very concerned about the activities as well. I mean, based on what I've been reading in some areas. So I just would really strongly recommend that discussion. I would certainly feel a lot better about what you're doing to protect us. I understand that completely, but we have to try to look at the entire world of creatures, and particularly as a coastal commissioner. I was looking at the other alternative measures. Another thing that is bothering me quite a bit is the unmanned vehicle, the unscrewed. It's an interesting word. I hadn't heard that before. So we're asking that you limit.
The autocorrect, I think, is getting you there on that one. Yeah.
Oh, uncrewed. Did you? So you noticed that too? I'm like, what is unscrewed? It kept appearing in the Not talking. Okay, we're talking uncrewed. Good. That'll be straighten that out right now. Okay, so we have these uncrewed vessels, and they're big, right? How big are it? Some of them are very big, right?
They, the size, there's a variety of sizes everywhere from like, the size of this podium to, small ships.
Yeah, like 300
small
feet,
ships
I think.
there's not too many of those, but there are some larger uncrewed surface. Yeah.
Okay, so I think in the report I read that up to 300 feet. I mean, a large ship that is uncrewed, that is cruising along, unlike everybody else out there, or most vessels have agreed to limit speed, in areas where there could be whale impacts or marine mammal impacts. But your position right now is no limitation on speed of the uncrewed vessels.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean they don't always go at fast speeds, but it depends on the mission they're doing. So I mean some missions require a higher speed. So yeah, there is the vessel speeds vary, I guess.
And so it seems to me, and this is another problem I have, that those are going to be entering into marine protected areas and sanctuaries where there's a much, hopefully, ideally, high density of species without any speed limit, when we know from the strandings, at least the ones that we can tell what happened, are caused often by these kind of impacts of ships or maybe uncrewed vessels with whales. But that's another area that I would strongly recommend that we work with you. Even if it's limited to the MPAs in the National Marine Sanctuaries, I feel that when an uncrewed vessel enters into these areas, at the very least, there has to be a speed limit, a lower speed limit. And then I know sometimes there's lookouts, sometimes there aren't. So that's another area that I think really is a lot could be done. I share Commissioner Lowenberg's position on to work with you and the commission staff, work with you on, if we had agreements before, we're hoping that we can continue with those agreements. I just want to see if I have any other, so I mean, I agree with the staff at this time. I think we really need to engage at a deeper level and see if we can resolve some of these issues. Some of the things that NRDC brought up, for example, I think they brought up the dipping sonar, where marine mammals can think they're away. They think the sonar apparently anthropomorphizing, and then it's sort of coming and going. Let me just see in my notes if I have any other major. I guess that my final comment is just, again, to reiterate, the costs of protecting the California coast, the economic costs to preserve our coast today have been so huge, and they continue to be huge, and limit fishermen, limit recreation. There's so many limits as a result of our decision to protect these marine mammals, and it seems to me this just cuts right through the middle of that. And I know that we all live on this planet. We all want the same things. And so I really strongly recommend that we find common ground on some of these key issues. So thank you very much, Mr. Stone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Mr. Lowenberg and Vice Chair Hart for much more eloquently stating my concerns. But I share their concerns. I also want to point out one, I think I might have a question for you, but I want to point out one thing that you mentioned. You sort of seemed like you were differentiating physical harm, maybe explosions, with behavioral harm changes. But I know enough about marine mammals, and based on NRDC and other, behavioral changes can be just as injurious if they're affecting mating behavior, foraging behavior, or overall fitness of the animal. So I think one could be just as bad as the other. The only specific question I have, you mentioned on your slide that the number of Navy vessel strikes is, quote, infrequent. I wonder, do you have any numbers on that? But perhaps maybe more helpful to me is, do you have any percentage comparison of that to just regular commercial boating? Or so how when you say infrequent, what are you measuring that against?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think over the last 10 years, we've had about 3 vessel strikes with collisions in the study area. So and kind of we went a long time before that with no vessel strikes. So it's kind of just all of a sudden we've had 3 over the last few years. So, and the comparison versus a commercial one is a great question. I mean, when a Navy vessel hits a marine mammal, we report it immediately, and it's immediately known. We have people on the ships at all times looking around the water, unlike commercial ships. A commercial ship might just say, I'm headed to China, and there's nobody looking at the water. They don't even know if they hit marine mammals, and if they do, the reporting is, they're supposed to report them to the National Marine Fisheries Service, but there's a lot of papers that have documented how the reporting is way undercounting the number of vessel strikes that occur there. So even comparing the known numbers to our numbers, I would still say infrequent is true. I mean, our numbers are, we report them all, and even with the ones that are reported by the commercial shipping industry, where I don't know the exact number, but it's a small fraction of the commercial vessel strikes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Can you just let me know what those 3 strikes were? They whales, or what specifically?
Yeah, there were whales. Yeah, there were whales. There were, I mean, we investigate each of those. They're really just kind of wrong place, wrong time. It wasn't, I don't think any of them have attributed it to the speed of the vessel or anything about it. It's just, sometimes the first time the vessel was aware of it was after the whale was hit. It wasn't like they were seen and tried to avoid the marine mammals. Just
thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Nara.
Thank you. And I think it's fitting that we're here in San Diego, with the Navy's here, and we also right near Scripps, where I think it was 30 years ago with acoustic thermometry testing kind of brought to light the impact of underwater noise and to marine life. And so I just want to acknowledge that, the Navy's come a long way in 30 years. And when you look at the what the Navy's proposing now and compare that to what the Commission staff is recommending to more align the Navy proposal with the California Coastal Management Program, I think we're closer. You can see that we've made a lot of progress. There's a couple of specific things I'm concerned that this proposal is going a little bit in the wrong direction in terms of more intensity. So there's things that I would like to see the Navy continue to work with our staff on is to reduce the intensity in low visibility areas, to expand some of the avoidance areas, as Commissioner Hart has discussed. I don't really understand why there were mitigation areas that were previously established and now they don't exist. They're not in this current proposal. So those are the kind of mitigation measures that it seems like they're coming into alignment is within view if we continue to work on those things. And I do appreciate the good working relationship that's developed between the Navy and the Coastal Commission, and I hope that will continue. But given those concerns with this current proposal, I would support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Stone. But before I do, I just want to go to staff. I'm the new guy here, so just to make sure. And I'm an Army guy, so we're not as smart as you sailors. But we are smarter than the Marines, so.
Noted.
So if I understand this correctly, every few years, the Navy has come to the Commission and said, we want to do X, Y, and Z. The Commission has gone back and says, we can give a little bit, but here are the conditions in which we'd like you to operate. The Navy then says, we appreciate your consideration, but federal preemption, whatever it's called, means we can do what we want to do. And that's typically the exercise we've done over the last few years. I'm a simple-minded guy, so is that basically what it is?
Yeah, broadly. You've got it.
So at the end of the day, regardless of how we vote today, the Navy can say, as they've done in the past, thank you very little, thank you very much, we're going to train. Okay. Okay, I got that, thank you. Thank you for your service, Mr. Stone. I love to see the civilians representing the services. A lot of people tend to recognize the folks in uniform. Thank you for your service, sir. But a lot of great civilians doing great work for our military, so thank you for your service. Thank you for the rest of your team for being here. You know, the Navy's come a long way in California since the 20s when they arrived, and what we've learned about the environmental impact and has come a long way as well. And those two have intersected and have come to juggernaut, come to a head. I'm curious, because this isn't, what you're doing in California isn't unique to California. As your mission has expanded, your global force for good has expanded. You've got bases in Norfolk, you've got bases in Italy, you've got bases in Bahrain, all with similar concerns. How is the Navy addressing those concerns?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked the question. Yeah, I want to go back, but just to answer your first question is, that is one of the considerations when we evaluate mitigation measures, that there is some consistency across the Navy for the mitigation measures, so that a sailor operating off of Norfolk versus San Diego has kind of the same sort of measures. So like when we talk about the shutdown zones, the areas for sonar that we're asking our lookouts to observe marine mammals is consistent across the Navy. So that's part of the reason why we will, not necessarily agree to a larger shutdown zone, because it is part of a larger Navy policy to establish lookout zones that we think are effective and the Navy leadership thinks is effective. So we do look at Navy training across the globe when we think about these mitigation measures.
So are we doing the same thing off the coast of Italy, coast of Hawaii,
yes,
Bahrain?
Yes. Yep, the mitigation measures are standard, and we have a tool that we use for ships that you're gonna go train, and I want to do training in this area, and it tells you the rules, and it's required. There's an accountability process that we implement.
No, I appreciate that. I understand, but different jurisdictions also have different rules, right? We may be able to do things off the coast of Norfolk or California or Hawaii that we're not doing off the coast of Italy, or say somewhere else where we've got our sailor station.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. This is tough. As I said before, the ask from the Navy, I guess it's sort of like the defense budget, is never going to be reduced, right? Every year the Navy has asked for more because they're doing more, right? You're doing more than you were 100 years ago when we were up the coast of California. So the ask is never going to be less. So with that in mind, as my colleagues have said, it would be nice if we can have a deliberate, thoughtful, in-depth discussion as to how we're going to meet these future asks. Because there's no doubt, for those who've been around, they've done this a few times, this dance. We're going to be, if I'm still around, I'll hear you guys in a couple of years where your ask is going to be more unmanned, more training, more of this, right? But then we're going to know more about the impact on our coastline. So that position, as our Marine friend said, both sides are right. The Navy is being asked to do more. We're being asked to do more to protect our coastline, and we're at this juggernaut. And that's unfortunate. So the only way we're ever going to really reach, I love the fact that we're collaborating, that we work hand in glove with each other. And that's important. That collaboration is imperative. And we had a caller who said she didn't trust the Navy, and I took exception to that because I think the Navy is trying to do the right thing. There's no doubt in my mind. I know the Navy was ahead of everybody else when it came to global impacts and sea rise on our Navy bases worldwide. I saw that firsthand when I was at the Pentagon. So the Navy does care about this stuff. But what you're being asked to do is just inconsistent with what we are being asked to do. And you're going to come back as you have the last, is this the fourth or fifth time? This is fifth? This is the fifth. As the previous 4 times, you're going to be asking for more. And there's going to be more impact on our coastline. Who knows how the vote is going to go, but then at the end of the day, you'll be able to say, thank you very much, but in the interest of national security, we need to do our training. And I understand, train like you fight. But at some point, we've got to come to that realization that the Navy can't be all things, all the time, whenever it wants, off our coastline. So that's the challenge. And so while I certainly appreciate what you are doing, what the Navy is doing, go Army, beat Navy, this is, our task is to protect our precious coastline. And what the Navy is doing this year and every subsequent year is going to further erode our ability to do that. And there are significant consequences. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any others? Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, no questions, just comments and appreciation for the report, for the collaboration to this point. I understand the history, and having read the report thoroughly, I largely agree with the comments as made by Commissioner Jackson. I think the challenge that we have ahead of us is how we continue to coexist in a world where the power is, right, something that is unequal at this point. And as we move forward, we know that I'll share. At home, I've got 2 installations that make up part of my district. I've got Fort Hunter Liggett and Camp Roberts, both key training areas. Given the fact that they're unique in their landscape and unique in their lack of light pollution for different types of terrestrial training. For that purpose, it's a place that folks come from all over the country to train. I know that there's going to be unique circumstances which draw people to this particular region to do the same thing off the coast, and it's the reason these sites have been decided, I'm sure, to be chosen to be part of the type of training that's being undertaken. Given the role that we play on the national scale and the fact that we have to train our young men and women to be prepared when they go off to battle, train like you fight, I understand that. But we're given a very key, very specific function. And I don't think that today we're going to be able to get through the point that we reached. And so as we move forward, I just hope that the nature of collaboration continues to be at the core of the relationship, understanding that we know where we stand and we understand the struggle that will continue to exist, but given that as we try to find a path forward, the collaboration is where we can make good things happen, both for the environment and for the young men and women that we are training to do what we ask of them every single day as a nation. So thank you for being here today and for the clear communication about your position.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, that leaves it to me, and I will start. I just have one question, and this is for staff. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stone. And then just some very brief comments. It was mentioned that within the bucket around objection, so there's objection, and then option 2 is this mediation collaboration option. And I think what I'm hearing from all of my colleagues is this real desire to continue the conversation and gratitude for the willingness to engage in it in a very substantive, meaningful way. So can you tell me a little bit more about what that option is? Is it a require? Have we stated our desire to do it? Is it something more than that? What does that look like?
Thank you, Chair. So there's a couple ways that can play out. One is there's a couple flavors of a formal mediation where we either request it from the Secretary of Commerce or request it from NOAA to be kind of involved as the mediator. And then there's the more informal version, which staff engaged with the Navy in subsequent to the 2018 objection. And that did result in some meaningful outcomes, some additional geographic mitigation areas. It's really just continuing the dialogue that we've been engaged with for the past month or so, once we kind of had identified a variety of alternative measures, things that we thought would be necessary to get closer to consistency. The Navy has obviously identified some constraints and challenges with implementation of those, but I do think that there's still some room to continue that discussion and understand, okay, where are the constraints, where are the practicality limitations with implementing fully implementing what we're asking, where can we find a way around it? So that is an option for us, and that's something we would absolutely pursue if it was the Commission's will.
Just wanted to add, as Cassie pointed out, the two options, it's really at the Commission's discretion. How that works, I think as staff, we would recommend that we continue down the informal collaboration that we have. We have worked really hard to work through these issues and develop this relationship, and I think it has been productive in the past, and I think it could be fruitful going forward. So our recommendation, I think, would be to give us some leave to pursue that. We can bring back any progress or information that comes out of that to you. It's always at your discretion to take a different path at a different time with new information, but just wanted to be clear on that point too.
Thank you very much, Director. Yes, that is certainly my preference, to continue down the informal path. And I have to say, this is a very challenging item. All of the commissioners here have articulated, particularly Commissioner Jackson, that fundamental tension that we're facing here between our understanding of the needs of the Navy and the very real, very important, very critical national security work that they are doing, and our obligations here at this dais to uphold the Coastal Act. But I'm really gratified by the demonstration of the relationship that's been built between the Navy and our staff. And I want to add my voice to the chorus that says thank you, because this is how we find that path forward in what is a very sort of challenging set of circumstances to reconcile. So while I will be agreeing with staff recommendation today, the scale and the scope of what has come before us, I simply don't see a way to reconcile with our obligations under the Coastal Act. But I share the optimism that I'm hearing from staff that there is some room to move closer together, and I would strongly encourage that we continue that dialogue and just, again, express my appreciation that we've gotten to this point and that that there's possibility to move. So with that, unless there are any additional comments, Commissioner.
Prepared to make a motion?
Commissioner Nada.
All right.
Commissioner Wilson had his hand up. Just wanted to know.
I'm sorry, I don't see your hand. Commissioner Wilson.
That's okay. I just wanted to say that I agree with staff's recommendation. I just couldn't make any findings that disagreed with the findings that staff has made under Section 30230, the Coastal Act. And I want to associate myself with really all of the comments of the commissioners today. That very well thought out and very reasoned and just very well considered about all the issues. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Nada.
All right. So I move that the Commission concur with Consistency Determination CD-0003-25 on the grounds that the project described therein would be fully consistent and thus consistent to the maximum extent practicable with the enforceable policies of the California Coastal Management Program, CCMP. And I am recommending a no vote.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner O'Malley. Would either the maker or the seconder like to speak to their motion?
I would just only echo that, doing so with the understanding that the informal discussions continue to happen, and if there's some sort of, you guys hit a wall somewhere, it would be nice to kind of understand then at the time where we're at.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson.
Just want to be clear that the maker's requesting a no, but you can vote yes. Just
It was yes for the no.
yes for no.
But
It's
you
no.
want a no for the no.
No for the no.
No.
If that's your will.
I stand corrected. No for the no, please.
Jackson, no.
What are we, guys?
Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Lopez, no. Commissioner Lowenberg? Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Nodoff?
No.
Nodoff, no. Commissioner Preciado?
No.
Preciado, no. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner O'Malley?
No.
O'Malley, no. Commissioner Hart?
No.
Hart, no. Chair Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The commission has objected. I want to thank again the Navy, Mr. Stone. Very much appreciate your engagement today and through this whole process.
Yeah, thank you very much to the chairman and all the commissioners. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Director Huckelbridge, do we need to take a minute or are we good? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready to reconvene. I think we've 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys. All right, that brings us to item 10, South Coast Deputy Director's Report. Mr. Schwing.
Thank you. So with item 10 in this packet, we're reporting a number of things. First is the City of Dana Point's adoption of the Commission's suggested modifications for their Victoria Boulevard specific plan. The Executive Directors determined the city's action is legally adequate to complete the certification process. I do want to note, though, that after business hours yesterday, staff received a letter from an attorney representing the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. The comments were focused on the merits of the Victoria Boulevard Amendment and were addressed in the Commission's prior action to approve the amendment in February. Comments don't address the adequacy of the city's action to adopt the Commission's recommended modifications, and they aren't relevant to the matter being reported today. Also, the report does contain 5 waivers for projects in Seal Beach, Laguna Beach, and San Clemente. There's no known opposition, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the waivers in the report.
Thank you. Are there any speakers?
No speakers. We have one, but we cannot find them.
Okay, thank
I'm gonna
you.
check for ex partes too.
Oh, yes. Are there any ex partes on any of the items on the report? Seeing none. Okay, do 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items on the CD report? Seeing none, the commission concurs. So that moves us to item 13A, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So we have item 13A, that's application 52310, the Carver application in San Clemente. And Emily Greer with our Long Beach office is going to do the staff presentation. So Emily, as soon as you're ready, please begin. And we do have a staff PowerPoint. There it is. Great.
Thanks, Carl. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 13A is a coastal development permit application to remove an existing mobile home and replace it with a new mobile home on a beachfront mobile home space. The applicants are Clara and Kevin Carver. Next slide, please. The project site, Unit 19, is located within the Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Park in the city of San Clemente. The park is located between the first public road, El Camino Real, and the railroad tracks and the sea. The park is also located directly seaward of the Commission-approved public trails and recreational parks along the coastal bluffs of the Marblehead coastal site. The park is a legal non-conforming use on a stretch of perch beach developed with a single row of 90 mobile homes parallel to the shoreline. The lot is zoned privately owned open space and is designated as open space in the City of San Clemente Certified Land Use Plan. Next slide, please. Here's a close-up aerial of the subject mobile home space. Next slide, please. The applicants are proposing to remove an existing 1-story, 12.5-foot tall, approximately 1,500 square foot mobile home and replace it with a new 2-story, 25-foot tall, approximately 3,000 square foot mobile home
on a beachfront mobile home space at Unit 19. Minor landscaping and drainage improvements are also proposed. A Pre-Coastal Act rock revetment and bulkhead protects the park property from direct wave attack. No improvements are proposed to the existing revetment as a part of this application. Next slide, please. The primary issues raised by the subject application concerns consistency with the visual resource policies of the Coastal Act, with regard to the proposed height of 25 feet and whether it preserves scenic resources and public coastal views. The Commission has consistently analyzed visual resource impacts resulting from development in this location on a case-by-case basis. In this case, scenic coastal vistas are available from El Camino Real, Avenida Pico, and adjacent surrounding public recreational areas, including the public trails and open space system on the uplands associated with the Marblehead coastal site. As shown on this slide, in past Commission actions indicated in the blue box, the Commission has concluded that for all sites down coast of the site, starting at Unit 12, and a majority of sites up coast of the site from Unit 22 to Unit 76, a height of 16 feet or less was found to be protective of visual resources in the area. Significantly further up coast in 5 instances, Units 80, 81, 85, 86, and 90, heights that were greater than 16 feet were found to not have a significant adverse impact on the ocean view shed from public areas along the Marblehead trails. However, these were site-specific determinations that considered the impacts based on many factors, including, but not limited to, the distance between the vantage point and the structure, the height and angle from which the viewer sees the structure and the vista beyond it, the presence of other development and vegetation in the foreground and surrounding area, and the bulk and scale of the structure. Next slide, please. Shown in the left photo on this slide is the existing 12.5-foot tall mobile home at Unit 19. In the second photo from the left, you can see a rendering of the proposed 25-foot tall replacement mobile home. Staff reviewed the applicant's visual impact study and concluded that at the proposed development height of 25 feet, there is a significant blue water view obstruction by the proposed structure's elevation as viewed from the coastal bluff trails at the Marblehead site. The applicant provided an updated visual analysis to evaluate the impacts that a 16-foot tall step-back design, 16 feet high on the street side and 12.5 feet high on the ocean side, may have on public views of the ocean. As shown in the right photo on this slide, the visual analysis demonstrated that a 16-foot tall step-back mobile home is sufficiently protective of visual resources. After informing the applicants of Commission staff's likely recommendation of the 16-foot tall step-back design, the applicant submitted an additional visual analysis to evaluate the impacts of an 18-foot tall mobile home and an 18-foot tall step-back mobile home, 18 feet high on the street side and 15 feet 8 inches high on the ocean side. The applicants informed staff that a 16-foot tall mobile home would create a substantial reduction in functional living space compared to an 18-foot tall mobile home. The applicants also voiced concerns to staff regarding privacy issues that the 16-foot tall step-back design would create, as this design would allow the neighboring residents to look directly into their home, specifically their master bedroom. The applicants stated that they felt these alternatives were a good compromise from their original proposal of a 25-foot tall mobile home. However, the analysis displayed here in the middle and the second photo to the right on this slide shows that the 18-foot tall and 18-foot tall step-back designs would result in significant impacts to visual resources, including obstruction of blue water views as compared to the existing conditions on site. Next slide, please. This slide shows a comparison of all alternatives as seen from a different viewpoint of the Marblehead trails. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff reviewed the applicant's various visual impact studies and concluded that the 16-foot tall step-back design is most protective of coastal resources, including public views. As was shown in the previous slides, with a 16-foot high step-back mobile home, the visual impact substantially lessens. Thus, staff recommends imposing Special Condition 1, which would require the applicant to submit revised final plans for a 16-foot tall step-back mobile home. With regard to potential hazards on site, conditions are included that require the applicants to acknowledge that the mobile home has no future automatic right to a shoreline protective device and to require removal of the mobile home if the structure becomes unsafe for use. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the subject application with 10 special conditions. Motion and resolution can be found on page 5 of the staff report. Since publication of the staff report, Commission staff received a letter from the applicant's representative. The letter reiterates the applicant's opposition to staff's recommendation of the 16-foot tall step-back design, and states that their preference is the 18-foot tall step-back alternative. The letter also raises concerns with multiple special conditions. There's an addendum to this item responding to the correspondence received from the applicants, which was posted with this item on the Commission's website. Staff's recommendation of approval with 10 special conditions remains unchanged. This concludes the staff presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Okay, are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, okay, we'll open the public hearing, and if I could ask the applicant how much time they'd like. Thank you. 8 minutes it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a presentation, if we can bring that up. Okay, well, good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Honorable Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to make our presentation. We've worked well with staff and with Ms. Greer. She's been very professional and nice to work with. This application started out as a request for a 25-foot mobile home, which would be a comfortable 2 stories. Speaking with Ms. Greer, we tried to work on a compromise, and we literally got within 24 inches of an agreement. And I thought we could get there, but we didn't quite get there. So that's really what this is about. We're here today not to ask you for the 25-foot structure that Clara and Kevin have asked for, but the 18-foot structure that was referenced in Ms. Greer's report. Your staff, they believe that the 16-foot height is required. If we go any higher than that, it's going to cause a material disruption to coastal views from the Sea Summit or Marblehead trails. And what they showed you on the staff report was actually pictures from our multiple view studies. We did it and redid it a couple of times trying to reach the compromise that I referenced a second ago, but we didn't get there. The problem with the 16-foot is that it leaves the carvers with 7 to 7.5 foot ceilings in their home, which would be very, very low ceilings. This is probably 10 feet. I think the absolute minimum that we see in houses is 8 feet. So at 16 feet, that's what we're looking at is ceilings that were 7 to 7.5 feet, and it's really not very workable. That problem is solved with just another 24 inches of building height to get up to 18 feet from the street level. And from our assessment of what we can see from the view impacts is that it's a negligible to no difference in what the view would be. And part of that is because the substantial viewpoints here are not right at the house. They're between 300 and 700 feet away horizontally, and they're from 30 feet to 100 feet above it. So even at the lowest viewpoint that we've looked at, you're looking well over the roof of the house. The other reason why 18 feet works is because the primary view is actually to the north of Unit 19, looking to the southwest. And on the south side of the carver's home is a 25-foot house. And so making them come down to 16, all you're doing is viewers at the trails are only going to see, more of the house next to it. They're not necessarily going to see, more ocean. And I'm going to try to demonstrate that to you with this PowerPoint that we have up on the screen. Is there a clicker to change? Okay, that'd be fine if you could do it. That'd be fine if you could. I'll do it. So I created an exhibit that shows, well, I don't know if that timer is on your screen. The timer is blocking one of the viewpoints that's on the screen there. Can you minimize that? There we go. So there's a number of viewpoints that I looked at, but I picked just because I knew we'd have limited time, I picked the 3 that I thought were most substantial. And so it's viewpoint 1, viewpoint 2, and viewpoint 3, and they're all up in the Marblehead Trail system. And those are the ones that look out over the mobile home park, including the Carver unit, which is depicted on this slide. I have, for each viewpoint, I have 2 slides, and I apologize, it's a little bit hard to see, but that's because what we're looking at here is I'm going to toggle between 16 and 18 feet, but looking at it in this case from a horizontal distance of 456 feet away, which is where that viewpoint is. This viewpoint was also in staff's presentation. So what you're looking at here, and the red arrow points to it, is what the carver's house would look like and what you would see from viewpoint number 1 at 16 feet. And I have a laser pointer, but it probably doesn't work on the screens you're looking at. If I toggle over to the next slide, there's 18 feet. And from my viewpoint, you're not seeing any material difference in view. You still have horizon, sunset, blue water, and white water. But if we take it down to 16 feet, you're doing it at the expense of functional ceiling heights. So that's why we believe that the extra 2 feet, makes a big difference. So that's viewpoint 1, and I'll just go back and forth again. That's 16 feet. That's 18 feet. 16 feet, 18 feet. Here it is. Here we have viewpoint number 2, which is about not quite as far away. It's a little bit lower. It's 70 feet above it, and it's 363 feet away horizontal. That's the view. This is a rendering of what it would be at 16 feet. And the next slide, as I toggle to it, that's 18 feet. And so there's a little bit taken out of blue water, but there's still a tremendous blue water view from there. And the same logic applies to our the next view. Here's viewpoint number 3. This is the lowest one, and I picked a low one on purpose. It's only 39 feet above the grade at the carver's house, but it's 700 feet away. This is in a Marblehead section where there's a bridge over a small arroyo, and it's not really the part of the trail where people go, I don't think, to take in a view. It's on the way to the view. The first two, especially the first one, those were the view. This is on the way to the view, but I put it there anyways, and that's what 16 feet looks like. Then if I toggle, that's what 18 feet looks like. So the additional 24 inches it takes out a little bit of blue, but not very much, and it comes out of the expense of 7-foot or 7.5-foot ceilings versus 8-foot ceilings. And that's what our plea is to you today. And then, so what we ask then is that you approve the carver's house at 18. We understand that coastal staff would like a step back. I think a step back, as long as it's reasonable, would still work. And we could work out with staff what the details of that would be. But what we're talking about is for the primary section of the house, it would be 18. And it's only the extra 2 feet to get them 8-foot ceilings. And this little bit of a gratuitous slide, it's kind of like when you buy something on the internet and it tells you, what you get, depending on what level of service you buy. Between 16 feet and 18 feet, you get sunset, horizon, blue water, and white water views. So to us, anyways, there's very little difference between the two in terms of views to the public, but a huge improvement for the carvers who have already compromised from 25 down to 18. And I just, having been on those trails many times myself and looked across, I can just tell you on a personal level, I don't think anyone's ever going to walk up there and curse the Coastal Commission for allowing an 18-foot house, because to them it's not going to make a difference whether it's what it is today or 16 or 18. There's still going to be this spectacular view, and no one's ever going to fault you as someone who's going up there to take a view to say, hey, why did the Coastal Commission allow this? This is wrong. They'll never notice it. It'll always be exactly beautiful the way it is today. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. And you have 30 seconds left, which we can save for rebuttal if so necessary.
I'll turn this mic off, I guess.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
None.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the concerns that we try to address in this community is the cumulative impact of the height of all these structures. So as Emily laid out in our initial comments, in this part of the park, the Commission has fairly consistently approved structures that are no higher than 16 feet. So that is the genesis of our recommendation here. We are, looking at the impact from this individual project, but also cumulatively across this portion of the mobile home park. So one of the other things I want to point out, and it's hard to overlook, are the 25-foot structures that are right next door to this particular site. And there are, I think, about 11 of those structures in the community that were anywhere from 20 to 25 feet tall. Those exist because, as a result of litigation over these mobile home units that were, the work was undertaken without coastal development permits. And the litigation history there is, is a little bit complicated. But in the end, the court finding was that these mobile home units had been approved by operation of law. So the Coastal Act was not applied to these those 25-foot units, but they were allowed to remain. So we don't, we obviously can't ignore those. But nonetheless, we do want to look at the long term and what this community is going to look like over the long haul. And we're trying to apply some consistency in terms of heights and impacts.
Thank you. Any final thoughts from the applicant? 30 seconds left.
Thank you. I don't think those the other homes Mr. Swing was referring to are relevant here, only because it does have to be site specific. And I think choosing 16 feet based on previous decisions kind of belies that, right? We're not doing site specific if we're just trying to be like the other ones. I feel that we've demonstrated here that 18 feet versus 16 feet has no material impact on coastal views, and so we ask that you approve it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, staff is making a site-specific determination here, but looking cumulatively at this part of the park. So that was not entirely an accurate description of the staff.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, with that, I will close the hearing and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Preciado.
Actually, the deputy director responded to what I was going to look at. I saw structures that are way above, and I was trying to understand what our basis was for the individual determination. I'm trying to get a better understanding from the perspective of our staff, and this, I believe it's our staff in the Zoom, Ms. Greer?
Yes, Ms. Greer.
Ms. Greer, how do you, I see the applicant presented points of view that show almost no discernible difference, at least from his artifacts, the 16 versus the 18 feet. What is the process that we undertake to make the determination that 16 feet is the appropriate level? I'm interested in the methodology.
Emily, do you want to respond just briefly about what our process is for the visual impact assessment, and then we can add in after you're done.
Yeah, definitely. So one thing I would note is we do analyze these projects and compare them to the existing conditions on site. So when we're looking at the various alternatives, we're comparing them to the existing and not necessarily each alternative. So we want to make sure that whichever alternative we select is the most protective alternative. And in this case, we determined that it was the 16-foot setback alternative compared to the existing conditions on site. Carl, feel free to add anything else.
I guess just to reiterate, I'm wondering what's the difference between 16 and 16 and a half. So I'm trying to get you to tell me technically why 16 feet was chosen.
Well, again, we were looking at heights across this particular site, but also across the community in this area. And our objective here is to minimize the impact to coastal resources and minimize the coastal view impact as much as possible, but still allow for some reasonable amount of development on the property. So, the difference between 16 and, perhaps 16 and a half feet, I can understand there's some subjectivity there. And that's something you certainly can consider. But from staff's perspective, we thought the 16-foot was the most appropriate.
I have one more question related to the setback. Can you show us and discuss the setback?
I'm sorry, the question was about the step backs?
Is it step backs or setbacks? Step backs.
Step backs,
Can you
yes.
comment on those? I'm also interested.
Sure. So when we're looking at these structures, a lot of time, as you can see from those viewpoints, we're looking at them, from an angle, and we're looking at whether, it's possible to allow for, a significant portion of the structure to be at one height, but where it projects out closest to the water, we're looking to try to minimize again that impact. So by stepping the structure, the roof height down at the point where it's closest to the water, you're able to capture more of the whitewater and ocean view. And so, and that's something that applicants have proposed to us in the past. That was something that project applicants came up with, and convinced us that that was a good way of allowing both, some additional height on the back of the property, and while still, maintaining or lowering the view impact as much as possible.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to ask the questions. I may speak when the motions are made. Thank you.
Could I also just add that the prevailing height generally in the mobile home park is 13 to 14 feet, and the commission has approved other homes in the 15 to 16 foot range that were constructed. So it's not that it's infeasible to construct a home that's 16 feet tall.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
I am inclined to agree with the project sponsor and allow the 18 feet. I think actually from a visual, if you go from 25 to 18 and then the other one's down, I'm perfectly fine with it. I did not see a huge difference in the whole thing, and I'm not agreeing to this step back. I think go with the 18, make it a functionable home, and we all move on. So how do I make that motion?
So you can put the base motion, so make the motion as proposed in the staff recommendation, get a second, and then you can make an amending motion to go up to 16 feet for that special condition. Sorry, it's 18 feet. That's the amending motion. So you can put the original motion on the floor, even if you're unwilling to ultimately vote yes on that if your amending motion fails, but there's nothing about you putting the original motion on the floor. It means you have to vote yes if the amending motion fails.
Yeah, while we do that, there's a few more comments, so maybe we'll go to Commissioner Jackson. Did you want to speak to this?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you for being here. I certainly appreciate your ask here. So just real quick, and I understand this is project specific, but the non-conforming, the 25-foot buildings, those were built without approval, went to court, judge says, too bad, too sad, operation of law, they're built and nothing we can do. Is that?
Yeah, I can give a sort of very brief. There were, I believe, 13 homes where they had built second stories without a permit, and so we brought all 13 to the commission for action, recommending denial of the second story that was unpermitted. The first one went forward, the commission denied it. The other 12, we believed, withdrew their applications, and the commission moved on.
So they were all built basically at the same time?
They were all, I don't know exactly when, but I think
Roughly-ish?
the enforcement unit found out about them, and we took them forward all at the same time. And the litigation commenced, and the applicants for those other 12 said that they didn't actually withdraw their applications. So they were approved under the Permit Streamlining Act because the commission didn't act within the 60 days. That's how that happened.
Wow. Interesting. Okay, thank you. The applicant mentioned 7.5-foot ceilings. So if we went to 17 feet, then they could have an 8-foot ceiling? If there were a splitting of the difference there?
I suppose that's possible, but I wasn't personally aware of this problem with the ceilings. It's not an issue that I have heard in the past with 16-foot structures.
And 16 is the max that this commission has approved in the past.
16 feet is what the commission has approved
Consistently.
in this part of the park.
Right, okay.
There are some structures that were approved taller, up to 18 feet at the very northern end of the park, where the views were very distant and the impacts were, indiscernible.
So higher on one end, higher on the end where they are, and they're sort of stuck in the middle?
Actually, it's higher on the very far end and sort of progressively lowers as you progress to the south. So 16 feet, sort of roughly in the middle, as you get to the very southern part of the park where it's very view sensitive. We have projects that were limited to even 12 feet.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Malley has a question.
Yeah, just very quickly, the foliage that's actually on like the train side, is that the railroad's responsibility? Who actually monitors the height of that? Because some of these views that could change depending on how big those trees are. So I don't know if you know that answer.
Offhand, I'm not certain, but you do have the railroad right-of-way that does extend, I think, beyond the fence. So I think some of that vegetation is in the railroad right-of-way. Some of it may be actually on the Capistrano Shores Mobile Home Parks property. I don't think, at least the majority of it, is on the parcels that are controlled by these individual applicants.
Commissioner Hart, Vice Chair Hart.
On the Zoom. So, personally, I'm supporting staff. We've had a number of these come before us, and I'm looking, as staff mentioned, at the cumulative impact of creating sort of a wall of these mobile homes that would have a significant impact. So I just feel very strongly we place this limitation. I don't know if Louise, are you like you want to say something? No. Okay. I'll continue in that case. Hard on Zoom. So in any event, I'm prepared to make the motion, and then it sounds like there might be an amending motion, and then we'll just go from there. So let me make a motion. I move the commission approve coastal development permit application number 5-23-0010. Pursuant to the staff recommendation, I'm asking for a yes vote.
I'll second that.
And I'd like to, with all due respect to staff, I don't like to disagree with staff, but I'd like to amend the motion to provide for 18 feet.
I'll second the amendment.
Would either the maker or seconder of the amending motion like to speak to it?
No, just that I feel like, having 8-foot ceilings 7-foot ceilings, to me is not particularly livable. And 18 feet, and I also kind of like the idea of having 25, the 25's there next door. Having it step down, I think is visually, I didn't see the huge difference. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado?
In the artifacts that were presented by the applicant, I didn't see a discernible impact on the cultural resource from the trails that went from the 16 feet to the 18 feet. I appreciate staff's due diligence, but I also didn't get a good sense of how we come up with the 16 versus 16 and a half. So I'm interested in working with staff and understanding these things better moving forward. But for this particular individual property, I think I was convinced. I'm hoping my colleagues will join me in a yes vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Just one comment. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the staff said that 16 is what we have permitted historically. So it wasn't a number we just pulled out of a hat. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I just want to also add in the prior litigation, the commission did, the commission, the home for which the commission denied the second story, they also sued, and the commission did prevail in that litigation. That was part of that story that I should have included.
Prevailed on the
Was it 16? I think it was a requirement that the second story be removed. Off the top of my head, I don't recall how many feet tall it was after the second story was removed. But Commissioner Jackson is correct that the commission has approved homes in the 15 to 16 foot range in this area.
Any other comments? Seeing none? Okay, I'll say for my part, I do share the concerns about cumulative impacts. I mean, it is an important part of our sort of set of considerations. That said, I do think looking specifically at this site, the impacts are very, very low, minimal. And I do agree that the livability of the 7 feet is challenging, and there's something to be said for the sort of organic sloping from 25 down to 18. So while I think there are good arguments on both sides, on balance for me, I will be, with respect to the good work that our staff has done, trying to resolve this issue, I will be voting yes on the amended motion as well. With that, Ms. Miller, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kelly.
To confirm, this is a vote on the amending motion? Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
No.
Nadoff, no. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Hart.
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson.
No.
Jackson, no. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. The application has been approved as amended.
No. No. Now the main motion is to decide whether to approve
Okay.
an 18-foot tall.
So now we will take the main motion, incorporating the amendments that we just voted on. Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Lopez. Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
Yes.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Hart.
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson.
Yes.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
And now the application is approved. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item 14, the San Diego Coast District Deputy Director's Report. Thank you.
Thank you. So in this report, we're reporting the completion of the LCP amendment certification for 2 amendments by the City of Del Mar and 2 amendments by the City of Carlsbad. In each of these cases, the Executive Director has determined the city's actions are legally adequate. Also reporting on an emergency CDP for Upper Bluff stabilization at 212 5th Street in Encinitas. This work was deemed necessary following bluff erosion that occurred following a magnitude 5.2 earthquake in eastern San Diego County on April 14th, 2025. And the follow-up permit for that matter will come from the City of Encinitas. We're also reporting 7 waivers, 1 CDP amendment, and 1 CDP extension for projects in San Diego, Del Mar, and Encinitas. No known opposition, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers, the amendment, or the extension.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Are there any ex partes on any of the matters in the DD report? Seeing none, I'll ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak on any of the items in the report.
You have 2 on Zoom, but they're only available for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, are there 3 or more commissioners who object to any item in the report? Seeing none, the commission concurs. Thank you. And the next item, I believe, is our final item today, and that's item 16B.
Thank you. And Lindsay Kane with our San Diego Coast District Office is going to do the staff presentation on that item. So let's pull up the staff PowerPoint and
thank you, Carl. Hey. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Item 16B is a CDP application from Craig and Terry Rubenstein to demolish an existing duplex and build a new duplex. Staff is recommending approval of the project with revisions requiring the home be raised approximately 6.5 feet above grade because of the risk to life and property from wave overtopping and flooding on this site. The applicant opposes this requirement. There is an addendum to this item responding to a public comment opposing the recommendation and to another addressing parking requirements. Next slide, please. The project is located in South Mission Beach in the city of San Diego, adjacent to the public boardwalk known as Oceanfront Walk. There is no commission permit history for this site, and the existing structure was built in 1975. The site is located within the Commission's permit jurisdiction, where Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act is the standard of review. The City of San Diego Land Development Code and the Mission Beach Planned District Ordinance are used as guidance. Next slide, please. Mission Beach is a low-lying area on a narrow peninsula situated between the Pacific Ocean to the west and Mission Bay to the east. The proposed project meets most of the city's certified LCP standards, including parking, height, landscaping, and lot coverage. The existing structure encroaches into the required setback from Oceanfront Walk, but the new one will be set back the required distance, improving public access and views. However, the project does not comply with the construction standards in the city's LCP that requires protection from sea level rise hazards, or with the Chapter 3 policies requiring that new development minimize risks to life and property in areas of high geologic flood and fire hazard. Next slide, please. The applicant argues that the site is not at risk from sea level rise and thus should not be required to raise the home to the standards required in the LCP. Again, that is by 6.5 feet. Alternatively, the applicant suggests that raising the home by 2 feet, similar to what the Commission recently required from a nearby Mission Beach home, would be sufficient. However, there is substantial evidence that the subject site is currently at risk and will be at increasing risk in the future. The neighborhood currently experiences periodic flooding that will likely increase with sea level rise. Even under current sea levels, waves periodically overtop the public boardwalk and cause flooding. The photo on this slide is from February 2024 and shows high sea levels and waves overtopping the seawall, which protects the public boardwalk and crashing into private properties on the left side of the photo. Next slide, please. In response to these overtopping events and the evolving understanding of sea level rise, the City of San Diego updated its LCP in recent years to require that new development be sited and designed to minimize flood hazards and establish construction standards for development in areas of future sea level rise. The city's LCP contains detailed and specific construction standards for development located in a special flood hazard area, but the key point in contention with this project is the requirement that the development be raised on piles at least 2 feet above the nearest base flood elevation of 18 feet NAVD 88. For this site, that will result in the structure being raised approximately 6.5 feet above grade. Next slide, please. The areas of future sea level rise refer to areas shown in the sea level rise prediction model Cosmos, which I will go over in the next few slides. The FEMA special flood hazard zones for the southern portion of Mission Beach are shown on this slide with the subject site pointed to with the red marker. Next slide, please. Zooming in from the image on the previous slide, we see that a portion of the subject site is within a current FEMA Coastal High Hazard Area, or VE zone, meaning the development has to comply with the previously mentioned LCP policies. Additionally, the City of San Diego reviewed this proposal and confirmed that these LCP policies apply at this site. In addition to elevation, the LCP requires additional construction standards, all of which are required in Special Condition Number 1. Next slide, please. This slide shows an image from Cosmos. The arrows show the expected location of wave runup on a normal non-storm day in Mission Beach with no sea level rise. The applicant asserts that the site is not and will not be impacted by sea level rise over the project lifespan. However, Commission staff disagrees. Using FEMA mapping, Cosmos projections of wave runup, and visual evidence, it is clear the site is impacted by wave overtopping that will only get worse as sea levels continue to rise. Additionally, the entire Mission Beach community is about 2 miles long, meaning there's no significant difference between the most northern and southern Mission Beach sites, or specific projections in Cosmos to conclude that these areas of the same community should be treated differently when implementing adaptation measures. Next slide, please. This slide shows projected wave runup during an annual storm with no sea level rise. Note that the red arrows have moved inland from the previous slide. During an annual storm, the wave runup is projected to be past the boardwalk in some areas, including past the site on Deal Court. Next slide, please. This slide shows wave runup during a 100-year storm, again with no sea level rise. Note how the red arrows have moved across the Mission Beach Peninsula all the way to Mariners Point. During an extreme storm, the wave runup is projected to be well beyond all the structures in Mission Beach, meaning that wave action, along with sustained inundation, which will be shown on the next slide, will render the entirety of Mission Beach in danger of significant impacts. Next slide, please. Typically, when using the Cosmos program, Commission staff input 4.9 feet of sea level rise and a 100-year storm scenario, which is consistent with the Commission's sea level rise guidance. On the slide, we see this projection, 4.9 feet at 100-year storm on the right, and a scenario with less sea level rise at 4.1 feet on the left. The existing structure at 2865 Oceanfront Walk is outlined in red. The blue on the map represents areas of sustained inundation and shows serious flooding concerns for the Mission Beach Peninsula. While there are a few areas along Oceanfront Walk not covered by blue, these areas are seaward of the projected wave runup, meaning that they would be subject to significant periodic flooding from fast-moving waves during a large storm and not safe for people or structures not designed for wave attack. Next slide, please. This slide shows additional evidence of wave overtopping at the site, which is outlined in red. In the aerial image from December 2022, waves overtopped Oceanfront Walk, shown through the darker shade of the boardwalk, and evidence that sand has built up on the public path. Additionally, the beach shows signs of wet sand and debris such as seaweed near the boardwalk. Next slide, please. Zooming out slightly in the same Google aerial imagery from 2022, it is clear to see areas where the waves shaped the sand and where the waves did not reach and left dry sand. This further demonstrates that wave overtopping has occurred at this site and even further south of the site. Next slide, please. The requirements placed on this permit are the same as those placed on the Sliderman permit approved earlier this year. That is, that the structure be elevated to a height necessary to accommodate flooding per the FEMA flood zone in closest proximity to the subject site, as shown on the slide with the yellow star showing the subject site and the red star showing the Sliderman site. In this case, that would require raising the structure approximately 6.5 feet. While the applicant's proposal for a 3-story structure would not comply with the LCP policies, a 2-story structure with garage and storage area below the first floor can be accommodated at this site. Finally, Commission staff note that regional adaptation measures are needed to keep the entirety of Mission Beach safe. While the City of San Diego has begun efforts to address this growing issue, Commission staff continue to encourage the city to work with us on finding solutions to the growing issue of sea level rise, and in particular for the Mission Beach community. The city's efforts to certify policies to protect structures in hazardous areas is a great first step, but more needs to be done to reach regional resilience. Next slide, please. In conclusion, as conditioned, the project will be consistent with the sea level rise policies of the Mission Beach PDO, the Land Development Code, and of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Therefore, Commission staff recommends that the Commission approve Coastal Development Permit Application 6240375 as conditioned. The motion is on page 5. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing, and I'll ask the applicant how much time is needed.
Turn the mic on. At the base.
Congratulations, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Steve Kaufman for the applicants, Greg and Terry Rubenstein. I would respectfully request 15 minutes because of the technicality involved in this, and that would include any brief rebuttal, but I don't think there's going to be any.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I have a PowerPoint to share with quite a number of slides, and I hope you keep up with me because I want to go through them quickly. So, first slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the existing and proposed duplex in South Mission Beach. Same footprint, number of stories, height, and number of units. Next slide. Context on this one matters. Staff uncritically paints Mission Beach with just too broad a brush. South Mission Beach in this area is different from North Mission Beach. The duplex site fronts a beach about 4 times as wide as the beach in North Mission Beach. The sweep of the coast differs. The jetty stops sand transport from north to south, and the result is the beach is very wide in the south and waves break further out. It's very narrow in the north, and as you could see, waves break far closer to the oceanfront structure. This was illustrated by the photo that you saw, which is from North Mission Beach. You haven't seen anything from South Mission Beach. North of that line, first Ventura Place, cited in the staff report, then San Juan Place, which was shown in a letter from Surfrider, and lastly Soliterman, which you required be elevated by just 2 feet 2 months ago, and we're asking you to do the same today. Next slide. The standard of review here for you is not the LCP. A lot of discussion about the LCP. The standard of review is the Coastal Act in Section 30253, which says, new development shall minimize risk to life and property. The uncontradicted evidence is that as proposed or with the finished floor elevation raised by 2 feet, which we've requested, the duplex will minimize risk to life and property, as you found in Soliterman. The LCP is what we call non-binding guidance. It's not the standard, but most importantly, it's simply not applicable. Next slide. The sole basis for staff's recommendation to raise a duplex 6.5 feet is this section, Section 132.0404A of the LCP, which by its terms is not applicable because the duplex in this area won't be subject to sea level rise during its 75-year design life, as demonstrated by all current sea level rise vulnerability maps. So there's no legal basis to require the duplex to be raised 6.5 feet. And to be fair, the project should be treated the same as Soliterman. Next slide. Staff recommendation is effectively a denial. It's not an approval. It will kill this project because there's no reason to replace a 3-story duplex with a 2-story one elevated on piles. So we're asking you to approve this application with just 2 changes. Delete the reference to the LCP section cited in Special Condition 1 because they don't apply. The duplex won't be subject to sea level rise during its 75-year design life, and I'll show you for many years after that, and modify Special Conditions 1A and B to require the finished floor elevation of the duplex to be raised by 2 feet. And I've provided you with a handout because I think it's easier for you to visualize what I'm asking for. Next slide. This table is from the Ocean Protection Council's 2024 update you adopted last November. It shows sea level rise scenarios applicable to Mission Beach. In year 2100, the most likely sea level rise, 1.6 feet, and least likely, 4.8 feet, which is what we will use. Next slide. The staff report says it relies on Cosmos, but every vulnerability map, including Cosmos, demonstrates that in this area, sea level rise won't reach the site. So the first is 4.1 feet of sea level rise in about 2092. It doesn't reach the site. Next slide. Sea level rise at 4.9 feet, just over the 4.8 feet in about 2101. Sea level rise doesn't reach the site. Next slide. Even with sea level rise at 6.6 feet, Cosmos shows you that in about 2122, it doesn't reach the site. Next slide. Other models. This is NOAA. 5 feet of sea level rise in about 2102 doesn't reach the site. And the last one on this issue, coastal resilience. Next slide, please. Coastal resilience, that's the Nature Conservancy. Sea level rise at 5 feet in 2102 doesn't reach the site. So commissioners, the uncontradicted evidence demonstrates that the LCP sections cited in Special Condition 1 and staff recommendation to elevate by 6.5 feet don't apply because the duplex simply isn't in an area of sea level rise within the 75-year horizon or even beyond. There's no legal or scientific basis to raise the structure that high. Next slide. Turning to flooding, which is a separate issue. Cosmos shows that in this area, flooding, if any, would come not from the ocean, but from the bay. And the duplex, as proposed, wouldn't be at risk from sea level rise plus a 100-year storm event. This site is notable because the duplex, change the slide if you would, please. Yes. Because the duplex has no FEMA base flood elevation at all. It's in the FEMA firm zone X, area of minimal flood hazard. Zone X here means an area with a 0.02% annual chance of flooding where the average depth is less than 1 foot. And consistent with FEMA, the duplex would be over 1 foot above any unlikely surface water up from the bay, and it's at an acknowledged high point where all surface water would flow downhill several feet towards the bay. Next slide. This shows two scenarios: sea level rise at 4.1 feet plus 100-year storm around 2092. Surface water doesn't reach the site. On the right, sea level rise 4.9 feet plus a 100-year storm event where surface water from the bay would reach the site after the 75-year horizon in about 2101. Next slide. Again, FEMA explains that a 100-year storm event in Zone X means just a 0.02% annual chance of flooding where the average depth is less than a foot. The duplex, as proposed, would be more than 1 foot above any 100-year storm event and at the end of the 75-year period and safe from any flood threat. But clearly it would be safe from flooding if, as we now propose, the finished floor elevation of the duplex is raised another 2 feet. That's 3 feet total. Next slide. The duplex also is not at risk from wave run-up or overtopping. I have several points to make on this. First, Skelly Engineering did a 17-page site-specific coastal hazards analysis in June 2024. He specifically calculated wave run-up and overtopping, applying ACES, a respected Army Corps program, and using then 6 feet of sea level rise, higher than the OPC later 2024 update. He calculated wave run-up would be well short of the site, and contrary to the addendum, he used the highest historical water level and accounted for infragravity, wave setup, and an El Nino. By contrast, the staff has provided no report, no analysis, and no site-specific calculation. Next slide. Second, a close-up of that boundary between firm zone X, less than 1 foot, and firm zone VE elevation 18, which starts way out in the ocean and eventually terminates at the duplex site. The shade on the left is to distinguish the two sites. That's not water. At the point that it ends, the wave bore has dissipated to zero, or nearly zero. If it was more than that, FEMA would have extended that line further inland, but didn't. It's the same with Zone X. It's at a point where surface flow from the bay would have thinned and dissipated to zero. the whole point of, that's the whole point of the FEMA firm designation, to identify where a structure will be safe. And it says here the structure will be safe from wave runup. Next slide. Third, your staff hyperbolically asserts that waves would crash into the duplex. That's wrong. This is not North Mission Beach. And the FEMA table I've shown you here shows overtopping in Zone X, where the duplex setback from ocean front walk is located. And converting that figure in the table, the volume of water you see per second per foot of beach is 1/100th of an inch of water. Almost nothing. Not analyzed by staff, and there's never been flooding, run-up, or overtopping at this duplex site. Fourth, staff relies incorrectly on Cosmos, which has a disclaimer. GS and Our Coast, Our Future both explain Cosmos as a model is appropriate for regional planning like LCPs, but it's specifically not intended for site-specific use. And the disclaimer specifically states the tool and its data aren't to be used for permitting. And indeed, the disclaimer requires the user, including your staff, to actually agree that it's not to be used for permitting, because if you don't hit the agree button, and change the slide, please. If you don't hit that agree button down in the right-hand corner, the program doesn't let you use the model. It doesn't work. But staff used it anyway, and unfortunately did so incorrectly. So next slide. If the duplex is at Oceanfront Walk in Deal Court, which slopes down several feet to the bay, using 0 feet of sea level rise in an annual storm, staff erroneously points to a dot on the Cosmos model to argue that run-up and overtopping extends beyond the duplex by 2 blocks down Deal Court, and even across the bay to Mariner's Point, which is physically impossible. Next slide. This slide shows sea level rise at Deal Court at 0 feet, 1.6 feet, and 3.1 feet, but with no storm. And I show you this only for one reason. This is what we all know. The wave run-up dots are where you'd expect the run-up to end, uniformly on the beach, not downhill on Deal Court. Next slide. I want to compare apples to apples. While staff showed you a dot at 0 feet sea level rise in an annual storm, this shows sea level rise higher at 1.6 feet in an annual storm, and you can see the dot still on the beach, not on Deal Court. So why is that? Next slide. Because Cosmos shows you that the staff's dot isn't related to the ocean at all. It's related to maximum flooding from the Cosmos model. It comes from the bay, and max flooding at 0 feet, annual flooding, ends at the location of the dot 2 blocks down Deal Court. Next slide. And staff also showed you this. This is Exhibit 10 to the staff report, a December 2022 Google aerial, and they claim that it shows overtopping. That's wrong again. It shows exactly the opposite. The city seawall has evenly spaced weep holes, and they're quite large, at its bottom. And in the lower image, you can see that run-up that day reached the seawall, where the water passed through the weep holes at the bottom of the seawall, along with evenly spaced riblets of sand onto the boardwalk. And this exhibit really shows you that unlike North Mission Beach, where the beach is narrow and the waves are far closer, the impact here is different, where the beach is very wide and waves break much further out. Next slide. Finally, the staff report, I think here today, creates a misimpression that city staff somehow supports your staff's position, but that's not what staff asked. It's not how the city responded. And I've included the email exchange as the last exhibit accompanying my letter to you. Staff presented its question in terms of an assumption that the site is in an area subject to sea level rise. City staff wasn't asked about sea level rise, didn't analyze, review, or address it. City staff merely confirmed your staff's interpretation that if this duplex is subject to sea level rise, which as shown is clearly not, the LCP requires elevating by 6.5 feet. And before I conclude, next slide, I want to make it really clear. The LCP provision that staff is relying upon speaks to sea level rise. Sea level rise is permanent, it's vertical, it's long-term. It's not like wave run-up, which is horizontal and temporal. It's not like overtopping. Same thing, temporal. They're three different things, frankly. So I provided you with the handout with the edits we're requesting in Special Condition 1. Please delete the LCP references cited because they don't apply. The site won't be subject to sea level rise within the 75-year design life of the structure. And second, modify Special Conditions 1A and B by requiring the lowest finished floor, including any basement, to be raised 2 feet. Now, although I think I've shown you that this site is not at risk from flooding, wave run-up, or overtopping, in April you did approve Soliterman in North Mission Beach to raise his finished floor elevation by 2 feet, and despite the photograph you saw there, you found it to be safe. And in fairness, we'll do the same thing. So we agree to the rest of the conditions and the requirements of Special Condition 1. We can't agree to raise this 6.5 feet. We've skinnied it by adding those 2 feet more. 8 feet ceilings, 1 foot separation between the floors, and it comes to 30 feet, and that's the height limit. I don't know how you get to 16 feet with 8 feet ceilings, but you got to have something between them, and that's usually good. I would like to reserve any remaining time if it's necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
We have Larry Webb, who's available.
Thank you, Commissioners. My wife and I have owned the property adjacent to the Rubenstein project for 33 years on Oceanfront Lot, owned and lived there. I can count on one hand the number of times that ocean water has came through the weep holes at the base of the seawall, and maybe twice that waves have hit the seawall and splashed over. But there has been no direct overlapping, I guess is a correct term, sorry if my terms aren't correct, over the seawall ever in that area that I know of in the last 33 years. The picture that staff showed from North Mission Beach is a completely different animal than South Mission Beach, period. That is really is an inflammatory picture. I'm surprised it's being shown because it's just a completely different picture on that part of it. I'm on the Mission Beach Precise Planning Board, and building a building on 6.5 foot pillars would be a complete albatross and completely out of character for the entire Mission Beach community. It would just, it's almost absurd how it would look in comparison to the rest of the community. I would also have a concern that if pillars were required, the vibration required to put those pillars into the ground far enough to hold up a 6.5 foot height would damage not only the seawall, but adjacent properties to it as well. But I fully have to go along with them on saying the 2 foot is more than sufficient. My building is was built in the 60s. It's built on a 2 foot foundation. So I've seen where it is. And I fully support that. I don't know them other than having met them twice since they owned the property, but I've lived in Mission Beach for 40 years. But to count the recommendations of staff just don't work. Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaufman, you have 40 seconds remaining if you'd like to share any final thoughts.
Thank you. As a matter of law, matter of fact, fairness, and just to put this to bed, we've agreed to raise the finished floor elevation by 2 feet. It really makes no sense to require Soliterman with a narrow beach far closer to wave action to raise his finished floor elevation by 2 feet. Because the sea level rise section of the LCP doesn't apply here. You have discretion to make a different decision. But you said that's okay and safe. It doesn't make any sense anyway to require that we raise this by 6.5 feet on file. So I've arm twisted my clients to go 2 feet because we don't really believe we should have to. But at this point, we're asking you to amend the made motion on page 6 of the staff as we requested in the handout. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing and turn it back to staff for their response.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. So the arguments that the applicant has made in response to the staff recommendation, we did cover each one of those points extensively in our staff report addendum, but I do want to point out a few things and also bring our staff engineer on who is joining us remotely to speak to some of the points that Mr. Kaufman made. So Mr. Kaufman points out that the LCP here is not the standard of review, and because this is an area of retained jurisdiction, that's generally correct. Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act is the standard of review here. However, I want to point out that the current LCP policies that we're referencing were recently certified by the Commission last year and became effective in February of this year. And those policies that we're drawing on were specifically to implement a Chapter 3 policy, Section 30253 of the Coastal Act, which says that new development shall do all of the following, including minimizing risks to life and property in areas of high geologic flood and fire hazard. And the policies that we're referencing in the city's LCP were implemented in order to do that. So with that, I do want to ask Jeremy if he's available to, oh, there we are. Jeremy, if you would speak to some of the points that Mr. Kaufman made about the technical comments that he made and our staff responses.
Yeah, thank you, Carl, and thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So Mr. Kaufman raised many points that we addressed in the addendum. I'll try to start somewhat sequentially in the points that were raised. So that the question of whether the site is in an area that's subject to sea level rise, and as staff interprets that, subject to hazards as worsened by sea level rise over the course of 75 years. The current FEMA flood zone, which ends almost directly at the existing seaward wall of the current duplex, it ends right at the duplex. Now, that's accounting for no sea level rise at all. It's current conditions, 100-year storm conditions. With sea level rise, we expect that wave overtopping to worsen, and it's going to worsen non-linearly, as in every 1 foot of sea level rise, we're going to see wave energy increase even worse closer we get to shore. So just on that alone, we think that's enough evidence to say that the site is subject to hazards over its design life. But on the points of the Cosmos mapping, Cosmos maps, they're done statewide. It gets pretty complicated into the weeds of how the scenarios are all done and how all of the different factors are come into play. But one important piece of information to take when you're looking at those blue areas on a map, that those blue areas are areas that are going to be underwater for minutes and minutes at a time. And it's kind of misleading, and it's hard to interpret on those OCOF, the Our Coast, Our Future maps, wave hazards. And that's because waves are something that comes periodically. You'll get a rush of a wave overtopping. It moves very quickly. It can be very damaging. But it's not necessarily represented in those blue areas on the map. And so a lot of those maps that Mr. Kaufman showed were not accounting for any sort of storm activity, which is where we see those waves. That's why in the maps shown by Mr. Kaufman that showed all the green dots right at the shoreline were no storm maps. To the other issues around the Skelly Engineering wave run-up report for the site, the wave run-up estimated by Mr. Skelly with 6 feet of sea level rise, which is a very large amount of sea level rise, were similar to the wave run-up elevations estimated by FEMA today with no sea level rise. So in our mind, clearly something is missing there. And on top of that, have mentioned as staff, all of the observations, we know wave overtopping is an issue along Oceanfront Walk and Mission Beach. And yes, the beach does get wider as you approach the jetty in the south, but the beach is still relatively narrow and can narrow during those El Nino winters where we see repeated storm activity. Lastly, to the question of the LCP policy around elevation, the LCP policies are essentially about applying nationwide floodproofing standards and building design standards in areas we know are going to be subject to flooding, but are not currently in FEMA flood zones. And so this is just how engineering in general, how we approach coastal flooding is we elevate homes on piles because the forces that can come from those overtopping waves can be very large and potentially damaging to structures, not to mention, any sort of harm to life from people that might be in the way of those fast-moving waves. So this is just sort of a standard approach as staff sees it to addressing the coastal hazards at this site. Hopefully I've covered anything, but I'm here for questions, certainly, for any of the commissioners.
And before we send this back to the commission, I did want to point out one other thing. The applicant was suggesting that we're doing something different here from what the commission did with the Soliderman application. And we are absolutely not doing anything different here. We are applying the same process. The result is different because the base flood elevation is different. But that is the only difference, and that comes from the reference materials that we've used here today. So that concludes my comment.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, I'll return to the commission for comments, questions. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, presenters. Just a question, because I'm glad you mentioned the Soliderman case, because that's where my question was. So explain to me the base flood difference that you mentioned, just for clarification. The standard being the same, but the base flood distinction. And I know that we saw a photo, I think, from 24. The applicant had a photo from 22. The 24 photo, I guess, was from the North Beach. The 22 photo was from the South Beach. I'm assuming there was no 24 South Beach photo.
For your first question, I'd like to turn it over to Jeremy Smith to talk about the difference in the base flood elevation.
Okay.
That's more his realm.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. So the Soliderman case, as the LCP policy is written, and we were trying to stick by the LCP policy because we think it's a relatively objective standard that we can apply with a level of certainty. So in that case, the nearest base flood elevation was a VE zone directly adjacent to the site, which I believe was either 14 or 15 feet NAVD, which is essentially just a point above the water. It's about 2.5 feet below mean sea level. In this case, the nearest BFE, base flood elevation, is the adjacent VE zone, which is 18 feet. Now, in the Soliderman case, there are actually two VE zones, and the VE zone closer to the residence stepped down from the further seaward base flood elevation of 18 feet down to that 14 or 15 feet NAVD. And in this case, we don't have that shown on the FEMA maps.
And we've got what appears to be a difference in experts. The commission is using, the commission's experts, you being one of them, says this is what we are planning for over the next 75 years, and the applicant's information contradicts that.
I think so. I would welcome Kate or Carl to speak on this, but I think in this case, we're trying to apply the LCP policy, which is just using the nearest base flood elevation.
And the applicant thinks that the LCP policy is not relevant to this case.
Correct, yeah. In another context, we might, have expert-to-expert arguments around what an appropriate amount of elevation was, but in this case, we were trying to apply the LCP policy.
Thank you.
I would like to just clarify on that sort of LCP piece. We do agree that the Coastal Act is the standard of review here. So Section 30253 is the relevant Coastal Act standard. But the LCP policies were certified to implement that standard. And so while the LCP is only used for guidance here, it is very useful guidance in this particular case to figure out what is consistent with the hazard policies of the Coastal Act.
Commissioner Nada.
First off, I wanted to acknowledge that it's the good faith effort of the applicant to, it's good to replace 2 units with 2 units. So thank you. We want to keep the density of housing in the coastal zones and increase where we can. So if the way I understand the benefit of applying, or the desirability of applying this LCP it was most recently developed for the city of San Diego in this specific area. So it's not an irrelevant, and I think the idea that, or the suggestion that sea level rise is separate from wave action. I mean, wave action and surges interact with sea level rise, and sea level rise has already been observed to exacerbate wave action. So I understand how the staff is coming at that one. I wanted to check on the numbers here. Am I correct to say, so the applicant's asking for 13.54 feet VD 80 number. Now the staff recommendation is to raise it 6.5 feet. Does that translate to 18 feet then? So we have a difference of opinion here of almost 5 feet. Is that about, I thought I heard you say that it translates to 18.
Yes, so the base flood elevation is 18 feet, NAVD 88. The existing grade at the site is 13.5 feet, NAVD 88. So we're saying that they need to raise it 6.5 feet to be 20 feet, which is 2 feet over the base flood elevation. And they are recommending 2 feet above their current grade, which would be about 15.5 feet, NAVD 88.
So it is about a 5 foot difference. I appreciate the explaining how the same process yielded a different elevation recommendation from North Mission Beach and South Mission Beach. And I think given what we're seeing up and down the coast, building on directly on the beachfront, we're seeing, I think, in trying to protect folks going forward, that this seems like a reasonable recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, no, of course. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you. So maybe this is a question for you, Ms. Warren. Getting to the issue of whether sea level rise, the methodology of the commission is applicable here or not. I guess my question is, has the staff's methodology for determining whether it's applicable or not been challenged successfully in any legal arena? I don't know if I'm making my question.
I think you are, and this particular LCP policy has not been challenged in any kind of litigation.
But you feel pretty confident in the methodology used to put forward.
So I think that our expert has looked at this really carefully, and I think that Jeremy's, I know I wanted to call him Dr. Smith, has looked at this really carefully, and as he noted, we're kind of unclear on the report that was submitted by the applicant's expert shows with 6 feet of sea level rise, the same wave overtopping, I believe, as the current FEMA maps show for today. So he really, we don't know exactly what went on with that study, but it doesn't appear to reflect reality as we understand it. So they've taken a very deep dive into all of this, looked at the FEMA maps, and are using the FEMA maps again to help inform how to apply 30253. So there is this LCP policy. We do think it applies, but even if it didn't, then putting together the FEMA map with our requirement to comply with 30253 would land us in the same place.
If I could add through the chair real quick, just, one point to make too about the LCP policy is part of the benefit of doing these LCP policies is that we provide, that we worked really hard with the city too. This is a joint effort to come up with these policies, but then it provides some guidance to folks in this area about what to expect moving forward. And so, that's part of the point about getting specific about how we want to address sea level rise in this area moving forward. That's kind of the point of spelling out how we're going to do the analysis ahead of time. And just want to point out too, the challenges that we have here in Mission Beach. As you can see, it's a really vulnerable area across the board. And we've been talking, I think as Lindsay mentioned in her presentation, with the city about just talking about how to address this entire region moving forward, because there is flooding now, and the flooding will get worse in the future. Wave run-up is happening, it's going to get worse in the future. And so there's a lot of concerns, and there are community-wide concerns, but this is how, we still have projects that come in front of you that we need to make decisions on now. And so from our perspective, this is why these protective policies that the city has incorporated in their LCP that you approved make a lot of sense, because it's a direction to get there as we're figuring out some broader things that will need to happen community-wide. So just wanted to make that.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Preciado.
I have a question that may be from left field. So as we worked on the LCP and created these important standards that can guide developers to pursue their projects, one thing that I noted in the presentation is that there's a height limit still of 30 feet. And so as you ask people to go up, it really feels like it's a thinking if you don't increase the height limit to match the new development expectations. And so I'm just wondering if you considered that. I realize it's not part of your presentation, but it was commented by the applicant associated with the height limit. So I'm just wondering if the LCP contemplated what would happen to existing structures if the replacement structures still had to observe the height limit, but were required to reduce the development in a way that potentially loses the floor or something like that.
So you do not have a reasonable investment-backed expectation, that's the standard for takings, to zoning remaining the same. So if the city were to rezone this entire area to have a 20-foot height limit instead of a 30-foot height limit, that would not be a take. That's a rezone of the entire area. So keeping the height limit at 30, but saying that you have to raise the floor by enough that you end up with a 20-foot tall structure instead of a 30-foot tall structure, in my view, that does not constitute a take, because you don't have an expectation to be able to build always in this, like every setback that a city changed would then theoretically be a taking, and that's not the way the law works.
And I apologize for using the word take if it had legal implications. My intention was to try to be, from an outsider's point of view, now that I'm an insider, but an outsider's point of view, how does this all work, and how does it pencil out so that it's reasonable? So, but I appreciate very much, and again, I apologize for using the word.
That's okay. That's okay. My antenna go up when I hear the word take. I'm a lawyer. But we do. They could enclose the lower floor and have a garage. They could have storage space. They could have a gym. I think it's not habitable space. Am I correct on that? It's just garage and storage. So they are correcting me on that. So there are ways you could still use that lower floor. It's just not livable space. Does that answer your question?
No, it does. And I turn back to the project we saw that was reported by the enforcement team in Laguna Beach yesterday, right? Where the wall came down and then the first floor was reconfigured so that it lived with the potential impacts of sea level rise and other aspects. So I see that there is a consistency, at least from how we approach remediating existing structures so that they can continue to exist.
Director Huckelbridge.
Just wanted to also talk more broadly about the 30-foot height limit policy. That's been a long-standing policy in the city of San Diego. We've raised the same issue with the staff, and I think, and so I think there's been discussion about whether that height limit might want to increase over time or some different thing. I think it's that said, it would be an uphill battle, is my understanding, in the city of San Diego. There's been lots of I don't know, the public has weighed in over the over time several times about wanting to keep that height. So I don't want to make it sound like it's an easy fix. The city has so far not been willing to change it, but maybe that would be something they would need to consider in the future, or would want to consider in the future.
Thank you. Let me just briefly, for my own comments, I want to just align myself with the comments of Commissioner Nodoff. I recognize the complexity of the analyses here, but I think for the very reason that complexity exists, we have the certified LCP. And so I personally believe our staff got it right here, and I will be supporting their recommendation. So if someone would like, Commissioner O'Malley.
Yeah, thank you. First, thanks to the staff for their exhaustive analysis. Really appreciate it. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit 625-0375 pursuant to the staff recommendation and asking for a yes vote.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Commissioner O'Malley, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. Would either like to speak further to the motion? No? I think we're ready for a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg. Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The application is so approved. And I believe that that takes us through our agenda for today. So we are adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you.